Please be seated. Good morning. We're on the record, case number 12 CF 1083A, State versus George Zimmerman. Good morning. Okay, are we ready to bring the jury in?
Judge, may we approach the bench and just review procedural matters
Yes.
very quickly?
Oh, what? Tell him to wait 1 second. We want to check on the availability of a witness. Is it? Okay, we can bring him in.
Very present, Your Honor.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated. Welcome back. During the overnight, I'm going to ask you my questions. If any of your answers to my questions are yes, please raise your hand. During the overnight recess, did any of you have any conversations with each other or with anybody else about the case? No hands are being raised. Did any of you read or listen to any radio, television, or newspaper reports about the case? No hands are being raised. Did any of you use an electronic device to get on the internet to do independent research about the case? People, places, things, or terminology? No hands are being raised. And finally, did any of you read or create any emails, text messages, Twitters, tweets, blogs, or social networking pages about the case? No hands are being raised. Thank you very much. Mr. Manti, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please, the court state called Greg McKinney.
Do you solemnly swear from the testimony presented will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. McKinney, if you would, please go ahead and introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Tell them who you are, where you work, and what you do.
Okay, my name is Greg McKinney. I work for United Security Alliance. We're nationwide system integrators of video surveillance and access control. And I work in the IT department there.
How long have you been there?
Over about a year and a half.
You mentioned U.S. Security Alliance and video surveillance. Tell me in English what all that stuff does. What do you do?
Well, video CCTV is to go ahead and monitor for security reasons. Okay. What we do is we have cameras out there to monitor surveillance, and then we have access control, which is like your card systems to get in the building.
Now, where is your company based?
Tampa, Florida.
All right. And that's where you go to work?
Yes.
Does your company monitor video surveillance systems from places outside Tampa, Florida?
Yes, we're nationwide.
Does that include the Retreat at Twin Lakes Clubhouse community here in Sanford, Florida?
Yes, sir.
If I may approach you on? Yes. Mr. McKinney, I'll show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 185, at least at this point in time. Is part of what you do to review and download video surveillance from these types of systems?
Yes, sir.
Do you do that remotely?
Yes.
And tell me how that happens.
What we do is we connect over the internet to the DVRs that are on site, and then we go ahead and we can view the cameras there, and then we can download the video too.
Okay. And were you asked to do that specifically as it relates to an incident occurring at the Retreat at Twin Lakes, February 26th of 2012?
Yes.
All right. And if I could direct your attention up here, this is a portion of State's Exhibit 1, which is already in evidence. It's an aerial view of that clubhouse. You familiar with that layout?
Yes, I am.
Okay. How many cameras does your company monitor at the Retreat of Twin Lakes Clubhouse?
9.
All right. Were there also cameras located at least physically at the front gate area of the complex?
Yes, sir.
And what did we learn about those cameras, at least as of February 26, 2012?
They were not functioning because it looked like a mower hit the cables.
Okay. Mr. McKinney, did you...
Could you repeat?
I said the front gate cameras were not functioning because there was it looked like a mower hit the PVC pipe that was leading to it. Had the cables in there.
As far as the videos from the clubhouse, were you able to download all the known video surveillance from a period of time on that day?
Yes, sir.
And so that would be for all 9 cameras?
Yes.
And is that what is depicted in State's Exhibit 185?
Yes, sir.
And there are 2 discs associated with State's Exhibit 185. What is the second disc?
One is labeled copy, and the other one is the video clips pulled from the original data.
The one that's labeled copy, is that the full original data?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then the other one is just clips from that same disc?
Correct.
Your Honor, if there's no objection, I will be moving statements to 2085 amendments. Next number is it?
Approach for a moment.
Yes, you
Speaker,
may.
Your Honor. Just a moment for a review, if I might, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
you, I appreciate the opportunity.
You're welcome. Is there any objections to the introduction of Exhibit 185?
No, Your Honor, that's including both videos as one exhibit?
Correct, it's composite.
Composite.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, the composite exhibit will come in as states 185.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Mr. McKinney, back to resume. We were discussing the cameras that you located in the video footage that you download, which is now depicted in State's Exhibit 185. What did you learn about the time on the video footage?
The video footage is actually 18 minutes off approximately.
Okay, and is that slow?
Yes,
So whatever time is depicted on the video, you actually have to add 18 minutes to, and that gets you to the accurate time?
that's correct.
Okay, and that's just the way the system was recording?
Yes.
Okay. As far as the camera locations, you mentioned there were 9. I want to talk about 2 in particular. Are there cameras both interior and exterior to the clubhouse?
Yes, sir.
I want to talk about the interior, and in particular one that's called a kitchen camera. You're familiar with the clubhouse and where that camera is located?
Yes.
Okay. If I were to draw up here on State's Exhibit 1, is that kitchen camera right about in this area of the clubhouse on the inside?
Yes, it is.
And which way does it face?
It faces the front,
So it faces out this way,
right out the window.
and that street is Retreat View Circle?
That's correct.
Okay. Are there also,
That's not Exhibit 1.
this is a, I'm sorry, it's not
But you said states Exhibit 1, it may confuse the record.
my mistake. This is the aerial view of the retreat at Twin Lakes, and this is particularly a zoomed in on the clubhouse. I thought it was, the original was State's Exhibit 1.
Referred to as 1A.
Well, it's just a blown up section of
You
it.
need to put that on the record.
Right, right, if it's a blown-up section of Exhibit 1A,
That's what it is.
okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Exterior cameras. Is there one that's called the East Pool Hall camera? Is
Yes,
there also a West Pool Hall?
of course.
And is that because there's a hall between the building and the pool?
Yes.
Okay. Is the East Pool Hall camera located outside the building over in this vicinity?
Yes.
And its direction of view, I guess, would be this way?
Correct.
All right. This little thing here, what is that?
Is that the mailboxes?
The mailbox,
Yes.
so the camera actually faces that direction,
Yes.
and this would be Twin Trees Lane?
Correct.
The clips that you referenced from State's Exhibit 185, Mr. McKinney, I'm going to first show you what we talked about as the kitchen video. Is this what we're talking about?
Yes.
So we're looking out onto Retreat View Circle from the interior of the clubhouse with the kitchen camera?
That's correct.
Right. And the time on it appears to be 18:50 and 33 seconds at the point we're beginning here, but you said you need to add 18 minutes to that?
Yes.
So it's actually 19:08 and 33 seconds thereabouts,
Yes.
which is... All right, Mr. McKinney, was that something we just saw go by that window? Something?
I would object. Improper foundation for any opinion evidence by this witness. He's here as a records custodian.
Sustained.
All right, Mr. McKinney, the next view was the East Pool Hall camera. And is this the view from that camera?
Yes, it is.
All right. And so the mailbox kiosk, I guess, would be out here?
Right.
Okay, Mr. McKinney, I'm going to back up, and I just want to publish this one more time from the beginning. Anything else? And Mr. McKinney, I guess the time beginning for this tape is depicted in the lower right-hand corner. Down there. Let me circle it.
Yes, that's
Okay, and that's the you'd have to add 18 minutes to that one as well?
correct.
Thank you. No other questions, Your Honor?
Cross,
Yes, thank
do you want the
you.
lights
No,
on?
no, thank you. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Were you working for this company back in February of 2012?
Yes.
Okay. When was it that you actually did the work that you're now talking about of distilling out this information onto a disk?
I did it the day afterwards, and then approximately, I think it was 3:21, I was asked to get the record, get it again.
Okay. Previous to this event happening, had you ever been to this area?
No.
So you know that's a pool because it looks a lot like one?
Well, I've been there just the other day, yesterday.
Just recently?
Yes.
When was that?
Last night.
Oh, and that was at the request of the state
Yes.
to go familiarize yourself with the area
Correct.
to testify here today?
Correct.
Before yesterday, you've never been there?
Right.
Okay, so you just sort of identified, familiarized where those cameras were?
Mm-hmm.
And how, I'm sorry,
Yes, sir.
okay. Are they identified at your remote location by sort of a number or a location so that you know where to look here?
They're identified by name.
Okay.
East Pool, West Pool.
When was it that you realized that there was a malfunction with the timing mechanism?
The 28th, we had a service technician on site
28th
of February.
February of 2012?
Correct.
And any idea, any explanation how your system would be 18 minutes off?
That's just the nature of computers and clocks like that. They drift.
Okay. And you said approximately?
Yes.
You don't know exactly?
Not this time, no.
Okay. Could have been 19 minutes, for example?
I would say, within, several seconds of 18 minutes.
18 minutes dead on, or 18 minutes 30 seconds, or
Yeah, I'd say within 15 or so either way.
so a total span of some 30 seconds?
Yeah, that's just guess.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, I'm just guessing there.
No, let's not guess.
Okay,
If you
well, I don't know then is the
Okay,
answer.
So if you don't know, I don't want you to
Okay.
guess. So
No, but that's the answer then. I
What-
don't know.
okay, so you don't know how far off it is, but somewhere around 18 minutes.
Correct.
Could be 19? Could be 17?
Possibly. Yeah. That'd be a guess, so.
Okay. Since we started with guessing, it could be 17 minutes, it could be 19 minutes, correct?
I don't know.
Okay. And do you know if this was a sort of concern that kept going, like it would lose a second an hour so that it might be a lot more, or was it a consistent, or do you even know that?
I don't know how long it lost it or the drift speed.
Okay. So actually, it could have been even several minutes more than that if there was just some malfunction, for example, that just happened and it was getting worse, so that by the time you retrieved it 2 days later, it was 18 minutes, but could have been 25, and it was just moving to the point of 18 when you caught it?
That'd be speculation. I don't know.
Okay. You have nothing to support any other contention, though, do you?
Right. I just know at the time I checked it, it was 18 minutes off.
Okay. All right. Thanks. Nothing further, Your Honor. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No, thank you, Your Honor. Ask you to be excused.
Mr. McKinney, you may be excused. Thank you, sir. Call your next witness, please.
Okay, we call John Good.
Do you solemnly swear from the testimony presented will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may proceed.
Good morning, sir. Could you state your name for the record?
Jonathan Good.
Your last name is spelled G-O-O-D, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Are you married, sir?
Yes.
How long have you been married?
Might get in trouble for saying this. Little over a year.
Okay. And do you have any kids?
No.
Okay. What do you do for a living? What business are you in?
I work in finance.
Okay. And how long have you been in that line of work?
6 years.
Can you briefly tell us about your educational background, sir?
I'm an FSU graduate.
I'm not going to ask you for your current address, but are you currently living in Seminole County, Florida?
Yes.
I want to draw your attention back to February of last year, February of 2012. Were you living at a townhouse at Retreat Twin Lakes, specifically the address being 1221 Twin Tree Lane?
Yes.
Okay. And is that a townhouse that has bedrooms upstairs and then living quarters downstairs?
Correct.
At that time in February of 2012, when you were living there, how long had you been living there about?
3 or 4 years.
If you could, if you enter into your residence back in February of 2012 at Twin Tree Lane, when you come in, what do you enter into?
Well, it depends on if, are you talking about the house?
I apologize, the house. Yes, sir, I apologize.
You come in right past the bathroom and then the downstairs living quarters.
Okay. And are the stairs, where would they be located in that residence?
As soon as you make your way through the tile by the bathroom, you go right and the stairs are on the right.
Okay. And towards the back exterior of the house, is there a living quarters, meaning like a living room or dining room combination?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a sliding glass door that goes out into your backyard?
Yes.
Do you have a back porch, or I should say, back in February, did you have a back porch of that residence?
I guess it would be considered a back porch, yes.
Okay. Tell us what you mean when you say consider a back porch.
It's just a slab of concrete with 2 pillars on each side.
All right. And so you don't actually have a screened-in porch or anything?
No.
It's just a slab of concrete, you open the glass door and you step out and there's concrete?
Correct.
And if you were to step out, then in the backyard, is there a walkway that separates, I guess, your yard and then the yard from the townhomes across from you?
Yes.
Okay. On your sliding glass door, were there any blinds at all back in February of 2012 there, specifically on February 26, 2012?
Yes.
Tell us, if you could, about those blinds.
They were always closed.
Okay. And the blinds, what type of blinds are they? Just regular blinds, or are they any special?
Junky white tall blinds.
Okay. Are they vertical or horizontal?
Vertical.
Okay. And when you say they're closed, meaning the whole sliding glass door, you could not see out into your backyard?
Correct.
And was that back in February 2012 just on purpose, or?
Yes.
Okay. Let's focus on that February 26, 2012. Were you home that evening, sir?
Yes.
And at around 7:05, 7:10, 7:15, around that time, were you home with your wife that time?
Yes.
Okay. What were you all doing?
Watching TV.
Okay. And there might be more than one TV in the residence. Was it downstairs in the living room?
Yes.
Okay. If you could kind of explain to the jury the layout of the living room, do you have a recliner, sofa, and where were you, as best you can recall, where were you and where was your wife?
We were sitting on the couch against the left side of the wall. The kitchen's on the right. It's an L-shaped couch, and we were just watching the TV from there with the sliding glass door being on our left.
So if you were watching the TV, the sliding glass door would be to your left?
Correct.
Okay. And at some point while you were watching TV, I guess I should ask you, when you were watching TV, do you recall what program you were watching?
No.
Was the volume up, or some people watch it muted? Was the volume up?
We could hear the TV.
And in terms of how loud it was, do you recall at this time how loud it was?
No.
Okay. Did you hear some noise outside?
Yes.
Okay. And was the noise you heard outside such that you were able to hear it inside? In other words, was it loud, or do you recall, in terms of describing it to the jury, the noise that when you first heard it?
It was faint.
Okay. And in terms of where the noise was coming from in relation to your backyard, can you say it was coming from, if you were looking out the backyard, to the left, to the right, in front, or could you tell?
No, I could not tell.
Okay. When you first heard the faint noise, what did you think in terms of what was going outside, or did you have an impression as to what was going outside?
The first time we heard something, I didn't think anything of it.
Okay. And when we say faint, or when you said faint, I apologize, do you recall, could you make out anything other than some noise?
No.
Okay. Did you then hear further noises?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could describe to the jury when you heard a faint noise, then you heard further noise, was that like seconds later, a minute later, 2 minutes later? I know you didn't have a stopwatch, but.
Yeah, I believe I stated I can't really tell the time frame.
Okay.
It was maybe a couple minutes, maybe,
Okay.
but I can't be sure.
Okay. You weren't timing it, I gather. Is that correct?
Yeah, I don't time daily life.
Okay. And then you heard some further noise, maybe a few minutes later. What was the noise you heard later?
The same noise, just louder. Seemed like it was getting closer.
Okay. At that time, when you heard, the second time you heard noise, could you tell whether the noise, could you make out any words?
No.
Okay. Could you tell whether it was one individual or two individuals at that time?
No.
Okay. What happened then in terms of what's going on outside? After you heard additional noise, you couldn't make out any words, you couldn't tell whether it was one or two people, what then did you hear?
That's when I proceeded to go to the sliding glass door to look out.
Okay. So you literally got up from the couch, you went to the sliding glass door. Did you like open the blinds and just, or what did you do?
I cracked the blinds to see if I could see anything going on outside.
Okay. Now, are there lights, I'm assuming, inside the living quarters at that time where
Yes.
you were at? Okay.
Yes.
And are there lights outside?
There's one on the back porch.
Okay. Do you recall whether the light was on or not?
It was on.
Okay. Do you need to take a minute to get the drink?
No, I'm okay.
Okay. What I'm trying to ask is, when you were looking outside, was your view obstructed in any way, either by the interior lights inside your residence or the exterior light?
I would say the screen obstructed it somewhat.
Okay. And as best you can tell the jury, when you looked out through the blinds, let's make sure we have a good description of, when you looked out through the blinds, there, you said they were vertical, is that correct, or horizontal?
Vertical.
Okay. Did you kind of just peek through, or did you kind of move like a few, or how, describe
I
it as you can?
peeked through one. If I moved a few, a couple of them would fall off probably.
Okay. And when you looked out, tell us what you saw from your vantage point inside the residence.
I couldn't really see anything except it looked like someone or something was out there.
Okay. What then did you proceed to do, sir? If anything.
Under direct reply from my wife not to go outside, I opened the blinds and opened the sliding glass door.
Okay. So you made a fatal mistake and disregarded your wife.
Yes.
Okay.
Sure there'll be more.
All right. I gather she was still in the living room?
Correct. She
And
was on the phone.
I'm sorry.
She was on the phone.
Okay. Was she just talking to somebody or
She was talking to a technology service group, probably. I think.
something? I mean, it wasn't related. She didn't call
No.
911 at that point.
No.
Okay. So, but she distinctively told you not to go or go outside, but you disregarded her requests, commands, whatever, correct?
Yes.
And when you say you actually stepped outside, if you could demonstrate to the jury, I guess, or describe, I'm picturing a sliding glass door. Do you have to unlock it and then literally just, move it all? Or is it, describe if you could how that.
Sliding glass door, you had to pull. The screened in part, you had to pull back. And I literally only took one step outside the door onto the concrete slab.
Okay. And when you say you took one step, or do you mean literally like you put like 1 foot in and you had 1 foot still inside?
Correct.
Okay. So you're 1 foot on the concrete, 1 foot still in the house. Are you looking at that time?
Correct.
Okay. What do you see when you look out there at that time?
It looked like a tussle. I could really only see one person, and I think I described it as possibly being some type of dog attack because there are a lot of dogs that walk in that back area, and I could only see, an object.
Okay. What then did you observe after that?
It seemed like a tussle. They were vertical to me, just like the blinds were. And then at one point, I yelled out, "What's going on?" and "Stop it," I believe.
Okay. So you watch football?
Yes.
Okay. You know how football, they have instant replay?
Yes.
I'm gonna, as best we can, try to do an instant replay with you, realizing that don't have the, anyway. My question is, you stepped outside, in terms of how long you had 1 foot out, was it seconds, was it minutes? How long do you think?
Seconds.
Okay. And in terms of estimating, I'm assuming you still didn't have a stopwatch with you, correct? And your wife was not timing you at all?
No.
Is that accurate?
Accurate.
Okay. Can you estimate how long? Was it 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4, 5, 6, 7, or can you say?
In regards to
How long you actually, when you put 1 foot out and you were observing what you were observing?
a few seconds.
Okay. You mentioned when you put your foot out and you first saw something out there, you mentioned vertical. Can you elaborate a little bit more on that?
If I'm looking at someone in the backyard, they're faced directly onto the ground. So they're vertical. They're not horizontal. They're vertical to me.
Okay. All right. So they're vertical, meaning the same way you are right now in terms of like this.
So they would be making a T with the sidewalk, if that
Okay.
helps.
All right. In terms of the sidewalk that we're going to show you some photographs, how close to the sidewalk was, at that time, could you tell whether it was 1 or 2 people?
I couldn't tell at that time, no.
Okay. How close was the object, we'll call it, to the sidewalk?
They weren't on the sidewalk, but like I said, I could only see so far because it was vertical to me.
Okay. Could you make out anything other than there was an object there?
Not at that time.
Okay. And did the object end up moving?
The object,
What was on the ground? Did it end
Yes.
up moving?
Yes.
Okay. And in relation to where it was first, when you first observed it, to when you described the second time when they appeared, you said horizontal. How far from the original place did the object move? We don't know persons, but how far did they move?
not far, I wouldn't say, just up onto the concrete.
Okay, all right. At that point, could you tell there was one individual there at least, or 2 people?
I could tell there were 2 when they were still vertical.
Okay. All right. If you could you tell at that time, in terms of describing who was on top and who was in the bottom?
I could only see colors of clothing.
Okay. The color of clothing on top, what could you see?
It was dark.
Okay. How about the color of clothing at the bottom?
I believe it was a light white or red
Okay.
color.
And are you going from memory, since you stated it was only a matter of seconds, right?
I don't understand your question.
My question is, you're not making notes as you're doing this, you're not taking photographs or anything as you're doing this,
No.
right? Okay. And so positions changed. How long did it take for the positions to change? Was it just an ongoing process, or was there a stop, or?
It was quick because, like I said, I've only seen a few seconds of what happened anyway. So I would say 10 seconds max total for everything.
Okay, could it be as little as 2 or 3 seconds?
It could be.
Okay. You mentioned the second positioning or the change in position, if we call it, they were horizontal. At that point, could you tell there was still two individuals, the same people?
Yes.
Okay. And in terms of describing the individuals, are you able to describe their faces or anything, or just clothing descriptions?
Well, going back to when they were vertical, I could tell the person on the bottom had a lighter skinned color. Correct.
Okay, all right. And when you saw them horizontal at that positioning, who was on top and who was in the bottom?
It was the same position still.
Okay, all right. If you can describe the position of the person on top in relation to the person on the bottom.
I believe I described it as a straddling position,
Okay, and what do you mean by that?
with the legs over the lower part of the body.
Okay. And the person on the bottom, could you tell whether that person was face up or face down?
Face up.
When you first observed now you know two individuals, at that time, could you see whether the person on the bottom was face up or face down?
You said when they were vertical?
When you first saw them, when you first stepped out, could you tell at that time whether the person on the bottom was face up or face down?
When I first stepped out, no, because I couldn't see anybody.
Okay. And then at some point when you observed the second time you're talking about, you saw the person on the bottom was face up,
Correct.
and the person on the top you said was straddling, I believe you described it?
Correct.
Okay. Could you tell what was going on at that time?
I think at that time is when I thought it was serious,
Okay. What made you think that?
because it looked like there were strikes being thrown or punches being thrown. But as I clarified, due to the lighting, it could have also been, holding down.
Okay.
But there were arm movement going downward.
And the arm movements that you described, would that have been from the person on top?
Correct.
Okay. And you said that was a dark-colored attire of some type?
Correct.
Okay. The person on top, if you can, you're saying arm movement, how would you describe the arm movement?
Shoulder down.
Okay. Could you see that person's hands?
Just appendages. It's
Okay.
too dark to
Okay.
see that type of stuff.
Yes, sir. The person on top, could you tell where that person on top was actually striking, and here's what I'm gonna do, were they going like this?
I could not hear that, no.
Could you hear this?
No.
Could you tell whether the person on top was just holding the person or trying to hold the person on the bottom?
At this point, Your Honor, I would object, that's leading.
I think you stated, but your testimony in terms of whether the person on the top was holding down the person on the bottom, could you tell?
I said that could have been possible, as
Okay.
there was arm motion going downward, not just once, but multiple times.
Okay, so you can't say one way or the other, whether, or can you say?
I can't 100% say, no.
You mentioned you said something. Did you yell that out, or did you say please, or how would you describe it? And if you could, as best you can, recreate that in whatever tone of voice you used to say something.
That's pretty hard going back to that date on the tone of voice.
Okay, was it loud?
It was enough for that I thought they would be able to hear me.
Okay,
Yes.
and again, what do you recall saying to the two individuals?
At first it was what's going on, and no one answered. And then at that point I believe the person on the bottom I could finally see and I heard a help. And then at some point I said, cut it out, and then I'm calling 911. Is that when I thought it was getting really serious?
Okay, and when you're stating what you're saying, are you doing that pretty quickly, or are you pausing like you are now?
I would say pausing,
Okay,
and I think that would equate to about the time that I said to.
okay, but you're yelling it or saying it loud voice so they can
Yes.
hear? You mentioned that when you first stepped out, I neglected to ask you, at that time, did you hear any kind of yelling at any time from one of the two individuals out there?
Not initially when I stepped out.
And when you did step out and you said something, did any of the individuals, prior to you saying something, did you hear any of the individuals saying something at that point?
No.
Okay. And you mentioned that they said something. Was that after you said something to the individuals?
Yes.
Okay. Could you say unequivocally to this jury who was saying something?
100% no.
Okay. And why is that?
I'm just taking it off of being rational.
And you believe the person on the bottom would have been saying something when they observed you?
Correct. And if it was coming from on top, it would have echoed off a wall instead of coming directly at me.
But can you say unequivocally that it was the person on the bottom versus the person on the top?
Sorry, Your Honor, that would be asked and just answered.
Overruled.
Can you say unequivocally that it was the person on the bottom versus the person on the top that was saying help?
Not 100% no.
Okay. And in regard to the person that said help, if you can, the person that said help, was it help, 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 continuous, or was it, or how would you describe it, more than one?
I believe it was just one or maybe two.
Okay. And then after that, what happened?
That's when they moved up onto the sidewalk.
Okay. At that point, what happened?
That's when I saw them in the straddle position, thought it was getting very serious, and said I was calling 911.
Did you then turn around and go back in?
Correct.
Did you close your sliding glass door?
I probably didn't care about the sliding glass door.
Okay. Did you call 911?
Yes.
Okay. As you are turning around, I guess, and going back inside your residence, or I shouldn't say turning around, just putting your foot back inside your residence, are you hearing any screams or yells for help from outside there?
At that time, my adrenaline was going. I can't remember.
Okay. You know, I neglected to ask you something at the very beginning. When you first heard something and then you stepped outside, the TV, was the volume still going? In other words, did you mute it or did
It was muted.
Okay. The light that you had on outside, did it remain on the whole time, or did you turn it off when you stepped back in?
No, it remained on.
Okay. When you stepped out, you mentioned two individuals that you've described. Did you see anybody else out there?
Not at first.
Okay. At some point later on, did you see individuals?
At the very end, after,
Yes, sir.
yes.
When you are stepping outside and you said something, did you notice any other neighbors or anything, even if you didn't see them outside? Did you notice anybody like peeking out or anything, from any of the windows, or were you paying attention to that?
My focus wasn't on that.
At the point where you're seeing the two individuals, one on top of the other, and I think you described a straddling position, can you see the person on the bottom, their hands?
They were at a side view, so I don't think so.
Could, and by that, could you tell whether the person on the bottom had a gun out already?
No,
You can't say one way or the other?
I can't tell, no.
Sir, I'm going to play the 911 recording with the assistant, Ms. Waldrop.
Any objections?
No, Your Honor.
911 unit, please fire medical. Police, I just heard it.
I apologize. I neglected to put on the record what the exhibit number is. For the record, that is State's Exhibit 162.
911 unit, please fire medical.
Police, I just heard a shot right behind my house.
Where at?
1221 Twin Trees Lane. They're wrestling right in the back of my porch.
You just heard one shot go off?
It was either that or a rock at the window or something. I don't know. The guy's yelling help, and I'm not going outside.
Okay, 1221? You said 1221.
No, 1221 Twin Trees Lane, Sanford, Florida.
1, 2, 2.
One 221 Twin Trees Lane, Sanford,
Is
Florida.
that one or two words? Because it's not accepting it.
Twin Trees is 2 words.
Okay, and you can hear somebody yelling for help?
I'm pretty sure the guy's dead out here. Holy shit.
Okay, we have several people calling in also. Anything else that you heard?
No, the guy yelling help. Oh my God. No, there's a guy with a flashlight in the backyard now.
Okay.
I think there's flashlights and there's a guy. I don't know if that's a cop. Oh my God.
Okay, I have several calls, and you just heard, did you hear when you heard voices? It was just one person talking, right?
There's two guys. There's two guys in the backyard with flashlights.
Okay.
And there's a black guy down that looks like he's been shot and he's dead.
Okay.
He's laying, and there's multiple people calling right now, I'm thinking.
Okay. I have several officers going out there, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, bye-bye.
All right, bye.
Mr. Good, you recognize that being your voice?
Unfortunately,
Okay. You mentioned that somebody with a flashlight, is that what you were saying, that later other individuals appeared, is that correct?
yeah, it looked like people came around the corner at some point.
Okay. I want to go back to the, what you described out there, and I think you described straddling position. And is that because of the posture of the person on top versus the person on the bottom?
It's both, yeah.
Okay. At some point, you also used the word, or descriptive words as MMA style. Do you recall saying that?
Yes,
Okay. And did you mean by that what, sir?
as a straddle position like that.
Okay.
It's a common position you would see in a,
So is that like, MMA is like mixed martial arts, is that correct?
Correct.
Do you watch that on TV and stuff, or?
not recently.
Okay. But you, when you say that, are you referring to just the position the person on top had over the person on the bottom, or, I don't want to put words in your mouth, what do you mean by MMA?
And the actions of the arms
Okay,
just looked like something that I'd seen on TV before, so that's why, first thing that came to my mind.
okay. Could that also be referred to like wrestling, that type of thing?
I don't understand your question.
My question is, did you ever see the person on top pick the person from the bottom and actually slam them into the concrete?
No,
Did you ever see the person on top slamming the person on the bottom's head on the concrete over and over and over?
no,
Did you see at any time the person on top grab the person on the bottom's head and slam it into the concrete?
no.
Sir, back when you were living in that residence back in February of last year, I believe Miss Lauer also used to live there. Is that correct? She was your next door neighbor?
Correct.
And at some point, I believe in a deposition, you actually heard the recording that 911 call that she made where there's cries for help.
Yes.
You recall that?
Yes.
Prior to that deposition, had you heard that recording?
No.
Okay. And at that deposition, when you heard the recording, did you make an observation as to whether you felt that was a different cries for help than the ones you heard?
Audibly, it didn't sound the same as what I heard outside.
Did not sound the same. Thank you. Sir, I'm going to show you some photographs, and hopefully, with the court's permission, may I publish those to the jury, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
First of all, State's Exhibit number 1, and again, I'm going back to February of last year, so hopefully you've remembered. Do you recognize this? I guess it's a Google photograph, aerial photograph of the retreat of Twin Lakes?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm going to, as best I can, blow up an area. You were living at this residence right here, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the backyard we're talking about in the sidewalk, or I think people have referred to it as dog path, would this be it right here?
Yes.
Okay. So is the area that you're talking about, am I circling it right here?
Yes.
Okay, and for the record, that was State's Exhibit number 1, and I've just emphasized a part of that exhibit. Sir, I'm showing you now State's Exhibit number 6. Can you make out your backyard on that exhibit, sir?
I guess.
Okay. Would this have been Miss Lauer's residence and your residence is right here, the backyard?
Yes.
Okay, or the back sliding glass door?
Correct.
Okay. I neglected to ask you about the conditions in terms of the weather that night. February 26, 2012, at around 7:05, 7:10, 7:15 p.m. Is it safe to assume that it was dark at that time, sir?
Yes.
And do you recall the weather condition in terms of whether it was raining, snowing, or what was going on?
Definitely wasn't snowing, but it was very nasty outside.
Okay. And nasty meaning the rain and et
It
cetera?
was raining off and on all night.
Okay. State Exhibit number 7. Are you able to tell there what we're looking at?
Yes.
Okay. And from this vantage point, would this be the, I guess, the dog receptacle that I'm circling right here?
Yes.
And this would be going towards, your residence would be over here to this side somewhere?
Yes.
And I say your residence in terms of back in February of last year, the backyard, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 33, this would have been your residence right here back in February of 2012, and this would have been Ms. Good's residence?
Incorrect.
Okay. I'm sorry, tell me what State's
You
Exhibit
said
30
Miss Good. We don't live in separate homes.
I meant Miss Lauer. I apologize. I don't want to get you in trouble with your wife now. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. Miss Lauer's, excuse me.
Correct.
Okay. And for the record, your, the street address is right there in the front of that residence, correct? 1221?
That's not the street address. That's
I'm
the
sorry,
number
the
of the
numerical
home.
address to the residence.
Yes.
Okay. And for the record, that is Twin Tree Lane, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Waldrop, I've messed up the exhibit. Oh, thank you. I'm going to show you now State's Exhibit 39. Do you recognize that photograph? And I realize it's a daytime photograph.
Yes.
And the backyard we're talking about, is this right here?
Yes.
And can you see, I guess, do I have the cursor or the arrow in what have been your sliding glass door, the blinds you're talking about?
That would be the one on the left, actually,
Okay.
if that's what you're referring to.
Yes, right, okay. And okay, all right. And this would have been Ms. Lauer's back porch at that time, back in February of last year?
Correct.
Okay. That's all the photographs I had of you, but I do need the assistance of Madam Clerk. We have an exhibit, the big diagrams that are in evidence. I don't think they're out here. We may. Do I need to get them from somewhere? Okay. May I have the court's assistance, Madam?
Yes, you may.
Thank you, ma'am. Just the two big ones. Thank you, Mr. Guy. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Mr. Good, I'm going back to February of last year. I'm State Exhibit 139. Did you live at, right here at 1221?
Yes.
Okay. And in terms of this exhibit, State's Exhibit 139, back in February of 2012, when you lived right here at 1221, there's a depiction of a person there. Is this about the area where you're describing you saw?
Beginning or end?
Tell me if using this, just kind of point where you, in the beginning and the end, that as best you can recall when you observed something in there and then went back inside.
Yes.
Okay, all right. And you mentioned concrete. Is this the sidewalk we're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Good, you went back inside, called 911. At some point, do you hear a gunshot?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall whether that was before you called 911, doing the 911 call, or after the 911 call?
I believe it was while it was dialing.
Okay. In terms of how long, do you know how long it took you to dial? Did you do it, I mean, did you run to your phone and grab it, or did it take you a minute? Did you say to your wife, honey, I did go outside, sorry? Or do you recall how long it took?
Oh, she could see me. No, it was probably right inside. I usually keep my phone next to me.
Okay. And do you believe the 911 call, I'm sorry, the shot was while you were dialing, or you were actually on the line?
When I was on the line waiting to get picked up, correct.
Okay. If I may have a moment, Your Honor. When you went back inside and you heard a gunshot, prior to that, did you hear any more help, yells for help at all?
I don't think I was even focusing on that.
Okay, you were just focusing on calling 911?
Yes.
Okay. In terms of the, I think you stated 3 cries for help or 3 statements of help when you went outside and there was 2 people there?
I think I stated 1, 2 maybe.
Oh, okay, I apologize.
Could have been
1 or 2.
possibly 3. I don't know.
Okay, don't want you to guess, but you're definite 1 or 2.
Yes.
Was it all one voice or was it more than one voice?
It sounded to be the same voice.
And you're not able to identify that voice, or are you able to identify it?
Not 100%, no.
And to make sure the record's clear, what you heard when you looked out there and saw the 2 individuals and you heard one say help, did you only hear help, help, or did you hear anything else other than help, help?
That's all I heard.
Thank you. I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you. Mr. O'Mara?
No, my cross will probably be as long as directed. You know, if this was a time for a break, or just wait until I'm done with cross. I need a few minutes with exhibits, but up to the jury. I
To the
guess.
jury. Does anybody need a break at this time? No?
Okay.
We'll wait.
Maybe a couple minutes for
Sure.
some exhibits, and I'll be ready. Morning, sir.
Morning.
Don't really want to be here, do you?
I guess it has to be done.
Sure. You were very reluctant to be involved in the case at all, correct?
Correct.
Had only been one of the witnesses who requested that your anonymity be continued because of your concerns about your involvement in the case.
Correct.
You understand that though we were able to accomplish that up until today, or I guess openings, that we couldn't do it because of the way the process works.
Correct.
Still willing, of course, as you are, to come here and tell us as best you can recall what you said and what you saw both that night and what you told other people, correct?
Yes.
Let's then talk about that night, and Mr. Delarondo walked you through it. I want to try and do it after defining some of the terms that you used to make sure that it's very clear. You're watching TV, correct? And you
Yes.
first hear some noise outside that gets your attention, correct?
Yes.
And I think you said that was sort of just noise or yells or something, wasn't it?
I didn't say yells.
What did you say? I'm sorry.
I just said a noise in the distance.
Okay. May I first look at this one? And just to orient both you and the jury, I'm going to look at this from behind you. It's been identified that you live here, correct, or lived there back
Correct.
then. And that I think you said the noise came from as you're looking out which way when you first heard the noise.
When I first heard the noise,
Yeah.
I wasn't looking out, so I couldn't tell which way it came from.
Could you tell at all from what direction?
Just that it was faint and seemed like it was getting closer.
Okay. Could it have been from this area, for example?
I thought we weren't speculating.
I'm just asking what your opinion is. It could have been.
Objection, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Okay. So that got your attention enough that you turned off or muted the TV, right?
I muted the TV, correct?
Okay. And then what was the very next thing that caught your attention?
I heard it again, but it seemed like it was getting a little louder.
Could you
which
tell at that point where it was coming from?
It just seemed like it was getting closer
Okay.
to where I was.
And in response to that, what'd you do?
That's when we muted the TV again, and I proceeded to the sliding glass door.
So there was a time in between the two where you turned the TV down because of the first noise, turned the TV back on.
Yes.
And do you recall about how long of a time that was between the two?
No.
Could you have said previously that it was maybe a couple of minutes?
Well, you were wanting a time frame, so yes.
No, it's okay.
Yeah.
I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you had said it was a couple of minutes, right?
Sure.
Okay. Does that sound about right still?
I guess. Like I said, we weren't keeping track of time, so it
Sure.
could have been a couple minutes.
All right. And then the next noise got your attention. You muted the TV again, and what else did you do?
That's when we muted the TV and I went to the sliding glass door.
Okay. And looked outside, and I want you to say again what you saw, but then I'm going to ask you to break a little bit along the way because I want to define some terms, okay? So when you first looked out after that second noise, what did you see?
I couldn't really tell what was out there.
Okay. Tell us as best you can your view and what it was.
Like I said, I couldn't tell what was actually out there, so that's when I opened the sliding glass door, opened the screen, and took a step out to see what was going on to get a better view.
Okay. And tell us what you saw.
It looked like I said, maybe possibly a dog tussle, but I could only see one person out there at that
Okay.
time.
You used the terms vertical, horizontal, and I want to just sort of clarify those so that we're on the same page. I'm going to use horizontal as being laying flat on the ground. Okay?
Well, that's your perception of it. If you're looking at them, that would be horizontal a different way.
Okay? That's why I want to clear it up. I'm going to suggest and see if we can agree for this conversation that horizontal would mean that they're laying on the ground flat. I'm not saying anyone was yet, we'll get to that, but that the term horizontal means basically you are laying on the ground flat.
They were laying on the ground.
Okay. And then vertical would be, as I am now, standing up vertical, and we'll get to some more in a minute, but right now, can we agree that I'm standing up vertically?
Correct.
Okay. With that in mind, as best you can, describe the scene that you saw from your perspective. And first tell me about how far away this was that you were looking at.
It was closer to the sidewalk, but not on the sidewalk.
Okay, about 15, 20 feet?
I guess, yes.
Okay. If the sidewalk was about 20 feet away from your porch to the sidewalk was about 20 feet, would that be close to accurate?
20 feet from the slab of concrete on my porch
Yes.
to the sidewalk?
Yes.
I guess.
Okay. Let's use that for now, and we'll see how we can tie that up in a little bit.
Okay.
About how far then, was it about that 20 feet, almost to the pathway or the concrete path?
Yeah, it was close to the sidewalk.
Okay. And again, tell me now, using the terms we've agreed to, what was it that you remember seeing?
They were laying on the ground, and if you fell back vertically, that's how I would be looking at them.
So if I was on my back vertically, that was one of the people?
That was how I could see it. But
Okay.
the one on that I could see in the beginning, his back was towards me, but facing downward.
Okay. Well, let me say it like this, if I might approach it somewhat. The person that you could see, you said you saw his back?
Hmm.
Was he like this?
At the beginning, no.
Okay. How was he? And just sort of point me how he was when you first saw him.
You'd have to go all the way to the ground.
Over more. Like that?
No. It was more just flat on flat.
Okay. So one person horizontal on top of the other?
Correct.
Okay. And then when did that change?
When it moved up to the sidewalk.
Okay. So as we now move closer to the sidewalk, what is the positioning of the two, or what you see?
It happened very quick,
Okay.
but that's when it was at more of a straddle position once it got onto the sidewalk.
And when you say straddle, can you explain that in more detail?
Do we get another
If you wish.
visual?
Sure.
No, I'm okay.
Let's try it this way. I want to do it so not just you get to embarrass me, but the jury gets to see it as well.
No, it was more just the person on top's legs were over the person on the bottom that was laying flat on the ground.
Okay. So now the person on top is in fact like this over the person on the bottom?
I would say that's accurate.
Okay. And the person on the bottom was laying flat?
Correct.
Could you tell if he was on his back or not?
He was on his back.
He was on his back. At this point, what's the person on the back wearing? I'm sorry, the person on the top whose back you can see wearing?
It was the same person that was on the top when they were T-shaped to the sidewalk.
Okay, so they did
dark
not.
colors.
I'm sorry. They did not change positions, did they?
No.
Except one, the one on top in the black, actually instead of laying down on the guy on the bottom, was now straddling him, correct?
Correct.
And they are now closer to the cement pathway, correct?
They would be on the cement at that point.
On the cement. And what movement were you, I want you to sort of walk us through that, but at the point now, tell me when your focus of attention is really on what they're doing. Is it at this point with the straddling?
Well, it was on the entire time, but like I said, it was only probably 8 to 10 seconds from what I remember because it was so quick.
You
But
had
when-
said, I'm sorry, you were saying?
But when they were on the concrete, the position was with arm movement going downward.
From the time that you were first stepped out to watch them until the time you turned back around was about 8 to 10 seconds, correct?
I would say because it was very quick.
So
it
8 to
wasn't-
10 seconds?
Yeah,
Let's-
it wasn't a long time. No.
Okay. Mr. Delaround asked you if it could have been as little as 2, and I thought you said yes, but it was a lot more than 2, wasn't it?
I didn't state the entire thing was 2 seconds. No.
Let's do that then. The entire time that you were actually watching what was going on,
8 to 10 seconds
8 to
probably.
10 seconds.
Yes.
And that's when you had your focus specifically on what turned out to be, as we now know, Trayvon Martin and George Zimmerman, right?
Correct.
You didn't know it then, but now we know who they were.
Yes.
So 8 to 10 seconds you were watching them do whatever was happening.
I would say yes.
Okay. And you were talking about a movement or a struggle that you saw. Tell me more about that. What
At
did
the
you
beginning
see?
or the end or the whole thing?
Beginning, at the beginning.
Like I said, when I walked out, it looked like it was only one person. Then I could see a second person, and it looked more of just a tussle. And that's when I thought it got serious, when it moved up to the sidewalk and he was more in a straddle position and arm movements were going downward. But I couldn't 100% say those were actually strikes or if they were just arm movement going downward.
Of course, because you are trying, as you testify here today, to be extraordinarily literal, aren't you? Be very careful that what you say is only what you saw.
Well, that would have been through the whole thing because that's the same thing I said in a deposition.
Sure. And even in your initial statement, when you first had an opportunity to talk to an officer about this, the very first time, you explained as best you can recall what you saw, right?
Correct.
And what you saw was the person on top in an MMA-style straddle position, correct?
Correct.
That was further described, was it not, as being ground and pound,
Correct.
right? What is ground and pound, as you
That's
define
usually
it?
what takes place in that type of position.
Sure. So MMA, to the extent that you're aware of it, and MMA is mixed martial arts,
Correct.
you knew it enough to start giving terminology like ground and pound to what you saw, right?
That was the first thing that came to my mind, yes.
That the person on top was ground and pounding the person on the bottom?
That's what it looked like, yes.
So, explain what ground and pound is in your mind.
The person on top being able to punch the person on the bottom, but the person on the bottom also has a chance to get out or punch the person on top. It's back and forth.
Sure. And which is the dominant position?
It would be the top position.
Because why?
For most people, that would be the dominant position.
Because you're on top of the other person, right?
Usually that's a positive, I would think.
Sorry, it distracted me a bit, so I want to make sure it didn't distract the jury, and I apologize for that. So I'm going to go back, even though I know that you answered it, I didn't fully absorb it. So let's just start by telling me again what ground and pound is.
It's usually when the person's on top in a mounted position, I believe, in the dominant position. But like I said, the person on the bottom is able to, get out of that position or, throw punches back. But I did not see any of that.
Okay. The dominant position of being on top is because you actually have all of your weight on the person's hips, right, holding them down?
Correct.
And from that position, the person on the bottom really can't move very much and can't get very much movement or very much leverage, can they?
I guess that depends on the type of person that's on the bottom.
Sure. And how well trained they are in MMA, right?
I don't know if you have to be trained, but I'm sure some other things come into play. I don't know.
Okay. Yet the person on top in that dominant position then has his arms free, right?
Correct.
Might have the person on the bottom's arms actually under his knees in that position, right?
What objective speculation versus at the scene or MMA in general?
Well, at the scene, speculation sustained as to MMA, I think you need to lay a better bracket.
Sure. I mean, you've watched MMA fights enough to know what ground and pound is, right?
Sure.
And in certain ground and pound positions, they can actually, the person in the dominant position on top can actually get the guys on the bottom arms under his knees so that he virtually has free access to rain blows down upon him, right?
Well, I would think that would mean his arms were above his head or close to his head, but no, I don't know.
Okay. Nonetheless, the person on top has his arms free, correct?
Correct.
And in this, now let's go to this case that night that you saw. The person who you now know to be Trayvon Martin was on top, correct?
Correct.
And he was the one who was raining blows down on the person on the bottom, George Zimmerman, right?
That's what it looked like.
Okay.
Correct.
Now, and I said a moment ago you were literal because you couldn't actually see fist hit face, right?
No.
Because it was blocked by what?
I didn't say it was blocked. I said it was dark out.
Okay. And you were looking at Trayvon Martin's back, right? Wasn't that what was towards you?
Incorrect.
Then
On
tell
the
me what it was.
sidewalk, they're side to me because they're laying on the sidewalk, which would be going lateral to my
Oh,
house.
that's right. When they
Or
time,
parallel.
by the time they got up to the sidewalk, they had sort of moved into a position where it was a little bit more, you can see what would have been George's left side or right side?
It would have been his right arm.
Okay, his right arm was towards you, and then Trayvon Martin's left side would have been a bit more towards you, right?
Correct.
And then that's when you saw him striking down?
That's when it looked like, yes, arm movement going downward.
How many
Correct.
times do you think, if you had
I
to
have
guess?
no idea. As soon as I saw the movement going downward, that's when I turned around and went back inside.
That's when you knew it was very serious?
Yes. it looked like it was getting serious, and it wasn't just someone playing around.
And that's where you can hear George Zimmerman screaming for help, right?
Incorrect.
What was it? When was it?
That was in the beginning when I finally saw someone under the person on top.
And I apologize for not asking the question the right way. When was the first time that you heard the person on the bottom scream for help?
When I initially went outside, didn't see a second person, then I could see a second person, and it sounded like it was coming from the person on the bottom, because usually when someone's on top, the person on the bottom is the one screaming or yelling. And that was when I heard that, but I didn't hear anything after that.
Okay. And balancing, you're trying to be literal and just tell us exactly what you remember observing, and using your common sense. Do you think that it was the person on the bottom who was screaming for help?
I mean, rationally thinking, I would think so.
Okay. Matter of fact, I think you said in response to Mr. Delarounde's question, had it been Trayvon Martin screaming for help, since his back was to you, it would have had to be going, the yell would be going away from you, and I think you said it would have to bounce off the wall before you heard
I mean, I
it.
think it would sound different.
Okay.
That's why in my head I thought it was coming from the person on the bottom.
And the sound that you heard was sounding like a person screaming from 15 or 17 feet away, almost directly at you, right?
It sounded like it was coming towards me, correct.
Okay. Now, and I'm sorry to jump back to that. I apologize. So they are now moved up. They're now in the true ground and pound position. And Mr. Delarounde, I think, made some histrionics about what you heard and what you didn't hear. So I now have to do it as well. Okay? Did you hear something like this?
No.
Okay. Could something like that have happened without you being able to hear it?
Speculation.
Sustained.
Were you paying attention to the noise of the ground and pound that you were watching?
Probably not. I was just seeing to make sure if it was serious or not, and that's when I went back inside.
Okay. Have you ever heard the sound of a skull being smacked against concrete?
I can't remember.
Have you heard the sound of a fist driving into a nose or a head or a face?
I can't remember.
So while it wasn't the histrionics that Mr. Delarounde suggested, it certainly could have occurred that Mr. Trayvon Martin was hitting Mr. Zimmerman, but you just don't remember today the sound of that?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained. Rephrase your question.
Sure, I'll rephrase it. You're certainly not telling this jury that you're certain that Mr. Martin wasn't striking George Zimmerman in the face, right?
Can you repeat that?
Yeah. You're certainly not telling this jury that you know that Mr. Martin was not striking George Zimmerman in the face. You just
I
don't.
can't 100% confirm that that was happening.
Right. And you just don't want to say that Trayvon Martin was taking George Zimmerman's head and hitting it on the cement because you didn't actually see that, correct?
Yeah, I couldn't see that.
Okay. And it was because of the darkness and the positioning of the people?
Yes.
Okay. You, of course, have testified during your deposition and other times regarding what you heard and the disparity or the seeming disparity between what you remember hearing and what the 911 call seems to indicate, right?
If you're referring to the call you played in my deposition, yes.
Yes. It just doesn't seem like the same screams to you, does it?
Well, one's coming from an audio and one I was hearing in person, so it didn't sound the same to me.
So
no.
you perceived them differently than you heard on the 911 call, correct?
Yes.
You're certainly not suggesting to this jury that they're not the same screams from different perspectives, are you?
I couldn't say.
Okay. You are aware that Ms. Lauer's call to 911 was timed perfectly with the screams that she heard and, of course, the gunshot that you heard, correct?
What do you mean?
Okay. You heard the gunshot, correct?
Correct.
And you've also heard that gunshot on Miss Lauer's tape, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So going back in time from the gunshot backwards on Miss Lauer's tape, you heard on Miss Lauer's tape that there was probably 40 seconds worth of screaming that was recorded on that call, correct?
Objection, it's speculation in terms of the time.
He can testify if he knows.
Sure.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. You remember listening. I tell you what, here's what we'll do. If we might just have a moment, I'm going to let you listen to Miss Lauer's call again. And I want you, when you're listening to it, I want you to think through. I will tell you that 45 seconds into the phone call, you're going to hear the gunshot.
Mm-hmm.
So be ready for that, because I want you to then testify what you remember seeing sort of in timeline with when you remember hearing the shot, okay?
I wouldn't be able to tell you.
I'm going to let you hear the tape, and then
Okay.
we'll go from there. If I might have a moment to set that up, Your Honor. And just for the record purposes, Your Honor, I'll identify the exhibit number in just a moment. This is, of course, the evidence of Ms. Lauer's telephone call that's already been put in evidence.
It's number 158.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. If you're ready. Sure.
911, do you need police, fire, medical?
Maybe both. I'm not sure. There's just someone screaming outside.
Okay, what's the address that they're near? Is this in the Twin Lake Towns in Sanford?
Yes.
Okay, and is it a male or female?
It sounds like a male.
And you don't know why?
I don't know why. I think they're yelling help, but I don't know. Just send someone quick. Say, stop.
Okay, does he look hurt to you?
I can't see him. I don't want to go out there. I don't know what's going on. So they're sending him.
So you think he's yelling help?
Yes.
All right, what is your number?
There's gunshots.
You just heard gunshots?
Yes.
Okay. You heard the gunshot towards the end of the recording?
Yes.
Okay. And I know, again, from different perspectives, but with your knowledge of the information of this case, that was the same gunshot that you heard from inside your house?
It didn't sound the same. It sounded more like a rock hitting my window because I was inside.
Of course. But I'm saying with your knowledge of the case now and your testimony here, you know it was the same gunshot, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it sounded much different from across the street, if you will, across the pathway and inside Miss Lauer's apartment, correct?
Correct.
You didn't hear your voice on that tape, though, did you?
No.
You obviously did say what you said to them, correct?
Correct.
And the mere fact that it doesn't show up on the tape doesn't suggest that you didn't say it, does it?
I know what I said.
Okay. Just wasn't recorded on the tape.
You're also talking about someone that's probably inside their house, and I'm
Sure.
around
Not
the corner.
challenging you, I'm sorry. Not
Okay.
challenging you. Ms. Lauer said she heard you as well. I'm not challenging what you said or not, just that it wasn't on the tape. Using that gunshot as a reference point, I want to sort of take you back in time just a little bit. Just before the call, a few seconds before the call, is when you turned around and went back inside your condo or your townhome? Is that accurate?
You said a few seconds before I made the call?
Before the gunshot? So using the gunshot as a point of reference, because you remember hearing the gunshot when you were dialing 911, correct?
I was inside, correct.
Yeah. So I'm trying to go backwards in time, if you don't mind me trying it this way. So you know the gunshot that you heard here was the gunshot that you heard, correct? Let's just go back. And when that gunshot happened, you were on the phone to 911. Or
I
just
was waiting for
dialing?
someone to pick me up, correct?
Okay. And then, of course, we heard your 911 call that says, just heard a gunshot.
Correct.
So your 911 call starts after the gunshot, correct?
Correct.
And it was only a few seconds before that gunshot that you were outside looking at the two individuals in the ground and pound positioning.
Correct.
You are certain, are you not, that it was the person on the bottom who was yelling to you?
Not 100% certain.
I'm sorry?
Not 100% certain. But it did sound like it was coming from the person on the bottom.
So when you say not 100%, I just want to drill into that a little bit. And again, knowing that you want to be literal and very cautious with what you testify to, but using your common sense, when you were listening to the sound of the yelling, where was it coming from?
It sounded like the person on the bottom.
And was it coming as though it was coming straight towards you, unobstructed?
I would say yes.
Could you relate any of those two helps, or how many helps did you hear?
It could have been 1, 2, possibly 3. I think it was only a few.
Okay, just a few. Could you relate those, now that you've listened to this tape, where that you may have heard those yelps or helps on this tape?
No.
The yells that you heard, however, or the helps that you heard, however many there were, it was always the same voice, correct?
That I personally heard?
Yes.
Yes.
There was no second voice yelling anything, was there?
Not that I heard.
And when you ran outside, or when you went outside that time that you went out to your porch, you actually told him to stop, right?
I said, "What's going on? Cut it out. Stop,"
Cut it out.
something like that.
Okay. And the person who we now know to be Trayvon Martin on top didn't stop, did he?
No one stopped.
He didn't even acknowledge that you were there?
I don't remember seeing anyone turn around.
Did he turn and look at you even?
No.
He just kept doing what he was doing,
Yes.
even though you asked him to stop.
I guess I asked him yes.
Mr. Delarianda asked you about a gun. You never saw a gun, did you?
No.
There wasn't a gun in anybody's hands that you could see, was there?
Not that I could see.
Did it seem like Mr. Zimmerman was trying, I'm talking now about the period of time where the ground and pound was occurring, the straddling. Did it seem like Mr. Zimmerman was trying to get up?
I didn't watch it long enough to even be able to tell on that. I might have stated when they were in the other position, it possibly looked like that, but not in the sidewalk part.
Oh, okay. And I, again, truly do appreciate you focusing on what you said and when you said it. But when they were one on top of the other before Mr. Martin got into the straddle position, that's when it looked to you like George was trying to get up? George Zimmerman was trying to get up?
Yes.
Okay. And how was he doing that?
Well, there's a person on top of him. I didn't think he wanted to stay on the ground.
Yeah, I'm just trying, if you would, for the jury to describe how it was that you saw Mr. Zimmerman trying to get up from the position with Trayvon Martin on top of him.
I couldn't tell you how he was trying to get up.
Can you just describe it for us?
What do you want me to describe if I can't tell you what it looked like?
Just trying to visualize for the jury what it was that when you said, the guy in the bottom trying to get up, what you meant by that.
Like I said, if a person's on top of you, you're not wanting to stay on the ground. So once again, rationally thinking, I was thinking the person on the bottom would be trying to get up.
And did you see any movements by George Zimmerman to accomplish that? Or was it just sort of a struggle that you saw him trying to get up? Which
I
one?
couldn't see anyone when I first went out there until he slid out from where I could actually see him a little bit. And that's when I knew it was a second person, and that's when I figured the person on the bottom was trying to get up.
When was the first time that you noticed Mr. Zimmerman's clothing?
Just as I just stated.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Just as I just stated right before, in that very initial.
Okay, and then you could see that he was wearing red?
It was a different color than the person on top was wearing, yes, red or white.
So, going through now for a moment your statements and who you first spoke with and when. You first had an opportunity to speak to, do you recall the first person that you did?
And what do you mean by speak to? First
Or write out a
statement?
statement or do
That
anything?
would have been the police.
I'm sorry?
That would have been the police.
Okay. And you recall filling out a handwritten statement yourself?
Yes.
And do you perceive any inconsistencies in your testimony today and what you wrote out on the statement?
I would say the only thing I did was clarify,
Today?
or in any other statements that I had from that first one.
Okay. You were consistent back then that it was a straddle position where the person on top was straddling the person on the bottom in red, and the person on the bottom was getting hit, was yelling help, correct?
But I didn't mean to say that they were yelling help while they were getting hit.
Okay,
That was clarifying, and also what was being done was clarified.
gotcha. And then you also talked to Investigator Serino,
Correct.
and that was that same day?
Later that night.
Okay. And you gave him an oral or recorded statement, correct?
Correct.
And it was in that statement the same day that you described the straddle position as being an MMA style, correct?
Correct.
And it was that very night when the words ground and pound first were talked about, correct?
Correct.
And then you also talked to the media, actually found you out, didn't they? I think next day or two.
They came to my house every day and pretty much harassed us for the next 6 months.
And until you realized, I guess, that you could close the door and not answer it, you actually answered one door knock, and they sort of had a reporter there talking to you with you behind the door. Remember that?
That was the next morning, correct?
Mm-hmm. And similarly, you told them the same thing that we've talked about here today, right? The guy on the bottom in the red was getting beat up.
Correct.
And also, as well, saying that at that point that he was yelling for help.
Correct.
Then about a month later, FDLE, John Batchelor, spoke with you at an extended interview where he went over the same information.
I had another interview in between that with Serino again.
Oh, you are right. Again, except for clarifying what was happening, no inconsistencies with the story that you gave the first night, correct?
Just clarifying.
And then we get to John Batchelor's conversation.
Correct.
He went into greater detail, correct, about what happened?
Excuse me?
He went into pretty good detail with you about what happened?
In detail of what happened from my point of view? Because
Exactly,
he didn't know.
yeah.
Yes.
He had to explain a lot about it.
Yes.
And again, everything in there you still stand by and was consistent with what you've told us here today and every other statement you've given, correct?
Yes.
Tell me why you initially thought that this just, Tell me why you initially thought that this may have just been a dog fight of some sort. Why did that come to mind?
Like I said, we have a lot of dogs that get walked back there. Maybe a dog got loose. I have no idea. It was Daytona 500 weekend. People were probably partying.
Any problems that you have actually in the neighborhood with dogs or dogs getting loose or anything?
Nothing out of the ordinary from just getting off the leash, maybe.
I have a moment to approach the clerk, Your Honor. Number 4. Let me show you what is in evidence as State's Exhibit 45. You can take a look at that for a moment. Do you recognize who that is?
No. Now I do. Not at the time.
Right, at the time you didn't. That person, is that the clothing that you saw that night?
I can't say it's exactly the clothing, but it was definitely a red or a lighter color.
Okay. Does that red seem like the color red that you saw on the bottom that night?
Possibly.
Okay. Just one more moment, Your Honor, almost done. Just have a moment before the clerk again, just to identify this photograph. Rather than wasting time, what I think I'll do is show it to him, not publish it to the jury until I identify the number, just so we can clarify that. It's in evidence, I just can't find the number just yet. I might have posted with this one.
Yes, you may.
I can take a look at this. I actually do need to mark this one out on top of the show. Defendant's double E for identification purposes for right now. And can you tell me, is the clothing that that person wearing similar to the clothing on the person who is on top?
The person on the right, yes.
Okay, so yeah, certainly not the 7-Eleven clerk. I apologize. The person on the in the center of the photograph.
Correct.
Person to the right. Similar clothing to the person that you saw on top on night of
Same
February
colors,
22nd?
yes.
Thank you. like to enter that into evidence, Your Honor? I would not mind suggesting there's no objection. I mean, if there's no objection.
Is there any objections?
I have no objection.
Okay, that'll come in as Defense Exhibit 18. And that's double E.
Yeah, I'd like to quickly respond to the jury, if I might. During your interview, you had actually prepared a sketch of what you saw that night. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Any objection to just putting this in as evidence? It's simply a blow-up.
This is his.
That's
No objections?
No, I apologize. No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, it'll come in as Defense Exhibit number 19.
Thank you. Again, may I have first, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Can you identify this as a blow-up of a sketch that you prepared?
Yes, it's my horrible stick figures.
Okay, well, in addition to not knowing how long you've been married, now we know your artistic abilities, but let's do this if you would. Explain to the jury what you intended to do with this sketch and then tell us what it depicts.
What I tried to do is say where the door in the house that I came out of was, where they first were, who was on top, who was on bottom, and then where it moved to.
Okay. So to clarify, this is your patio area,
Correct.
and this was what your perspective you were looking out at this scene here first?
First, correct.
Okay. This scene really belongs here, just later in time? Is that
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a progressive,
right?
supposedly supposed to be a progressive
Right.
picture.
So this is what you're looking at from here to here first,
Correct.
and from here to here second,
Mhm.
although this path is actually the same path, correct?
Correct. And then the third one is where, away from where I saw him on the second part, the body ended up.
Okay, so tell me the legend, if you would, and explain what you were indicating with this.
This is depicting them laying how I was stating earlier, the one on the black top on top and the one on the red and white on bottom.
Okay,
And then it moves to the sidewalk, laying this way,
okay.
with still the person with the black shirt on top and the red shirt on bottom.
Okay, is this now where they're in the straddle position
Correct.
with Trayvon Martin on top?
Yeah, I could not draw that.
That's fine, but I just want to orient the jury to that's what we're talking about, right?
Yes.
And then tell me what this number 3 is right here.
3 is when I went upstairs while I was still on phone with 911 and looked down, and the body was, I don't know, it's not in the same position that I left him in.
Right, you left them in, they were more closer and actually had part of their bodies on the cement pathway, correct?
They were on the sidewalk, yes, and then the body was closer to where I was,
Right, and
After.
so when you looked out from, did you look out from upstairs?
upstairs.
Then you saw Trayvon Martin's body, correct? Between the pathway and your complex, your townhome.
Correct.
Okay. And I see you have again a stick figure. Have you seen the photographs taken of Trayvon Martin as he lay just after the shot?
I do not believe so.
Would you defer to do you know did you see anyone move the body at all?
I
after
think
you
I
saw
believe
it?
I saw him flip him because he was laying face down,
Okay.
flip him over and try to give him CPR.
So when you first saw him from upstairs, he was laying face down.
Correct.
Did you see the other person?
He was on the sidewalk,
Okay.
standing up.
Okay. Did you see anybody else? A man with a flashlight?
That's when
right?
the guys from the flashlights came around the corner.
Okay. So, from the time of the gunshot, when you were just on the phone calling 911, to the time when you looked out to see Trayvon Martin's body in the position you just described it, and George Zimmerman, I think you said walking about how long was that delay?
I don't know. I'm sure if you splice the phone call, you could figure that out to the T.
Okay, so if we were to look at your phone call, you sort of acknowledge having just heard the gunshot, correct? And then you also acknowledge, I see someone outside, correct?
Correct.
And that's about the timeline that you would say was accurate as to
That's when I'm walking upstairs. Yes.
having heard the gunshot, walk upstairs. Tell me, if you would, I'm sorry. Tell the jury, if you would, you hear the gunshot when you are dialing 911, then tell me your movement until you get to an area where you can see Trayvon Martin's body.
It was a walking movement upstairs as I was trying to spell out twin trees 3 times. And when I finally made it to the bathroom area is when I looked down because we have a window, and that's when I saw the body.
Okay. I'm just going to ask you to do it a little bit slower. Were you actually still on the staircase when you were dialing 911?
I was possibly heading up at that time
Up the staircase?
when I finally got a hold of him.
Okay.
Her.
Continued walking, got out. Did you go into one of the back bedrooms?
The master bedroom.
And is there a balcony or some window out there?
There's a window in the bathroom and a window in the actual room.
And which window did you look out?
I believe it was the bathroom window.
Okay. Again, it is what it is, but could have been one of the 2 windows.
I believe it was the bathroom window.
And we will defer the exact timing. Do you remember when you were on the phone with the 911 operator that you said something acknowledging that you had just seen the body at the time you saw it?
I don't understand the question.
Yeah,
Can you
I
repeat it?
just kept rolling on. I apologize. If we're going to listen to the 911 tape, on that tape, there's a time when you say, there's somebody outside and I think he's dead.
Mm-hmm.
Was that the precise moment or very close in time to when you saw the body you just described?
That's when I looked down.
And you saw it?
Correct.
So we can defer to the tape then for a pretty much exact time delay between the shot and when you saw the body.
Not the exact time the shot was fired, but from when I stated I just heard a shot when I was on the phone with him, yes.
Got it. I might have a moment. Yes, Then just to clarify the last thing we talked about. You look out and you see Trayvon Martin's body. And then you said you saw George Zimmerman walking about, correct?
Standing, walking, yes,
Okay,
but on the
sure.
sidewalk.
And then you also said you saw 2 guys with flashlights?
I think it was 2 guys with flashlights coming around the corner.
Okay. Could you tell, in fact, that one of them was an officer?
No.
Okay.
I just saw a flashlight.
Because again, at this point, it's still quite dark out there, correct?
Correct.
I couldn't tell if you said that your porch light was on.
It was on.
Okay. Was it on the whole night?
Yes.
Okay. And it's one of those porch lights that point down, correct?
It's a light bulb inside of a globe.
Right, above, in the ceiling above.
Correct.
It's not one of these lights that illuminate the outside area,
It's
correct?
not a floodlight, no.
Okay. Does it illuminate outside of the porch area at all?
Maybe just a little bit.
A few feet?
I would say possibly, yes.
Certainly not enough to increase your ability to see what you've now talked about happening near the pathway, though, correct?
No.
And the voice screaming for help, however many times that you heard it, it was just one person's voice?
When I heard it outside,
Yes.
I believe it was just one person's voice, yes.
And you now believe that that was George Zimmerman's voice, correct?
I never said that.
Do
I
you
said
believe?
it could have been his, but I was not 100% sure.
I'm not asking for 100% certainty. I'm asking you to use your common sense and to tell us if you think that that was George Zimmerman's voice screaming for help, the person on the bottom.
That's just my opinion.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. Have you read it right?
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, we may.
I can borrow Mr. Guy's water, and may I borrow your water too? When you first saw them, sir, you saw like this, right?
Correct.
That demonstrates the truth. Is this what we're talking about, right?
Correct.
You saw one person on top of the other.
Correct.
You don't know how they got there, right?
No.
The second time you saw them, one was on top of like this, but this person on top was straddled,
Correct.
right? But the feet were definitely, from your vantage point, to the right, as you drew in the diagram right here.
Feet, yes.
I apologize. Yes, sir.
Heads were towards,
The heads were towards the T.
correct.
Is that correct?
The T of the sidewalk.
Yes, I apologize. The T is the sidewalk, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I apologize. Let me get you back here a while. I think I got the right. You were asked about statements you gave, interviews you gave. Forget about the news. You originally talked to an officer, right, at the scene
Correct.
that night. Then you ended up talking to a detective later on, correct?
Correct.
And then you ended up talking to somebody from FDLE, correct?
Are you going in order of all the times
I
I
think
spoke
I've
to
got that
someone?
right. Well, I'll skip the news right now.
Okay.
Right, you talked to somebody from FDLE.
I believe I did another interview with Sereno on the phone as
I
well.
apologize. Serena on the phone, right? And then you ended up at some point talking to me, and I took a statement from you, too.
I went FDLE, then you, yes, correct.
Yes. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that certain questions were not asked of you at the beginning that were asked later on in the later interviews?
New questions, correct.
Right?
Yeah.
In the first interview, you were not asked to elaborate on certain things that later on at the end you were asked to elaborate, correct?
Correct.
In other words, nobody had asked you before whether you heard this, correct?
No.
And I asked you that, correct?
Yes.
And you did not, for purpose of the record, hear that, correct?
No.
In fact, what Mr. O'Mara said, not getting into, but he actually pounded on the cement here, you did not hear that either, correct?
No.
Now, one of the interviews I believe you gave with Sereno, Mr. O'Mara asked you about ground and pound.
Correct.
Do you recall that? Could it be that it was investigator Sereno that used the words ground and pound and not you?
I believe it was me because it was in my initial statement as well.
Okay. So you initially, in the original statement to the officer, put ground and pound?
Possibly.
Okay. You know, I'm going to show you this, and may I approach the witness, Sean?
You should have it marked for an identification exhibit. Yeah, I need a paper change here. It's for identification. It's marked for identification purposes.
Okay, I've seen it. Yes, thank you.
May I approach the witness, Sean? You ready? To show you what's been marked for identification purposes, 25.
It should be 2S.
I'm sorry, 2S, I apologize. Just read it. and see if you use the words ground and pound there.
Is the proper impeachment, Your Honor? I don't know if that's what's
don't
going
know.
on, but,
I don't know if it's impeachment or recollection.
okay.
Is there an objection?
I withdraw it then, until we see where it goes.
I say ground getting hit.
Okay. But would you agree that in that interview with the first officer, you did not use the words ground and pound?
It wasn't an interview, it was a written statement.
I apologize.
So by the time I probably gave my testimony to Sereno, I might have thought about that's what it looked like to give a better description.
Yes, sir. And you believe that you used the words ground and pound in the better description to Sereno, is that correct?
I believe that's better described, yes.
Okay. So you elaborated a little bit more from the
Yes.
first, correct?
I
And then you
clarified.
elaborated a little more in deposition too, correct?
I clarified,
You had to clarify certain things, would that be accurate?
yes,
And why was it? You felt it was important to clarify certain things that you had previously said or
to
elaborate?
give a better visual.
Okay. Now, let me have a moment, Your Honor. I apologize. I'm going to ask you a few questions, then we'll come back to that if we could. The porch light, just to clarify, it's not on the ceiling, it's actually outside and it's attached to the wall, but it's high up.
It's like right at the catty corner of the ceiling and wall.
Okay. But it illuminates out into the yard.
I wouldn't say out into the yard, but it definitely illuminates that patio area.
The concrete slab.
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to have another object, Matt, marker location. You mentioned an interview you gave to Sereno. And that was on February 26th.
Would you just, I'm sorry, would you just identify the document?
Yes, ma'am.
I would just,
I'm going to introduce.
I think that if there's going to be any questions about this, I would ask that the audio be used as the impeachment or refreshing, and the reason why is because,
Okay, I don't,
Oh,
if
sorry.
there's an objection, I need to hear the objection. And I don't do speaking objections.
okay, so I'm going to be
So-
precise. Improper foundation.
Okay. He hasn't even had it identified. Can we wait for that? Don't answer any questions regarding that, but if you need him to identify it, you may do
Might I
so.
just confirm with counsel for a second?
Yes.
Let me ask you this. I'll be glad to clarify. You gave an interview with Detective Sereno, right?
Correct.
Okay. You used the word MMA, you
Correct.
recall? You believe you used the word ground and pound.
I believe so.
Could it
If
have
not,
been?
I did say getting hit on the ground, which would be
Okay.
equivalent in MMA as ground and pound.
Okay. Could it have been that Sereno used the word ground and pound?
It could have been.
Okay, thank you. But you, as best you could, in elaborating what you believe was going on there, used language based on MMA, what you had seen on TV and stuff like that.
To give
Correct.
a better description. Yes.
Is that correct?
Correct.
To describe the straddling position, one person over another.
Correct.
Okay. Did you mean to imply by that there was actually blows inflicted like they do on MMA?
Correct.
But did you actually see those blows going?
I only saw downward movement.
You can't say that there was actually blows inflicted on the person on the ground.
I could not see that.
Okay. You also were asked about the one, two, or three times you heard the word help.
Mhm.
You believe it was the person on the bottom. Is that correct?
I believe
You're
it
not
was.
100% sure, but you believe just because of, you believe that the person on the bottom would be the one yelling for help.
Correct.
Is that what your conclusion or common sense or assumptions is based on?
And that's when I first saw the person on the bottom, yes.
Okay. Now, and you said also, because I think if you felt the person on the top was yelling for help, that it would not have been able, you would not have come towards you, in other words, the voice would not have carried towards where you are, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, could it be that the person on top was yelling help, and since he was face up, face down, it would have been towards the ground and not you?
I would object on speculation.
He can testify as to what he has actually seen.
I didn't see anyone's mouth moving, so no, I can't confirm that.
You can't say that the person on the top was yelling for help, but his voice would have gone into the ground and you would not have been able to hear that. You can't say he wasn't yelling for help.
Well, that would have sounded muffled, I would think.
But did you hear that?
I didn't hear a muffled help. No.
Okay. And you never saw the person on the bottom's hands in terms of whether he had a gun or not at that time? You couldn't say?
No.
You couldn't say one way or the other, correct?
No.
And did I understand you correctly when you responded to Mr. Romera's question that you can't say whether the person on the bottom was trying to get up, correct? You can't say whether he was or not. He may have been. You don't know. And the
I
person-
stated the person on the bottom was probably trying to get up, but I couldn't confirm that. But anyone on the bottom, I would think, would be trying to get up.
Just from common sense.
Correct.
Correct?
Correct.
In the several statements that you gave, I know you gave several statements, I guess you felt the need, or you weren't either asked questions to specify certain things that you later were asked, correct? Is that
Correct.
correct? By the investigating agencies or whoever, correct?
Correct.
Or you felt the need that you needed to clarify or elaborate on certain things? Is that correct?
Yes, so words weren't put in my mouth, yes.
Does that mean that you were lying originally with what you said to the final statements that you gave?
Can you repeat that?
Does that mean that when you had to clarify or elaborate from the original statement you gave to the final statements that you gave, that you were lying originally?
Lying?
Yeah, does that mean that originally you were lying?
No.
Because you didn't clarify or you didn't elaborate, does that mean that originally you were lying because you weren't asked a certain question?
No, it was just the question was omitted.
The question was
never
never
asked.
asked of you?
Correct.
I don't know how moment. State's Exhibit 7 is, may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Mr. Good, you mentioned at the very end of, or towards the end of Mr. Romera's cross-examination, that you had gone upstairs, and I think you stated you looked out and you saw what you now know is the victim, Trayvon Martin, on the ground. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then at some point you saw the person you now know is the defendant, Mr. Zimmerman, standing up, correct?
Correct.
And then you saw one or two guys with flashlights.
Correct.
Is that, do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Let me show you State's Exhibit 77. You recall when you looked out, Mr. Martin being like that?
No, it was opposite view, so I would be looking the opposite way. But Yes, the body did look like that.
The body looked in this position?
If
No,
I
no.
was standing over there looking that way, yes.
Okay. My point is, the body was face down.
Face down, yes.
Your Honor, may I publish that to the jury?
Yes, you may.
And Mr. Good, just make clear, State's Exhibit 77, your vantage point would have been different, but the body was in this position, in other words, face down.
Correct.
And you talked a lot about MMA. Are you MMA trained at all?
I don't think I'm in shape to do that now.
Okay. And do you know whether either Mr. Zimmerman or Mr. Martin were MMA trained at all?
I didn't know either people.
Thank you. No further questions.
Just a few on the new areas that we're going into.
Do we need, anybody need a break? Yes, okay. Can we,
It's going to be about 5 or 10 minutes, but no more
Can
than
you
that,
wait?
but your call.
okay, go ahead.
You can wait.
I'll talk to the jury, not you. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry, Ron.
Thank you.
If I could have this marked here. You marked it, you know?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
It's State 2S.
Objection to moving into evidence?
Pardon?
Objection to moving into evidence?
Yeah, it shouldn't be moved to evidence. It was to clarify so he could read it.
Well, okay, may I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
Is this a copy of your statement given that night, most contemporaneous with what was happening?
Yes.
Is that the document that you were questioned about as far as what words you used and how you wrote down what you perceived at the first opportunity that you had to perceive it?
I wasn't questioned about it, but I was given it to write a statement.
Okay, and that is accurate, is it not, as you wrote that night?
From what I saw that night, yes.
Okay, I'll move this into evidence, Your Honor, as our next exhibit.
Standing objection, Your Honor.
Okay, please approach.
Sorry, Mr. Good, for the delay.
The statement that you gave to Chris Serino, the chief investigator Serino on this case, that was correct as best you could remember the incident the way you viewed it, right?
Correct.
Now, as you went along the way, I think you gave 4 or 5 statements altogether, right?
Probably.
Yeah. They were all somewhat different, would you agree?
What do you mean different?
Oh, they weren't exactly word for word, each one of them, were they? I think Mr. Delarianda said you would clarify certain things, correct?
Yes.
Add to what you thought needed to be added, correct?
Add but not change.
Sure. You would, if questions were asked of you, that would prompt you to tell more information about a subject that you may not have told before, correct?
Correct.
Matter of fact, we talked about this statement, not to show it to you to read, but just for the size of it. It was only half a page written, correct?
Correct.
And then you had a statement with Serino that was a page and Chris Serino, investigator, that was 1.5 pages, correct? It was actually
I think it was audio.
telephone and it was transcribed. Then you had another one with FDLE that was much longer, correct?
Correct.
And all of those statements included some facts that were added to one or just not added to the other, correct? Just because of the way the questions were being asked?
I don't know about facts, but
Okay.
they needed more clarification.
Sure. And then, of course, we took your deposition, and I think that was 50 pages or so, correct?
Correct.
And again, we asked you questions, and you just answer the questions as best you can.
Correct.
And Mr. Delarianda wanted to make sure that the jury understands that just the fact that you have statement 1, statement 2, statement 3, and statement 4 that are not all exactly the same, you weren't lying, were you?
No.
Okay. You were just answering the questions that were being asked, right?
Correct. Some had more than the other ones, yes.
As best you could remember of that event back then, correct?
Correct.
And you even said that the adrenaline was flowing, wasn't it?
Yes.
It was an event where you sort of hyper-focused on what was happening once you realized it was serious?
For a few seconds and turned and went back inside, yes.
Sure. Called 911, not something you do every day, right?
Well, after that, yes, but yeah.
Okay. And it was really sort of a traumatic event for you to go through to see what you saw enough to call 911, wasn't it?
It was enough for what I saw to call 911, yes.
Okay. So as you recounted the story time and time and time again, things became more expanded as you were asked those questions?
Yes, but I believe the groundwork stayed the same.
Sure. The groundwork that you saw as 2 guys outside your house, one was on top beating the other one up. That pretty much stayed consistent, didn't it?
Well, that I clarified that I could not actually see punches, but yes, it looked like, yes.
Right. And the
Back to my
guy with the
clarification.
red, I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
Back to clarifying, yes.
Yeah. And the guy with the red was always on the bottom.
Correct.
That never changed.
That
did
never
it?
changed.
And just to clarify what was actually talked about with Chris Serino, Investigator Serino, during this, what we're going to call it for a moment, the ground and pound conversation. We have a rule called completeness. So what I want to do is put it in context for you and ask you if this is what you said to Chris Serino, okay? Yeah, I pretty much heard someone yelling outside. I wasn't sure if it was, a fight or something going wrong, so I opened my blinds and I see kind of like a person out there. I didn't know if it was a dog attack or something, so I opened my door. There was a black man with a black hoodie on top of the other, either a white guy or now I found out I think it was a Hispanic guy, with a red sweatshirt on the ground yelling out help. And then, I tried to tell them, get out of here. Stop or whatever. And then one guy on top in the black hoodie was pretty much just throwing down blows on the guy, kind of MMA style. Was that the context in which that happened?
Yes.
And then Investigator Serino said a word that I have, and the transcripts may differ, ground, couldn't figure it. Maybe he said ground and pound. And then you said, yeah, like a ground and pound on the concrete at this point. So at this point, I told him I'm calling 911.
Improper bolstering.
I'm at the end of it.
Uh,
Is that,
What, there's an objection, and the objection is?
Hearsay and proper bolstering.
I would suggest that Rule 108, which is the rule of completeness, suggests that since they brought in part of it, and I'm speaking, I apologize.
The objection is to hearsay is overruled. Bolstering is not the right objection either, so that's overruled.
Beyond the scope of cross-examinations to that
Overruled.
point.
Overruled on that objection also, go ahead.
That's what you said, right?
You're speaking
was-
about the whole thing, yes.
Yeah, and that was the context in which the words ground and pound came out?
Yes, for more clarification.
Okay. And do you stand by that today, that what you saw was a ground and pound event?
It looked like that position was a ground and pound type position, but I couldn't tell 100% that there was actually fists hitting faces.
But you did see the guy on the top of the black hoodie pretty much just throwing down blows, and the guy kind of MMA style.
Meaning arm motion going down towards the person on the bottom, correct?
Because you're not going to tell the jury here today that you saw a fist hit flesh on face if you didn't actually see it, right?
I wouldn't tell them that anyways because I didn't see it.
Great. Thanks very much. No further questions, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
Not to elaborate, but the thing that Mr. Romero, that document or the transcript of it, the bottom line, you needed to clarify it after that to make sure that everybody understood that you did not hear or see fist, the guy on top hitting the guy on the bottom. Is that correct?
Both sides made me clarify.
Is that correct?
Correct.
You did not see blows on the guy on the bottom, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. May Mr. Disney excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. You are
Actually, Your Honor, he is under subpoena for today. If I might, with this hour, I would like him to stay so that I can talk to him at lunch.
Okay, you're excused from the courtroom, but if you'll please remain outside in one of the witness rooms so counsel can speak with you. Okay, thank you. Do we know if their lunch is here? Okay. I'm hesitant to take a break and then send you to lunch, and I don't want to start a new witness. No, so I was going to send you back there, but you'll have to wait till your lunch gets here. It'll be a very short period of time. So I don't know. The lunch would be here at noon. We'll be in recess till 1 o'clock. Because I don't think your lunch will be here till noon. So ladies and gentlemen, over the lunch recess, you're not to discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anybody else. You're not to read or listen to any radio, television, or newspaper reports about the case. You're not to get on the internet by using any type of electronic device to do independent research about the case, people, places, things, or terminology. And finally, you're not to read or create any emails, text messages, Twitters, tweets, or blogs, or text messaging about the case. Do I have your assurances you'll abide by these instructions? Okay, and with that, if you'll please put your notepads face down on the chair and follow Corporal Dennis outside the courtroom. Please be seated. Counsel, is there anything we need to take up before we recess for lunch?
No, Your Honor. Thank you for the additional time for Mr. Romero and I to do what we need to do.
Okay, thank you. Court will be in recess till 1. Please be seated. Court is back in session. Case number 12 CF 1083A, State versus George Zimmerman. Okay, thank you. I think I'm actually a few minutes early anyway.
Just a second.
Yes. Are we ready to bring the jury in?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring them in.
Jury's present, Your Honor.
Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, gentlemen, welcome back. I'm going to ask you my questions again. If your answer is yes, please raise your hand. During the lunch recess, did any of you have any conversations with each other or with anybody else about this case? No hands are being raised. Did any of you read or listen to any radio, television, or newspaper reports about the case? No hands are being raised. Did any of you use any type of an electronic device to get on the internet to do independent research about the case, people, places, things, or terminology? And finally, did any of you read or create any emails, text messages, Twitters, tweets, blogs, social networking pages about the case? Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. And Mr. De La Rianda, call your next witness, please.
There we go, Joe Manalo.
Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony presented will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
Okay.
Could you state your name for the record, please, sir?
Jonathan Manalo,
And could you spell your last name?
Manalo.
Are you married, sir?
Yes.
How long have you been married? I always
7
make a
years.
mistake when I ask them.
7 years.
Thank you. And do you have any kids?
Yes.
A daughter?
Yes.
Okay. What do you do for a living, sir?
I work for UPS.
Okay. And how long have you been at that job?
20 years.
I'm not going to ask you but your current address, but do you live in Seminole County, Florida, sir?
Yes.
Okay. How long have you lived in Seminole County, Florida?
About 32 years.
I want to draw your attention back to February of 2012. Were you living at 2861 Retreat View Circle?
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, how long had you lived in that residence?
Approximately 3 years.
Okay. Want to focus on Sunday, February the 26th of 2012. Were you home at around 7:05, 7:10, 7:15 p.m.?
Yes.
And was anyone home with you?
Yes.
Who was home?
My wife and my daughter.
Okay. What were you all doing?
My wife was sitting on the couch, and I was on the floor with my daughter assembling a coffee table we had purchased earlier in the day.
Your wife has already testified about the layout of your residence back in February of 2012. My question to you is, sir, do you recall in terms of outside the residence, was it dark outside at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall the weather conditions that evening?
Yes.
And what were they?
It was raining.
Now, at around 7:10 p.m. or so, did you hear something outside?
Yes.
Could you describe to the jury what you first heard?
It sounded like grunts. We thought at first it was a couple of dogs barking.
And were the grunts, as you described, loud or low?
They were loud enough that I could hear it through the window, but it was still indistinct. I couldn't make anything out of it.
Okay. Did your wife do something?
Yeah, she looked through the window.
Okay. And when she was looking through the window, did you tell her anything about whether she should be looking through the window or not?
Yes, I said, stay away from the window. Don't make it our problem.
Okay. Did she pay attention to you?
Yes.
Okay. Did you yourself ever actually look out the window?
No.
Did your wife look out the window several times that evening?
I believe so.
Okay. And in terms of what you recall her saying as she was looking out the window, or right after, did she describe something going on outside?
She just said that there were two people fighting, and she sat down, and I think it was around the time she heard the yelling or the gunshot was when she peered through the window.
Okay. Did you yourself hear that gunshot?
Yes.
Okay. I know at some point you ended up going outside, but did you yourself actually ever look through the window through the sliding glass door outside?
No.
In terms of when you heard the gunshot, did you take any action after hearing the gunshot?
I went outside.
Okay. If you could tell the jury how you would have gone outside, through the back, the sliding door, or did you take another route?
I went through the garage.
Okay. And in going through the garage, did you grab anything on your way out?
A flashlight.
Okay. After you went out through the garage, where did you go and what route did you take to get to where you saw something?
I went to the left, toward the sidewalk, and then I just walked towards the back to the T.
Okay. And when you got back there, did you see a man standing on the sidewalk?
Yes.
Okay. And did you know that man prior to that night?
No.
Okay. And do you know that person now to be George Zimmerman?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see that person in the courtroom today, sir?
Yes.
And is that the person that just stood up for purpose of the record?
Yes.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness that identified the defendant, George Zimmerman?
The record will so reflect.
When you first saw him, was the defendant standing up or sitting down or laying down?
He was walking towards my direction.
Okay. And did he walk directly towards you, or did he stop, or what happened?
He walked directly towards me.
Okay. Now, did you have your flashlight? Did you have it illuminating or on?
Yes.
Okay. And was it dark outside?
Yes.
When you observed the defendant, did you say he walked towards you?
Yes.
Did he have anything in his hands when you observed him?
As I came around the corner, I noticed that he had his cell phone to his left ear.
Okay. And was he holding it just to his ear?
Yes, it looked like that.
Okay. And when you say up to his left ear, can you demonstrate?
Like this.
Okay. Did you notice any blood on him, sir?
Yes.
And where did you notice the blood?
Down his nostrils, streaming down both sides of his lips, I believe. Of his lips.
Could you tell whether there was any damage to his nose, sir?
No.
And did you subsequently also see some blood on the back of his head?
Yes.
Sir, did you end up taking some photographs using your cell phone?
Yes.
Okay. Specifically, did you take a photograph of the back of his head?
Yes.
Did you take a photograph of the person you now know has been identified as Trayvon Martin on the ground?
Yes.
And did you also take a photograph of a flashlight that was on the ground?
Next to the body, yes.
Okay. And I apologize, it was two flashlights. There was one big flashlight next to the body that you photographed?
Yes.
Okay. Did you use your cell phone to take those photographs?
Yes.
And did you take, using your cell phone, did you use the flash from the cell phone, or did you use the flashlight you had with you?
I used the flashlight.
I'm going to ask you to, if you could, look at over here to the wall to your, thank you, Your Honor. Let me just setting up where you lived at that time, back in February of 2012, showing you for the purpose of the record, State's Exhibit 1 that's been introduced into evidence. This is a Google or aerial photograph of the retreat of Twin Lakes. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to hopefully get this to work and show you the area that I'm going to focus on. Would your residence be right here where I'm pointing to, sir?
Yes.
Okay. The route you took, you said you went out the garage, did you take this walkway that I'm
Yes.
pointing the aerial and go back to the back here?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately when you came into contact with the defendant when he was walking towards you, where approximately you would have had contact with him? And I'm going to move the arrow around and you tell me where to stop.
A little higher.
Higher?
At the T.
Right here?
Yes.
Okay. Showing you State's Exhibit number 3. Can you see your residence from that photograph, sir?
No.
Okay. State's Exhibit 3, in terms of how dark it was, is this area that I'm pointing to here establish how dark it was out there?
Yes.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 5, does that photograph in any way depict part of your residence, sir?
Yes.
And what part of your residence does that show?
The back patio.
Okay. And am I pointing the area to it?
Yes.
This light that's on, was that on when this shooting and this happened, or was that turned on after?
That was off, and it was turned on after.
And is this the area approximately where you came into contact with the defendant, George Zimmerman?
Yes.
Okay, near where the T is or the dog trash receptacle?
Yes.
State Exhibit number 6, would this have been your back porch or the pavement that's been described as like the back porch of your residence?
Yes.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 10, what does that photograph show, sir?
Shows the back of my house, the T.
All right. And is this the area you came walking out of when you came into contact with the defendant?
Yes.
State's Exhibit number 11, do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay, what does that photograph show, sir?
The back of the house and where the crime scene finally ended.
Okay. When you came out there, were all these markers out there when you first came out?
No.
Okay. Were you the first person after the shot that came into contact with anybody out there, the defendant and the victim on the ground?
Yes.
Okay. In other words, were there police officers out there when you came out there?
No.
Did police officers arrive subsequent to you being out there?
Yes.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 34. Do you recognize what that is?
Looks like the front of the house.
Okay, and that would have been your residence back in February of 2012?
Yes.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 35, is that showing just a close-up of that area?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 37, that's a daytime photograph. Does that show the area that you've been talking about?
Yes.
Okay. State's Exhibit 40, tell us what that photograph shows, sir.
The sidewalk towards the T.
Okay.
That's where I had taken the path to the back.
When you left out from the garage, you would have taken this route this way?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. State's Exhibit 76, did you take this photograph, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Now, it was raining that night, was it not, you said?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall the position that you would have taken this photograph? Obviously, it shows the back of the defendant, Mr. Zimmerman's head. Was he sitting down, standing up, or how was he?
He was squatting.
Okay. And was that after the officers came?
This was before.
Okay. State Exhibit 77, what does that photograph show?
I believe that's Trayvon Martin.
Is this the way you found the victim, in this case, Mr. Martin's body?
Yes.
Did you move the body at all?
No.
When you observed Mr. Martin's body, his hands were underneath his body, is that correct, his torso?
Yes.
Did you tamper or mess with that at all? In other words, did you move his hands or turn him upside down, or did you do anything like that?
I never left the sidewalk. So no.
This photograph that you would have taken of Mr. Trayvon Martin's body, the light that's shining on there, is that from your flashlight again?
Yes.
State Exhibit 78, you took this photograph too, sir, using your cell phone?
Yes.
And what were you trying to show in that photograph, sir?
That there was an object next to him that wasn't. I didn't see any other objects on the ground other than a little flashlight on the beginning part of the T. So
And
that
am
one
I-
just stood out.
Okay, and am I pointing to it right here in this photo, this part of the photograph, State's Exhibit 78?
Yes.
Is that it?
Yes.
And again, the light that's showing on there, is that from your flashlight?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm through with, thank you very much. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Mr. Manalo, back in February of 2012, specifically February 26th of 2012, showing you State's Exhibit 139, would your residence have been 2861, where I already have your wife's name on there?
Yes.
And is this area depicted in terms of you going out the garage and coming around here?
Yes.
Is that what you've described earlier?
Yes.
Thank you. What I want to do now is have you elaborate a little bit about what we talked about, specifically your contact with the defendant. And the flashlight that you saw on the ground that you photographed, was that flashlight on in terms of, was it illuminating?
No.
When you observed the victim, in this case, Mr. Martin on the ground, Trayvon Martin on the ground, was he moving at all, or did he say anything when you came upon him?
No.
Now, I apologize if I already asked you, did you say his hands and arms that were under his torso, his hands were?
Yes.
If you could, tell the jury when you first came into contact with the defendant, when you observed him, if you said anything to him and if he said anything to you, please tell us what happened.
Okay, I came around the corner and he was walking to me and I asked him, do I need to call 911? He says, no, I just got off the phone with him. And then he asked me.
At that point, did you see a gun, sir?
No, I did not see a gun.
Did you, other than when the police got there, did you see a gun on the defendant?
No.
Did it appear to you as if the defendant had been in a fight, sir?
Yes.
Did he speak to you, sir?
Yes.
Did he respond to your questions?
Yes.
Did he appear as if he was out of it, like not thinking clearly?
No.
Did you have any trouble understanding him when he spoke?
No.
Did you ask him something when you found out that he had a gun? Did you ask him anything about the gun, sir?
I asked him what caliber he used.
And what did he say, sir?
9mm.
Did a police officer arrive, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Could you tell the jury what happened when the officer arrived?
He says, for my safety, I'm going to handcuff you. And he says, okay. He had his cell phone in his hand, so he kind of like tossed it on the ground. And he says, can you call my wife?
Okay, let me interrupt you a second. When you say he had the cell phone in his hand, are you speaking of the defendant, George Zimmerman?
Yes.
And you said when the officer came, he tossed it on the ground?
Yes.
He being Mr. Zimmerman tossed it on the ground?
Yes.
Okay, I apologize, I interrupted you. Did the officer ask him who shot the Trayvon Martin? I know he didn't use the word Trayvon Martin, but who shot the person?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did, at that time when the officer, I apologize, I interrupted you, when the officer asked him about a gun, what happened then?
He put him in his handcuffs, and he asked me to call his wife.
Okay. Did the officer ask the defendant whether he had a gun on him?
Yes.
And defendant indicate or point or do something related to where the gun was?
Yes.
Tell us, if you could, the circumstances related to that.
He put his right arm up, and he says, I have it here.
And had you seen the gun prior to him saying that?
No.
When the defendant put his right arm up and he indicated that he had a gun, at that time were you able to observe it?
Yes.
And where was the gun, sir?
What was the gun?
Where was it?
Where it was? It was inside the waistband holster.
Okay. Prior to that, had you seen the gun at all?
No.
Okay. And did you observe the officer then handcuff the defendant and do something with the gun?
Yes, he put it in, I guess, his utility belt so he would have control of it.
Did the officer tell the defendant he was going to put him in handcuffs?
Yes.
And defendant replied and say that that was fine?
Yes.
You mentioned something about the defendant throwing the phone on the ground. Tell us what happened regarding that, sir.
He asked me to call his wife. I said, let him put you in his handcuffs. Once he had done that, I picked up his phone, I put it in his pocket, and I zipped it up, and then I called his wife through my phone.
Okay. He asked you to call his wife, meaning the defendant asked you to call his wife?
Yes.
And you stated you picked up the cell phone?
Yes.
And you put it in whose pocket?
Zimmerman's pocket.
Okay. Do you know what pocket you put it in?
His left side pocket.
And why did you pick the left side pocket to put the gun in?
Why did I pick that
Yeah.
pocket? Because it was closest to me.
Okay. The defendant, Mr. Zimmerman, asked you to call his wife. Did you do that?
Yes.
Did you know her number?
No.
Did you know her before him telling you to call her?
No.
How were you able to get his number?
He gave me her number.
So did you actually dial their number?
Yes.
And did you call her?
Yes.
Did you talk to her?
Yes.
Tell us the circumstance of what happened what did you tell her and what did she say? And also more importantly, if the defendant said anything while this was going on.
Okay. I had a connection with her right away, and I said, your husband has been involved in a shooting. He's being handcuffed, and he's going to be held for questioning at the Sanford Police Department. And around that time, he kind of cut me off, and he says, just tell her I shot someone.
Okay. When you say he cut you off, the defendant cut you off?
Yes.
And he said what now?
Just tell her I shot someone.
Did you respond to that?
Yes.
What did you say?
Okay, well, he just shot someone.
Were you saying to his wife on the phone?
Yes, I was saying it to his wife.
In terms of when he said that, how would you describe the defendant's demeanor?
Like I was taking too long to say what I had to say.
You mentioned you saw the victim's body, a person you now know as Trayvon Martin. Did you see any movement at any time out there in his body?
No.
Did you ever hear him say anything?
No.
Now, in terms of when you heard the shot and when you ended up going outside, if you could estimate, I know you didn't have a stopwatch, how long did it take you to, upon hearing the shot, go out the garage and go outside and come into contact with the defendant, Mr. Zimmerman?
It could have been 10, 20 seconds.
When you first observed him, was your first observation that he had been in a fight and been beaten?
Yes.
Okay. Did you remain outside while the officers arrived?
Yes.
Were you present when they attempted to revive or save the life of Trayvon Martin?
Yes.
Could you tell us what you recall seeing or observing about that?
The first officer arrived and turned him over, and I think more were starting to come. He was asking for a bag to do compressions on his chest, and then I watched them perform CPR.
Okay. Regarding the bag, did you go somewhere and get a bag to assist the officers?
I went through the garage, and my wife handed me a bag.
Walmart bag?
Yes.
Okay. And did you come back out and provide that to the officer in an attempt to save Trayvon Martin's life?
Yes.
Now, prior to that night, had you ever met George Zimmerman?
No.
Had you ever met Trayvon Martin?
No.
Were you ever involved in the Neighborhood Watch program at all?
No.
Why not?
I have work. I got other things that I have to do. I have a 6-year-old to take care of, so.
When you first came into contact with the defendant that evening, did he appear to be in shock, sir?
No.
And what is your opinion based on, sir?
He wasn't acting like anything different. I mean, he was coherent. He was responding to my questions like it was not just like any other person.
Okay. In your actions there before the officer came, did you observe the defendant at any time look back at the body of Trayvon Martin?
No.
Did the defendant appear calm, sir?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Mr. O'Mara?
I see Mr. West, Your Honor.
Mr. West?
Afternoon.
Hello.
Thank you. Let me grab my water. I'll be right back. You're in the living room with your wife and your daughter putting some furniture together when you hear some noises outside, correct?
Yes.
And your wife expressed sort of an interest in seeing what was going on, and you basically told her just mind your own business.
Yes.
And she said there's 2 guys out there fighting, or some guys fighting, correct?
Yes.
And you weren't unable to see anything.
No.
You never looked out. But you did hear the noise continue after that.
Yes.
And it moved from where you were at the corner of the complex, it moved from your right to left.
Yes.
As if from the area of the T on past your unit.
Yes.
And as you were hearing this, there was a point where you heard what you believed to be a shot.
Yes.
Did you hear the shot yourself, or did your wife say, I think I hear a shot?
We both heard the shot.
So in your mind, it was unmistakable that it was a shot.
Yes.
You made the decision then to go find out what that was about.
Yes.
And in order to do that, you went from the living room near the back of the residence the other direction, towards the garage.
Yes.
And in the garage, you grabbed a flashlight.
Yes.
Did you go out the garage door?
Yes.
And then basically on the front of your house, which is at Retreat View Circle,
Yes.
So he then would have had to turn back around and run the length of your house, your unit, that would basically bring you within view of where this event had occurred.
Yes, but I didn't run.
Walk briskly, just a sense of that is all.
I was carefully walking. I didn't just walk upon the scene, seeing what was going on.
Well, sure, you'd heard a gunshot, right?
Right.
You'd take some precautions, I would think.
Yes.
So you had a flashlight, and obviously you had your cell phone. And your best estimate is that it was somewhere between 10 and 20 seconds from when you heard the shot as to when you got to where you could actually see something.
Yes.
At first, you didn't see Trayvon Martin's body, correct?
Correct.
What you saw instead, or what caught your attention first, actually, what may have caught your attention first was the little flashlight that was on.
No.
What caught your attention first was George Zimmerman.
Yes.
And when you saw him there, he was breathing hard.
Yes.
He was staggering.
Yes.
And it looked to you like he'd just gotten his butt beat.
Yes.
And you approached him.
Yes.
You weren't fearful of him.
No.
Didn't turn the other way to call the police.
I had asked him, do I need to call the police?
Well, I'm saying yourself. As you approached, you saw him, you knew there was a gunshot. You didn't turn to call the police yourself.
Right.
And when you got closer to Mr. Zimmerman, you asked him, in fact, do I need to call the police?
Yes.
And and he told you, no, I already called them, something to that effect.
Yes.
And you didn't know yourself at that moment whether he was talking about the call that he tried to be making or was on the phone, or whether he had called them himself 2, 3, 4 minutes before.
Not aware of that.
Right. Your assumption was that when you saw him on the phone at that point, with the phone up to his ear, that he had been talking to the police.
Yes.
But of course, all of that would have had to have taken place within the 10 to 20 seconds that it took you to get there before you saw him, after the shot.
Correct.
So he would have had to have placed a call to the police. He would have had to have called the police, waited for the call to connect, and then had the conversation with the police, have that over by the time you asked him, do you want me to call the police?
I'm not aware of that. I mean, he wasn't talking on the phone. It just, as I came around the corner, he had just had the phone to his ear.
Right. And you learned very soon thereafter that he wanted you to tell his wife about being involved in a shooting.
Yes.
He was trying to catch his breath, and he asked you, in fact, am I bleeding?
Yes.
And you noticed that indeed he was. He was bleeding from his face.
Yes.
It looked like his nose was dripping.
Yes.
And then he kind of stooped over like this, as if trying to collect himself.
No, he just squatted down. He didn't stoop down like that. He just
Like this?
Yeah.
As if trying to collect himself.
I want to say collect himself, but I guess so. I don't know. But he did squat down.
Now, did you say that in a prior statement, that you thought he kind of stooped down to try to collect himself?
I believe I said he squatted down.
I don't mean, I'm not squat versus stoop, but that he bent down in some way
Yes.
to try to collect himself. He was breathing hard. He looked like he'd just gotten his butt beat.
Yes.
Compound question.
Can answer if he understands.
He did.
Yeah.
Sure. So at that point, you could actually see that he was also bleeding from the back of his head.
Yes.
You hadn't noticed that before.
No.
And you had your flashlight and you had your cell phone with you.
Yes.
And you took that opportunity to take the picture of the back of his head. I'm sorry, it's this picture?
Yes.
So as Mr. Zimmerman kind of squatted down to collect himself, you took it upon yourself to take the picture.
Yes.
He didn't ask you to take the picture.
No.
Thankfully you did, but that was your decision.
Yes.
You also asked him what happened.
Yes.
And he said, this guy was beating me up and I shot him.
And I had to defend myself and I shot him.
I'm sorry.
I was defending myself and I shot him.
So this guy was beating me up, I was defending myself and I shot him, is what he told you.
Yes.
Without hesitation.
No.
And from what you could tell at the moment, it seemed completely true.
Yes.
It wasn't very long until the police arrived. You were standing there talking to Mr. Zimmerman as he tried to collect himself, and shortly thereafter, Officer Tim Smith of the Sanford Police Department got there, correct?
I didn't know his name.
Well,
Right.
A police within a very short time, the first police officer arrived.
Right.
And he had a flashlight.
I don't remember if he had a flashlight.
You don't remember the next person after you arriving with a flashlight?
I knew it was a police officer, but I don't remember the flashlight because I already had mine on.
Oh, right, you could see from your own flashlight.
Yes.
But it was really, really dark out there.
Yes.
So Officer Smith, will use that for our purposes, or the first officer arrived, and he said, who shot him?
Yes.
And George Zimmerman immediately said, I did.
Yes.
And Officer Smith said, do you have a gun, or something to that effect?
Yes.
And George Zimmerman immediately complied by raising his arms, or his right arm, and exposed the firearm that was in the holster on his right side.
Yes.
And then Officer Smith's response or reaction was, I'm going to handcuff you for officer safety.
Yes.
And that's in fact what happened.
Yes.
And George Zimmerman complied fully with that request.
Yes.
He basically made himself available to be cuffed behind the back.
Yes.
In the meantime, while George Zimmerman was in the process of being cuffed, he wanted you to call his wife.
Yes.
And in the process of him being cuffed and wanting you to call his wife, he put the phone on the ground.
Yes.
He couldn't very well do much since he was in the process of being cuffed other than that, correct?
Right.
So your purpose at that point was to let his wife know that her husband had been involved in a shooting.
Yes.
And indeed, that's what you did.
Yes.
You called and had a conversation with the person on the other end that you believed to be his wife.
Yes.
And your statement to her was, your husband's been involved in a shooting.
Yes.
And he's going to be taken in for questioning.
Yes.
And you were beginning to explain a little bit when Mr. Zimmerman, in the process of being handcuffed, said, just tell her I shot someone, correct?
Yes.
And that's to make it absolutely clear that he wasn't the one who had been shot,
Objection.
and that he was...
What Mr. Zimmerman was thinking?
Sustained.
You suggested a moment in your direct that he may have been abrupt, and abrupt by saying, basically, just get to the point.
Yes.
The point being that he wasn't shot, someone else had been shot.
Yes.
You thought that the way that Mr. Zimmerman said that wasn't animated enough. He wasn't hyper enough. He wasn't agitated enough for you to think that he was in shock.
I don't understand.
When you were asked, do you think he was in shock, in your mind, being in shock means somebody that's hyper, somebody that's agitated.
Or just complete unresponsive.
One extreme or the other.
Right.
So either someone's going to be basically bouncing off the walls or numb.
Right,
And Mr. Zimmerman wasn't either of those.
right,
He was pointed, correct? In his response, just tell her I shot someone.
yes,
He was also compliant with the police officer so that he did understand what was being said.
yes,
And what struck you was that he was not, rather than not being animated, he was kind of flat. That's what you mean, didn't appear to be in shock, he was just kind of flat.
yes,
So that's what you took to mean that he wasn't in shock.
right,
Not that you have any particular training or experience in identifying when people are in shock.
right,
I take it this isn't something that you've been involved in very many times in your life, if ever before.
right.
While you were just something that reminded me here, you don't attend any of the HOA meetings yourself?
No,
You don't involve yourself in the community itself?
no,
With your work and family and all the stuff you've got going on, you don't attend meetings or participate in programs like Neighborhood Watch?
no,
Your view, at least at that point in your life in that community, was you just sort of mind your own business, go to work, and do what you need to do to support your family.
right. And if there was ever a problem, because there's a sign up there that says Neighborhood Watch, if there was ever a problem, just call 911.
So when you come into the community, then there's a sign that says Neighborhood Watch, correct?
Yes,
And I suppose that means that somebody coming into the community to steal stuff or to hurt people would see that, presumably, and think that there's somebody there that may be watching them.
I wouldn't think that's what it meant. I would think it would have meant that people in the neighborhood would work together if there was a problem and call 911 if there was a problem, but not necessarily for a warning for would-be criminals to come in there to.
You don't think that was kind of like having a security alarm company sign in the front yard, but not actually having a system?
Haven't really thought about that, no.
Your perspective was it just reminds people that if they see a problem, they should call 911.
Right,
You familiar that the Community Neighborhood Watch program involved more communication, more contact among neighbors, guidance as to what they should do, not if it's just an emergency that would require a 911 call, but what to do in a suspicious circumstance by calling a non-emergency number.
I don't understand
Just, you didn't know what was going on in the community specifically with Neighborhood Watch.
that. Right,
I know you said that it was dark, and I know that you had a flashlight, and I know that you took 2 pictures that show Trayvon Martin lying on the ground following the shot. Those are in evidence as 77 and 78. Could we, first of all, we're going to show those here in a second, but the exact position that's shown in the photograph is the exact position that you personally saw with your eyes Trayvon Martin's body.
yes,
You saw his legs kind of spread like this, almost as if he were riding a bicycle.
I don't remember.
Let's take a look at 77. Would you pull that up, please?
I got this one and I got 78 too.
Well, that's 77, so
You want
that's, I'm sorry, that's,
You want 77 or 78?
I don't care. We'll start with this one. Mr. Manalo, you took this photo of Trayvon Martin, and you see the legs that I've described as sort of almost riding a bicycle type position with the right knee bent and the
Yes,
hip at an angle. Do you see that?
Yes.
That's exactly how you first observed Mr. Martin's body when you got there.
Yes.
And the illumination of Mr. Martin's body is from your flashlight, correct?
Yes.
It's not from the flash on the phone.
No.
So you shined the flashlight and then took the photo.
Yes.
Around that spot, where you see it's much darker, is that a good depiction of what the overall lighting conditions were that night?
Yes.
If I could then see 78. Okay. So this is the next picture that you took. I don't know which sequence, and that doesn't matter, but the other picture that you took states 78. And you can see, can you not, that Trayvon Martin's body is in the same position, although it's a lot harder to see, isn't it?
Yes.
And now you can see more clearly this flashlight.
Yes.
And the flashlight was not on at any point in time when you saw it.
No.
At that point, you had no idea whether it may even have been connected to the case, only that you saw it there and it caught your attention.
Yes.
So when you shifted your flashlight to point at the one in the picture, then as you can see here, Mr. Martin's body was, just like I said before, except for what you're showing with your flashlight, everything else was really quite dark.
Right.
Do you know where you were standing at that point?
I was standing on the sidewalk.
Where you had encountered Mr. Zimmerman?
Yes.
Basically in the same spot, right?
Yes.
So from your vantage point where you had taken this picture generally, you sort of turned and took the pictures that we've shown here?
Yes.
You were up near the T intersection.
Yes.
Your best recollection is that you were at the T intersection when you took this picture?
I was a few feet away from the T, but I was in that area.
You were somewhere between the actual T intersection and far enough down the sidewalk where you could see Mr. Martin's body to have taken this picture?
Yes.
You recognize that the light on the sort of back patio area is from the light of the second unit in from the corner?
I can't remember that, whether that's the second or the third unit from the corner.
It was not, however, directly across from you.
Correct.
It was somewhat to the left of where your unit was.
Yes.
Sorry. Not quite yet, Judge, thank you. Just for orientation in the photo and sort of where you were when it was taken, you see the porch light or the lit area in the back?
Yes.
And you believe that to be the back of someone's unit, either the second or possibly the third unit?
Yes.
And then in the lower left corner, there seems to be sort of a dark edge. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is that the sidewalk?
Yes.
So what you're seeing here is the edge of the sidewalk on the left, the illuminated flashlight that's off, and then Mr. Martin's body.
Yes.
In between the sidewalk and the back patio area of that residence.
Yes.
When you say that you saw Mr. Martin's hands or arms tucked under him, do I understand correctly that you saw what's in the picture? Nothing
Yes.
different than that?
No.
So whatever is in the picture is what you saw?
Yes.
There was a woman that testified earlier this week, Jeannie Manalo. Is that your wife that
Yes.
you talked about? You have a minute? Yes, I'll clarify something. Sorry. When you took this picture, you were basically at the spot where you had encountered Mr. Zimmerman?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Yes, very briefly.
You mentioned that you felt,
Remove the image, please.
I'm sorry, what?
Remove the image, please, for Exhibit 78. I'm finished with it.
You are? Okay,
Yes.
I may need it.
Okay.
Okay, but- Mr. Manalo, you mentioned that when you came into contact with the defendant, Mr. Zimmerman, that he appeared calm to you, is that correct?
Yes.
And it's,
I'll be glad to rephrase
and
it.
it's already been asked and answered by Mr. Delarion in direct.
Okay, well, this is redirect, and I think he's just trying to orientate the witness as to his next question, so overruled.
You recall when you first came into contact, he was calm, is that correct?
Yes.
And
I think that's a mischaracterization of this witness's testimony
Overruled.
as to whether he was calm.
Okay, the witness can clarify what his answer is.
Thank you, Judge.
how would you describe Mr. Zimmerman's demeanor, sir?
Coherent, compliant. He wasn't, he was calm. You know, he's just basically just walking towards me.
Okay. Did he have any trouble walking towards you, sir?
He was staggering a little bit,
Okay. And when you say staggering, elaborate on that, what you mean by that.
basically getting up off the ground.
Was he walking like this?
No, just like hunched up.
Leading, among other things.
Overruled.
Was he erect, sir?
At one point, he became erect, yes.
Okay. Did you have any trouble understanding him when he spoke, Mr. Zimmerman?
No.
In your conversations with Mr. Zimmerman, did you ask him what kind of caliber of gun he had?
Yes.
And did he respond to you?
Yes.
What did the defendant say, sir?
9mm.
You were asked by Mr. West about the statements the defendant made about shooting the individual, and he asked you whether you agreed that that was defending himself. Were you out there when this happened?
I came out after it happened.
Did you see actually what happened? What precipitated this? Or did you actually see the shooting where George Zimmerman shot Trayvon Martin in the chest? Did you see that?
No.
Do you have any inkling of how it happened, whether it's self-defense or not?
No.
Thank you. No further questions. I apologize. You want this still up? No. Okay. I'm at the show, but that's all right.
May Mr. Manalo be excused? Thank you very much, sir. You are excused. Please call your next witness.
Officer Ricardo Ayala.
Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony presented will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir. If you'd please tell the members of the jury your name.
Ricardo Ayala.
And where are you employed?
Ayala.
You're employed where?
Sanford Police Department.
And how long have you been with the Sanford Police Department?
It'll be 11 years next month.
All right. And what's your current position?
Police officer.
And how long have you been in the patrol unit right now?
Just over a year.
All right. And before that, what was your position?
Investigations.
All right. And how long were you in investigations?
6 years.
And your duties as an investigator with the Sanford Police Department?
General and major crimes.
All right. Do you have any prior law enforcement experience before coming to the Sanford Police Department?
Yes, corrections.
And how long and where?
Total of 6 years, 5 of them in Seminole County, 1 in Lake County.
Let me turn your attention then to the evening of Sunday, February 26, 2012. Were you working at that time?
Yes, sir.
And on that evening, did you respond to the scene of a shooting at the retreat at Twin Lakes?
Yes, sir.
Were you dispatched to that scene?
Yes, sir.
What was the nature of the dispatch at first?
Suspicious person in the area.
Do you recall the time of the dispatch?
Just after 7 p.m.
Approximately 7:15, 7?
Correct.
Okay. What area of town were you in when you received the dispatch?
North end of the city.
And approximately how long did it take you to get from where you were to the retreat at Twin Lakes community?
Less than 5 minutes.
Did you receive any updates to the first dispatch as you were en route?
Yes.
And what was the nature of the dispatch?
Stated that shots were fired.
Were you the first officer on the scene?
No, sir.
Who was the first officer?
Officer Tim Smith.
You know, if you would dim the lights, please. Officer Ayala, let me show you State's Exhibit 1. Do you recognize that as being a aerial photograph of the retreat at Twin Lakes?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Yes, sir. Give me a laser pointer, just to press that. Give you the green light. Can you show the members of the jury where the main entrance is? With your laser pointer?
Right there.
All right. And that would be off of Oregon Avenue?
Correct.
All right. Can you show the members of the jury then where you went when you got in the neighborhood and where you parked?
Came this way, came in through the entrance, went around the ways. I believe, I'm mistaken, went around as such and parked right in this area right here.
All right. And for the record, you parked on the upper right-hand corner of the photograph?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you actually took the long way around.
Yes, I wasn't familiar with the area.
Very good. Did you see Officer Smith after you got out of your patrol car?
Yes, I did.
And where did you see him, if you could just indicate approximately the area that you saw Officer Smith?
That general area right there.
All right. And for the record, that's in the approximate area of the T. What was the lighting like back there?
Very dim, very almost dark.
Were you using a flashlight to find your way between the townhomes?
Yes, sir.
What were the weather conditions like when you arrived?
Misty has been raining on and off.
And what was Officer Smith doing when you first arrived?
He had a white male at gunpoint.
Did you later learn the white male's name to be George Zimmerman?
That's correct.
And do you see that person in court this afternoon?
Yes, sir.
And Judge, you can raise the lights if you would. Is George Zimmerman the gentleman to my left who just stood up?
Yes, sir.
All right. Your Honor, the record should reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
Did you have any interaction with the defendant at that point?
No, sir.
Why not?
I was focused on the male that was on the ground.
And the male that was on the ground, did you later learn that person's name to be Trayvon Martin?
That's correct.
And did you go over to Trayvon Martin's location?
I walked towards, yes.
And how was Trayvon Martin's body positioned when you arrived?
Face down, his hands were underneath the body.
And to your knowledge, were you the first officer to approach Trayvon Martin?
Yes.
Did you know whether or not he was dead or alive at that point?
I did not.
Did you know what his involvement was at that point?
I did not.
Did you give him any commands, Trayvon Martin?
Yes, I did.
What commands did you give him?
I asked to see his hands.
And where were his hands when you asked to see him?
Underneath him.
He was lying on his stomach?
Correct.
Did Trayvon Martin respond physically in any way to your commands?
No, he did not.
Did Trayvon Martin respond verbally in any way to your commands?
No, he did not.
Did you see any movement from Trayvon Martin's body?
I did not.
Did you hear any sounds from Trayvon Martin's body?
I did not.
Did other Sanford Police Department officers approach you and Trayvon Martin while you were giving him those commands or shortly thereafter?
Sergeant Raimondo.
And did either you or Sergeant Raimondo attempt to get a pulse from Trayvon Martin?
Sergeant Raimondo did.
Was Sergeant Raimondo able to get a pulse?
No, sir.
Did you and or Sergeant Raimondo move Trayvon Martin's body after he failed to get a pulse?
Yes, I believe it was a joint.
I'm sorry?
I believe we moved him, yes.
Okay, how did you move him?
We turned him upside up, right side up.
All right, so you moved him from his stomach to his back?
Correct.
To your knowledge, did you move or disturb any evidence that was around his body or on his body when you rolled him over?
No, sir.
Did Trayvon Martin respond in any way, either physically or verbally, when you rolled his body over?
No, sir.
After rolling his body over, did you see anything that appeared to be a gunshot wound?
After moving it, at a later, yes.
After
he's moved over around, yes.
Yes, sir. And where was that?
It was underneath. He had a pin or a button, so it was underneath the button.
All right. He had a. Are you indicating a button on his shirt or sweatshirt?
Yes.
All right. And the gunshot wound was near that area?
It was right underneath the button itself.
All right. How did you find the gunshot wound?
How did we find? We lifted. Well, when we moved the sweater, the button kind of lifted up, so you could see it went through the sweater. So at that time, we lifted up his sweater and shirt.
All right. Actually exposing his bare chest?
Correct.
And you can see a gunshot wound or something that appeared to be a gunshot wound at that point?
Yes, sir.
Did you and Sergeant Raimondo perform CPR on Trayvon Martin?
Yes, sir.
And do you have CPR training?
Yes, sir.
And did either you or Sergeant Raimondo ask anybody for anything while you were performing or attempting to perform CPR?
Sergeant Raimondo was asking for a plastic bag, some sort.
And did anyone provide anything to Sergeant Raimondo or yourself?
Someone provided a bag to him, yes.
Can you describe the bag? Was it like a plastic type grocery bag?
Correct.
Do you recall the color of the bag?
I do not.
And do you recall who provided it?
I do not.
After receiving the bag, did you and Sergeant Raimondo continue to perform CPR?
Correct. We did.
At any time, did you see any signs of life from Trayvon Martin's body?
No, sir.
What was your role specifically in the administration of CPR?
I was doing chest compressions.
And what was Sergeant Raimondo's role?
He was doing mouth to mouth.
Did rescue eventually respond to the scene?
Yes.
And did the rescue personnel take over the treatment or assessment of Trayvon Martin after they arrived?
Yes.
Was Trayvon Martin pronounced dead at the scene?
Yes, he was.
Did you have any further contact or involvement with this defendant after you performed CPR on Trayvon Martin?
No, sir.
And did investigators and crime scene technicians respond to that scene while you were still present?
Yes, sir.
And did those officers and technicians take over the scene after they arrived?
Yes, sir.
Did you have any further involvement with the case?
No, sir.
Thank you, sir. Judge, that's all I have.
Thank you. Mr. O'Mara?
Thank you. Afternoon, officer.
How are you doing, sir? Thank you.
Just a couple of questions. When you had heard, as you were on your way, that Officer Smith had just arrived on the scene, correct? As you were coming...
As I was getting there,
right.
Yeah, he was just arriving on the scene.
Because you guys are in radio contact, weren't you, all the responding officers?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you knew that you were right behind Officer Tim Smith to get there?
Yes.
Okay. Could you even guesstimate from the radio transmissions how fast or quickly after him you got there?
If I would guesstimate, less than 2 minutes.
Okay. Matter of fact, it was so quick that the officer still had Mr. Zimmerman at gunpoint, right?
That's correct.
In a shots fired situation, when you come into a dark area like that, it's protocol to take out your weapon and control the situation, right?
Correct.
That's not to suggest any particular danger coming from Mr. Zimmerman. That's just what you do in a situation where you have shots fired.
That's correct.
And that's appropriately for Officer Smith to have done that here, correct?
Correct.
Now, if you were to come up to me, how would you tell me, or what would you tell me to do in a situation like that, where you pull your weapon and are trying to control a situation that you're just coming upon?
I want to see your hands.
Right. And you say that, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If I had a cell phone, you think it would be appropriate if I had a cell phone, you say, see my hands, to maybe go like this?
No, it would not.
Or even like this?
No, it would not.
What would you want me to do with that cell phone?
Drop it where it's at.
Why?
That way we make sure we have no weapons and nothing in your hands.
Okay. When you came on with Smith, did you take out, right behind Smith, did you take out your weapon as well?
Yes, sir.
Same reason?
Yes, sir.
You don't know what's going on, do you?
No, we do not.
Can't see very much, can you?
No, sir.
Flashlight in one hand, your gun in the other?
No, the gun actually has a flashlight on it.
So both, gun with flashlight,
Yes.
watching and seeing what's going on.
Yes, sir.
You actually said in your report that you were protecting Officer Smith, right? Is that a
Correct.
focus, at least initially?
Correct.
Because he's at least a fellow officer potentially in a dangerous situation.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Once you realized, or did you come to realize that Officer Smith had that part of the situation, including Mr. Zimmerman, under control? Did that happen?
Well, I had my weapon out until, well, I was having my eyes on Mr. Zimmerman and Trayvon at the same time. We didn't know what was going on.
Right.
As soon as he secured Zimmerman, I went ahead and focused on Trayvon, make sure it was where the threat was coming from.
Was there another person there?
When we got there,
Yes.
or when I got there,
Yes.
there probably was. I was mostly focused on security for the other officer.
Just curious, we had some testimony that a neighbor had come out with a flashlight. It may not have caught your memory.
It doesn't, no.
Okay, because you're mainly focused on your fellow officers and the interested parties, in that case, Mrs. Zimmerman and Mr. Martin.
Yes, sir.
Okay. From your awareness of it, did Officer Smith have any concerns with securing Mr. Zimmerman?
No, after he got him secured
Okay.
and took him to his vehicle and secured him in a vehicle. He was gone. He was good.
Was Mrs. Zimmerman compliant as far as you were aware?
Yes.
Did he do everything that Officer Smith asked him to do?
Yes, he did.
Did he disobey in any form that you're aware of?
No, he did not.
Did you get a look at his face?
No. I looked at it, yes, I'm sorry, his face. Yeah, I didn't focus
Right.
at,
Sort of a quick glance?
yes.
Did you notice the blood on his nose?
I can't tell you I did, no.
Okay. Again, not a focus of yours once he was secured?
Exactly.
At that point, I think you said a moment ago, you shifted over to Trayvon Martin, who was off at that point sort of to the left?
Yes.
Okay. And it was quite dark, right?
Yes, sir.
You would not have been able to see Trayvon Martin's body but for your flashlight. Is that accurate?
Yeah, it's pretty accurate.
And I think that you testified you attempted to do what you could as a first responder to deal with Trayvon Martin.
Correct.
And you did not see, did you see George Zimmerman again when he was in the back of Tim Smith's patrol car?
No.
Never even went over there?
I didn't make contact with him after he was secured.
Okay. Just a moment, Your Honor. Thanks, Secretary. No further questions.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Just briefly, Officer Ayala, when the defendant was complying with Officer Smith's commands, was Officer Smith holding him at gunpoint?
When I arrived there, yes.
Thank you. Judge, that's all I have.
Thank you. May Officer
Ayala.
Ayala be excused?
You may.
Thank you very much. You may be excused. Call your next witness.
Stacy Livingston?
Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony presented will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am. If you'd please tell the members of the jury your name.
Stacy Livingston.
Let me ask you to just scoot up just a little bit closer to that microphone just to make sure we can hear you. Where are you employed?
Sanford Fire Department.
And how long with the Sanford Fire Department?
A little over 25 years.
Your current position there is what?
Firefighter EMT.
And what does EMT stand for?
Emergency Medical Technician.
Are you certified in the state of Florida as both a firefighter and an EMT?
Yes.
And what are your duties as a firefighter EMT with the Sanford Fire Department?
Anything from fire calls to medical calls or anything that the citizens call for.
All right. Can you give the jury a brief description of your training and education that has prepared you for your duties as a firefighter and EMT?
I went through the certification of Florida to become a firefighter, also state of Florida for EMT, and we have continuing education at work.
All right. Let me turn your attention then to the evening of Sunday, February 26, 2012, where you work in that evening.
Yes.
And on that evening, were you dispatched to the scene of a person shot at the retreat at Twin Lakes complex here in Sanford, Seminole County, Florida?
Yes.
Where were you when you were dispatched to the call?
At Fire Station 38.
And were you dispatched along with other firefighters and EMTs?
Yes.
Do you recall the time of the dispatch?
I do not.
Was it approximately 7:20 in the evening?
Yes.
All right. And can you give the jury an idea of about how long it took you to arrive?
It would be a guess.
You know, may I approach the witness? Let me just ask you to look at this document. It's just to refresh your recollection, Your Honor. And ask you, was that the incident report created from this event?
Yes.
All right. Is, on that report, is there a time of dispatch, either on the first page or the second page?
Yes.
And what time was your unit dispatched?
1921?
That's 7:21 p.m.?
Yes.
And what time, is there an arrival time?
1927?
7:27 p.m.?
Correct.
All right, about 6 minutes later?
Yes.
All right. Was the Sanford Police Department and officers already on the scene when you arrived?
Yes.
And were you directed to the location of the shooting victim when you arrived?
Yes.
Did you later learn that person's name to be Trayvon Martin?
Yes.
And were Sanford police officers present with Trayvon Martin's body when you arrived?
Yes.
And what were those officers doing?
CPR.
How was Trayvon Martin's body positioned when you got there?
On his back.
And did you and other Sanford Fire Rescue personnel take over the CPR when you arrived?
We didn't take over CPR, but we took over assessing him.
Okay. Did you check Trayvon Martin for a pulse?
Yes.
How did you do that?
On his carotid, on his neck.
On his neck?
Yes.
And what did you find?
No pulse.
While you were treating or evaluating Trayvon Martin, did you move his clothing in any way?
Yes.
And what did you move specifically?
I lifted his shirt.
Did you notice anything in Trayvon Martin's sweatshirt when you moved it?
Yes.
And what was that, as best you can recall?
I wasn't sure what it was at the time. I know what it is now.
Okay. Well, first of all, where was it?
In the front of his sweatshirt.
All right. What was it?
It felt like a can.
All right. What did you do with it, if anything?
I took it out and just moved it to my right side behind me.
Did you take time to examine the can for any reason?
No.
Why not?
It wasn't my concern. I was just trying to get to the patient.
All right. Did you detect or feel anything else in Trayvon Martin's sweatshirt when you moved it?
Yes.
And what was that?
It just felt like maybe a small bag. When I moved the shirt, it made like a kind of like a crinkling noise.
All right. Did you do anything with that small bag?
I did not.
And was that item also in Trayvon Martin's sweatshirt?
I wasn't exactly where it was, but when I moved the shirt up, I felt it, but it wasn't large enough to be in my way.
All right. When you pulled up Trayvon Martin's sweatshirt, did you see any injuries?
Yes.
And specifically, did you see what appeared to be a gunshot wound?
Yes.
And where was that?
In his chest.
And what steps did you and the other personnel take to assess Trayvon Martin?
We put on a cardiac monitor.
And what's the purpose of that?
To assess the heart rhythm.
And what was determined from the cardiac monitor?
It was determined by the lead paramedic on the scene that the rhythm was incompatible to life.
And was Trayvon Martin then pronounced dead at the scene?
Yes.
Does your does the report from the incident indicate the time that Trayvon Martin was pronounced dead?
On the report that I have here?
Yes, ma'am.
$19:30.
7:30?
Yes.
All right, and that was just a few minutes after you arrived, about 3 minutes after you arrived?
Yes.
Okay. At any point, did you hear Trayvon Martin make any sounds?
No.
Did you or anyone from your agency transport Trayvon Martin's body from the scene?
No.
And why not?
That wouldn't be part of our job.
Is that something, when a person's deceased, that's left for the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
Other than taking the can out of Trayvon Martin's shirt pocket, did you move or collect any other items on or around him?
No.
All right, let me ask you to look at your screen. Your Honor, would you dim the lights? Thank you. State's Exhibit 20, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the way Trayvon Martin appeared after he was pronounced?
We had his shirt up, but yes.
Okay. And states 25 from the other side, is that also an accurate depiction of the way he appeared?
Yes.
And states 80
Yes.
and states 28, what's depicted in that photograph?
The gunshot wound.
And that obviously would be when his sweatshirts were pulled up.
Yes.
Your Honor, that's all I have for the lights. All right. After Trayvon Martin was pronounced dead, did you treat a man later identified to you as George Zimmerman at that same scene?
Yes.
Do you see that individual in court this afternoon?
I don't know. Yes.
Is he the gentleman standing to my left?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, I ask that the record reflect the witnesses identify the defendant.
Record is so reflect.
Where was the defendant when you made contact with him?
Sitting in a police car.
And when you met with the defendant, did you talk to him?
Yes.
Did the defendant appear to have any difficulty understanding what you were saying?
No.
Did you have any difficulty understanding the defendant when he responded to you?
No.
Did the defendant appear to have any memory problems?
No.
You object to that, Your Honor, that would be speculation.
Sustained.
And since it got out before the objection, I would need to move to strike the answer.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, you're to disregard the question and the answer.
What is a Glasgow coma score?
It's a scoring system that we use to determine the level of responsiveness of a patient.
And what are the components of it? What makes it up?
It has 3 sections for verbal and motor response. And they each have a series of numbers, like a score. For example, for I, it's 4, 3, 2, 1. It would be spontaneous, to command, to pain, and none. And each section has a different amount of numbers for a score.
All right. And what's the highest score someone can get? That is the most alert someone can be?
A 15.
And what was the defendant's Glasgow coma score that evening?
15.
And what does that highest score indicate to you?
It would indicate that for I response, it was spontaneous. For verbal response, he was oriented. And for motor response, he obeyed commands.
Did you observe any injuries to the defendant?
Yes.
And what injuries did you observe?
He had a very swollen, bleeding nose. He had lacerations to the back of his head.
Was the defendant's nose actively bleeding when you arrived?
I don't believe it was actively bleeding.
All right. And
It was still moist.
Okay.
But-
What did you do to treat his nose?
We just tried to clean up his injuries so we could see them better to determine.
And describe the lacerations that you saw on the back of the defendant's head.
I recall 2 lacerations, approximately an inch long,
All right. Were either of those lacerations bleeding?
not actively bleeding, but they had been.
And how did you treat the lacerations to the defendant's head?
The same, we just tried to clean up a little so we could view better what the injury was.
At any point while you were treating the defendant, did he stand up?
Yes.
Did the defendant have any trouble with his balance when he stood up?
I don't believe so.
And about how long were you treating the defendant?
Maybe 5 minutes.
Did you transport the defendant from the scene?
No.
And why not?
It was determined that if he needed further medical treatment, that the Sanford police would take him.
And after you completed your examination of the defendant, did you leave the defendant in the custody of the Sanford Police Department?
Yes.
All right. Did you have any further involvement with the defendant after you left him with the police officers?
No.
All right. Let me ask you to look at the screen again. Your Honor, thank you. State's Exhibit 79, is that a fair and accurate depiction of the defendant as he appeared in the back of the officer's patrol car?
Yes.
And State 76, is that a fair and accurate depiction of the back of his head when you came upon him?
Yes.
Your Honor, that's all I have. Thank you.
Cross?
Thank you, Your Honor. Afternoon, ma'am.
Hi.
How are you?
Good.
Speaking about when you came in contact with my client, George Zimmerman, he was in the back of the patrol car, correct?
Yes.
And we just saw a couple pictures of him, and in the front picture I want to talk about first. You didn't actually do the evaluation, did you, on him, the sort of workup? Wasn't that two other paramedics that were out there as well, correct?
What do you mean evaluation?
Well, I'm sort of who did sort of the workup on Mrs. Zimmerman to identify injuries and whatnot. Wasn't Mike Brandy in charge of sort of lead in that?
I believe it was myself and firefighter Kevin O'Rourke who treated Mr. Zimmerman.
Okay. Wasn't Mike Brandy there as well?
He was on the scene.
Okay. And when you did the evaluation, you noticed that the nose was swollen. I think you said very swollen, correct?
Yes, it was very swollen.
Okay. Explain, we saw the picture. Let's take a moment to look at that. I'm going to look for a little bit of help. I think I can get there. Thank you, Your Honor. Let's go down. No, I can just do it. In here? Yeah, let's put down to Great, thank you.
Which one?
The one right there, thanks. So looking at this one, first of all, this does fairly and accurately depict his nose and his face, correct, as you saw it?
Yes, I believe we may have even, because we wiped it a bit.
So even well, was that before this picture, do you know?
I don't know.
Okay. So tell me what you see there as far as his injuries, if you can be a bit more descriptive.
The bridge of his nose is very swollen.
And that's off to the right of the nose, that swelling area there, is that what you're speaking of?
I recall both sides being swollen.
Okay, so the nose itself may be more on the right, but I was going to ask, the left side is swollen as well, isn't it?
The entire area was quite
Okay.
swollen.
And what is that just on the bridge of the nose, sort of going towards his right eye? That little red spot.
Appears to be a laceration, a small laceration.
Did you note that as well, that he had a laceration on the nose?
I did not.
Okay. How does a person get a laceration like that?
I don't know.
Okay. In your experience, is that consistent with getting struck in the nose by a fist?
It could.
Okay. Similar to the injuries to the nose itself and the swelling, are they also consistent with a fist strike to the nose?
Very possibly.
Okay. And do you see the injuries to what would be closest to you, his left forehead? Do you see those markings up there?
Yes.
What is that?
Looks like an abrasion.
Okay. Can you tell how that may have been, how he was injured with that?
I cannot.
Okay. Would you agree that that would be a separate injury from the injury to his nose?
Yes.
Now let's talk about what seems to be on the tip of his nose. What is that?
Blood.
And is that what you talked about earlier, that it was still moist in the process of drying?
Yes.
Where was that coming from?
His nose.
Inside?
Yes.
What does that indicate to you?
An injury to the nose.
Of what sort? What happens when the nose bleeds? How does it start bleeding?
Specifically?
Well, as best you can, if you can, describe how a shot to the nose would cause bleeding like that? What has to happen to it?
I mean, blood vessels would initiate bleeding.
Okay, and those blood vessels that exist up in the nose, correct?
Yes.
Any idea what happens to the blood that breaks or that escapes from blood vessels when you're laying on your back? What if you had that injury and you were laying on your back? Where would the blood go?
You would probably swallow it.
You go back up into your sinuses?
Correct.
And then back down the back of your throat?
Correct.
And then, if you could, you'd be swallowing your own blood, right?
Right.
You can put the lights up if you would. Thank you very much. The injuries that we talked about on the back of the head, similar. You saw them that night the same way, correct?
Yes,
And then you cleaned them off?
I did.
And you could see lacerations that you identified as being about 1 inch long each, correct?
Approximately.
All right. Not actively bleeding when you saw them?
No.
Do you have a concern with head injuries? When you see a head injury, similar to this, what concerns come to you?
Concerns meaning?
Well, what medical issues are you down? If you were to see, as you did, those 2 1-inch lacerations on the back of his head, did you have any concerns for any medical condition that may be happening to Mrs. Zimmerman because of those injuries?
Yeah, we had, in questioning him, we asked, had he lost consciousness? I think he's the one that said he had felt dizzy.
Mm-hmm.
We just continued to question him about that.
You would be concerned as a first responder to possible concussive injuries from an injury like that?
Correct.
Where you can get a concussion when your head is hit that way?
Correct.
And even brain injury, is that a possibility from an injury like that?
Possibly.
And something that you need to be aware of?
Yes.
And you were only aware of that and concerned about it as you were treating him, correct?
Yes.
Reasonable, in your opinion, for somebody who's incurred those type of injuries to be concerned about their own continued safety?
I'm sorry, repeat the question.
Do you think a person who sustained those type of injuries in the back of the head should be concerned about their medical safety?
Possibly.
And how about the nose? Would that cause you concern about a person's medical safety if that injury was caused to them?
Possibly.
What is the normal procedure for head injuries and getting them x-rayed?
Well, they would have to be transported to a medical facility to receive an x-ray.
Sure, you can't get x-rays just in the back of your ambulance, right?
Right.
So you'd have to take them to the hospital?
If they choose to go.
And who helps make that decision?
If the patient is fully awake and alert, they can make the decision.
So is it that final decision actually left up to the non-medical personnel?
It was discussed, and we explained that we would be happy to transport him, and I'm not exactly how the determination was made, but I knew that it was determined that if he was going to receive medical care, the police was going to take him.
So that sort of became the police responsibility at that point, correct?
Correct.
Had it not been for the police involvement, would you have suggested to the person who had that injury and the injuries in the back of his head to go get some x-rays?
We would have said the same thing, that we would be happy to transport him, but it would have been up to them.
Okay. If I might just have a moment, Your Honor. be done. You said that he was able to get up, and did you say he stood up without trouble? Or I couldn't quite hear exactly what you said when you were asked about was he able to stand?
When we got to him, he was actually sitting sideways in the police car.
With
He
his sort
wasn't-
of feet out of the car and his...
Yes. The
Okay.
door was open and his feet were out.
All right.
And when, however, it came about that he had said he had been dizzy, we asked him to stand up to see if he still felt dizzy, and he was able to stand up.
With the assistance of Officer Smith and one of the paramedics, correct? Because he was handcuffed behind his back, wasn't he?
I don't recall if he was handcuffed behind his back.
Okay, you don't recall that?
I don't.
Do you recall Officer Tim Smith helping him out of the car when he was complaining about being dizzy?
I do not.
Okay, do you remember whether it was paramedic Mike Brandy who helped him out of the car as well when he complained about being dizzy?
I do not.
Okay, your focus is really on injuries, clear them up, identify them, and then evaluate, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
Just briefly,
From your observations of the defendant, both his physical condition and his mental capabilities, did you have any concern that he had sustained a brain injury?
I wouldn't make that determination.
Did the defendant ever complain, other than of dizziness, did he ever complain of a headache or excruciating pain, anything like that?
Not to me.
Did he ever lose consciousness?
No,
While you
not
were
while
there?
we were with him.
Did someone ask him whether or not he had lost consciousness prior to your arrival?
I believe so.
What did he say?
I didn't. I'm not the one that asked, so I don't know.
Did you ever take the time to measure either of the lacerations on the back of his head?
No.
All right, so your testimony about them being approximately an inch, that would be a guess?
Approximately an inch, yes.
All right. Would you defer to someone who actually measured them?
I'm sorry?
Would you defer the length of each of the lacerations to someone who actually measured them?
To be exact, yes.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Judge, that's all I have.
Thank you. May Ms. Livingston be excused?
She may.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. You may be excused. Call your next witness, please.
Then we call Nancy Colgate.
Judge, we can call Tim Smith.
Okay.
I'd like to know this is a time for a recess, an hour and a half. It's
Do you
more-
need a break? Does anybody need a recess? No? They're all right. Thank you, though.
Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony presented will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I did. Just
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir. If you'd please
How you
tell
doing?
the members of the jury your name
Officer Timothy Smith,
and where you employed.
Sanford Police Department,
How long have you been with the Sanford Police Department?
since 2008.
And your position there is what?
Police officer,
How long as a patrol officer? How long in patrol specifically?
7 years.
Let me turn your attention to the evening of Sunday, February 26, 2012. Were you working that evening?
Yes, I was.
And were you in a standard patrol uniform as you are this afternoon?
Yes, I was.
How were you traveling?
In my marked Sanford Police vehicle.
Were you riding alone or with anyone?
Alone.
All right. On that evening, did you respond to a dispatch at the Retreat at Twin Lakes complex?
Yes, I did.
And what was the approximate time of the dispatch?
Shortly after 7 p.m.
What was the nature of the dispatch?
Suspicious persons.
And where were you when you received the dispatch?
I was conducting an area patrol in the parking lot of Seminole Power Sports.
And where is that location relative to the Retreat at Twin Lakes complex?
Approximately a mile and a half.
All right. And about how long did it take you to respond to the complex?
Just a few minutes.
Did you receive an update to the suspicious person dispatch while you were en route?
Yes, I did.
What was the nature of the update?
Shots fired.
Were you given an address to respond to for the shots fired?
Yes, I was.
And what was that address, if you recall?
I believe it was 1231 Twin Trees.
And where were you when you received the update?
Entering the gates of the community.
It is a gated complex?
Yes,
All right. How did you get through the gate?
with the gate code.
How did you get the gate code?
Dispatch.
All right. Your Honor, may I approach the witness, and would you dim the lights? Sir, up on the screen is State's Exhibit 2. Let me give you a pointer just to press that. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Is that an aerial photograph that includes the retreated Twin Lakes complex?
Yes, it is.
Can you show the members of the jury first where the complex is with the laser pointer, if you would?
Right here.
Okay. And show them your location when you first received the dispatch.
Right here.
All right. And can you show them what route you took to get to the complex?
Sure. I would have gone down Reinhardt, northbound on Reinhardt to Oregon, down Oregon to the front entrance right here.
All right. Let me ask you to look at State's Exhibit 1. Do you recognize that to be a aerial photograph of the retreated Twin Lakes complex itself?
Yes, I do.
All right. Can you show the members of the jury where you went first when you entered the complex?
Through the front gates here, down through here. This
All
is
right.
Twin Trees.
And I think you said you went first to 1231. Was there an update to the location after you got in the complex?
1231 was what I was originally given, so I arrived there first.
Can you show approximately where 1231 is?
Right in this area.
Okay. And where did you go?
From there, I was given an update from an address on Retreat View, advising that the incident was taking place behind that location.
All right. And do you recall the address on Retreat View Circle that you were given?
(2821) Retreat View.
All right. So where did you go?
Down Twin Trees to Retreat View, and the address would have been over in this area.
All right. As you were en route to the 2821 address, did you stop anywhere and observe things or use your flashlight?
I did.
Or spotlight? Where was that?
Down here in between the sets of townhomes.
Okay. And what did you do at that location?
I used the spotlight on the patrol vehicle to shine it down that walkway.
All right. Did you get out of your car, or were you just sitting in the car and you can maneuver it from inside your car?
Inside the car.
All right. And what did you see when you shined your spotlight down there?
Towards the end of the walkway, I saw at least one person standing outside.
Could you see anything more than that other than a person standing outside?
Not from where I was, no, sir.
All right. So did you continue around then on Retreat View Circle to the 2821 address?
Yes, sir.
Show the members of the jury then again about where you parked and what you did when you got out of your car.
I parked roughly in this area here.
And where did you go?
As I exited, I went around to the left to go in between the townhomes on the walkway.
All right. What were the lighting conditions like when you got in between and behind the townhomes?
It was dark.
Did you have a flashlight with you?
I did.
All right. And did you use that?
I did.
All right. What were the weather conditions like?
It was raining.
When you got behind the townhomes, did you see anyone?
I did.
How many people did you see?
I saw at least 2 people standing and then 1 person on the ground.
And show the members of the jury approximately where the 2 people were who were standing up.
Approximately in this area here.
All right. And the person on the ground, where was that person?
In the grassy area. In the grassy area to the left of the sidewalk.
Okay. And can you just shine your light in that approximate area?
Sure. roughly in this area.
Very good. And you have indicated to the left of the sidewalk?
Yes,
All right. Did you shine your flashlight on the person who was on the ground?
I did.
And how was that person positioned?
Face down.
Could you see the person's hands?
No, I could not.
Did you lay? All right. Was fire rescue dispatched to that scene?
Yes, sir.
And did they respond to the scene?
Yes, sir.
Was fire rescue allowed to examine and treat the defendant?
Yes, sir.
And were you present for that?
Yes, sir.
What injuries did you observe on the defendant?
The defendant had a bloody nose. He had some lacerations to his head, as well as some contusions.
And at some point, while the defendant was in your patrol car, did another Sanford police officer take a picture of the defendant's face?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall who that was?
It's Officer Mike Wagner. Wagner?
All right. Were you aware at any point that a civilian had taken a photograph of the back of the defendant's head?
Not at that time, no.
All right. So is that something that if it happened, would have happened before you arrived?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, if we could dim the lights again. State's Exhibit 6, is that, again, another depiction of the lighting at the scene absent the light, the flash from the camera?
Yes, sir.
And State's 34, do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
Is that the approximate area that you parked your patrol car on Retreat View Circle?
Yes, sir.
In States 132, obviously a daylight photograph. Is that a photograph of the entrance, the front entrance of the retreat at Twin Lakes?
Yes, it is.
In States 133, do you recognize that to be a closer shot of the front entrance of the retreat at Twin Lakes?
Yes.
In States 134, is that now a shot going into the complex with the clubhouse and the right of the picture?
Yes.
States 135, what is that?
It's the front of the clubhouse.
And States 136, do you recognize that?
That would be the mailbox kiosk.
And States 137, is that a close-up of the mailbox kiosk by the clubhouse?
Yes, sir.
All right. And States 138, is that a depiction of the rear gate of the retreat at Twin Lakes?
Yes, it is.
All right. Let me show you State 79. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
Is that, to your knowledge, the photograph that Officer Wagner took of the defendant when he was seated in your patrol car?
Yes, it is.
And State 76, does that depict the defendant's head or close to it, fair and accurate depiction of when you came into contact with him?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you recall what the defendant was wearing that evening?
Red and black jacket and blue jeans.
When you first made contact with the defendant out at the scene, was his jacket pushed up in any way?
I don't believe so.
Did you see any tears in his jacket?
No, sir.
What, if anything, did you notice about the condition of his jacket?
The back of it was wetter than the front of it, and it was also covered in grass.
Do you recall the condition of his pants?
Vaguely.
You said they were blue jeans?
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything else about the condition of his pants?
Again, the back was wetter than the front.
All right. After rescue had cleaned up the defendant and treated him, what did you do with him?
I transported him to the station.
And what was the purpose of you taking the defendant to the Sanford Police Station?
To be interviewed by the Criminal Investigations Division.
And did you take the defendant directly there?
Yes, sir.
And about how long did that trip take?
Driving time from Retreat to the stations, roughly 15 minutes.
All right. While you were making the transport, did the defendant say anything else or anything at all about his injuries?
He stated that he felt like he was lightheaded.
And what did you do or say in response to that?
I forwarded him the opportunity to go to the hospital.
And how did you afford him the opportunity?
I asked him if he wanted to go to the hospital, or if he wanted to go to the station and be reevaluated by FD.
And what did the defendant say when you offered him that?
He wasn't sure what he should do.
And so how was that resolved?
Ultimately, he decided that he didn't want to go.
Didn't want to go where?
To the hospital.
All right. So did you take him to the station?
I did.
All right. At any time while you were en route with the defendant, did he lose consciousness or faint in any way?
No, sir.
At any time after arriving at the station, did the defendant complain of any injuries?
No, sir. None that was already additionally on there.
And where specifically did you park when you and the defendant arrived at the station?
In the Sally Port.
And is that the standard area that you would park when bringing someone to the station like that?
Yes.
When you removed the defendant from your car, did he appear to have any trouble balancing or walking?
No, sir.
All right. And was he still handcuffed?
Yes, sir.
Did the defendant walk with you inside the station?
Yes, sir.
And was he, again, still handcuffed?
Yes, sir.
Did he have any trouble walking throughout the station?
No, sir.
Are portions of the interior of the Sanford Police Station surveilled by video cameras?
Yes, sir.
And have you seen the video surveillance of the defendant arriving at the station and walking through the station that evening?
Yes, sir.
Does that video fairly and accurately depict the defendant's arrival and transport through the police station?
Yes, sir.
After the defendant got out of your police car, did you see any blood in your patrol car?
No, sir.
And where did you take the defendant specifically when you got to the station?
Into an interview room on the second floor.
All right. Your Honor, if I could have some assistance. Playing states, I believe it's 192. It's a composite.
Any objection to 192?
I might just have a moment with counsel.
Okay, we have to change paper. Is this a good time to take a short recess? Okay, why don't we take a 15-minute recess? Please be seated. Are we ready to bring the jury back in? Defense, ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring them in.
yours to present.
Please be seated. You may continue.
Judge, I believe where we left off, we were going to publish states 192. And Officer Smith, as that is playing, is that a picture from inside the Sally Port area at the police station?
Yes, it is.
Is that your patrol car pulling in?
Yes, it is.
Is that you that just got out of the driver's seat?
Yes, sir.
And was that an accurate depiction of your interaction with the defendant as he got out of the patrol car and walked into the station?
Yes, it was.
All right. Was that just you and the defendant walking through one of the interior doors?
Yes, sir.
And again, is that just you and the defendant walking through another portion of the police station?
Yes, sir.
All right. You know, that's all we need for the lights. Thank you. All right. Did you take the defendant to an interview room?
Yes, sir.
And was anyone in the interview room when you placed the defendant in there?
No, sir.
Did you uncuff the defendant when you placed him in the interview room?
Yes, I did.
Did you offer him something to drink?
I did.
Did you stay in that room with the defendant?
No, sir.
Where did you go?
The room's monitored by one-way glass, so I went around to the other side of the glass.
All right, and were you able to see the defendant from the other side of the glass?
Yes, sir.
Did you watch the defendant until someone arrived
Yes,
to
sir.
speak with him?
Yes, sir.
And about how long was that?
30 to 40 minutes.
All right. At any time while you were watching the defendant for 30 to 40 minutes through the one-way glass, did he lose consciousness?
No, sir.
Did he appear to have any physical problems of any kind, falling out of the chair, anything like that?
No, sir.
Did he do anything that caused you concern about his health during that 30 to 40 minute period?
No, sir.
And who was it who arrived to interview the defendant?
I believe it was Investigator Singleton.
Did you participate in that interview?
No, sir, I did not.
And where were you when Detective Singleton was speaking with the defendant?
Back on the other side of the one-way glass.
All right. Could you hear what they were saying?
Not enough. You can hear people talking, but it's not enough to make out.
You can't make out what they're saying?
Correct.
All right. Thank you, sir. Judge, that's all I have.
Thank you, Cross.
Yes, I'm not. Afternoon, officer. How you doing?
Good, how are you, sir?
Thanks for being here today. How long have you been an officer?
Since 2005.
Okay. And what was your training? What did you do to become an officer?
I attended the Law Enforcement Academy.
Okay. How long a course is that?
That's just shy of 700 hours.
In addition, have you taken any other courses like in community college or anything along the way or even before?
I have attended Seminole State College, yes.
That's just down the street?
Yes, sir.
What type of courses did you take?
It's general education courses.
Okay. Any focus on criminal justice, your chosen career?
Not at Seminole State, no, sir.
Okay. How long did you want to be a cop before you became one?
Since I was little.
Okay. Sort of a life goal for you then?
Yes, sir.
Why is that?
I enjoy helping and educating.
Okay. The traditional one, I guess it's not on all police cars, but it's on a lot of them, protect and serve.
Yes, sir.
Is that sort of a goal of yours then as a police officer?
Yes, sir.
Feel that's a pretty noble goal?
Yes, sir.
Do you enjoy it?
Yes, sir.
Can't enjoy it quite as much when you get a shots fired call, though, can you? It's got
No,
to be
sir.
a little concerning, right?
Yes, sir.
So you're on the radio, I think you testified about the map, and you get a call about a disturbance first, is that correct?
Suspicious person.
That's right. At some point it got upgraded, did it not?
Yes, sir, it did.
To shots fired?
Yes, sir.
What do you then do once you have a shots fired event?
You tend to wait for a little bit more additional information, but it becomes more of an officer safety issue.
At that point, you're officer safety, right?
Correct.
Okay. So you came in, did the circle, and actually, almost coincidentally, I guess, you were able to shine a light down that entire sort of alleyway towards where this event actually occurred, right?
Yes, sir.
And noticed at least one person towards the end?
Yes, sir.
Could you even tell who it was at that point?
No, sir.
So you pull up your car and then get out, and you take out, how do you equip yourself as you're going out of your car to go to that back alleyway?
Due to the lighting, I grabbed a flashlight.
Okay. I talked to another officer before you, and he said that his gun actually has a flashlight on it. Was that the way yours was set up, or?
Yes, my gun does have a flashlight on it.
Was that what you used? No.
No, sir, I used an actual standard flashlight.
So when you first came around that corner heading over towards the scene, did you know that was the scene where the shooting occurred?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. So when you first came up on the scene, you had your flashlight out?
Yes, sir.
Had you taken out your service revolver yet?
Not at that point, no, sir.
Okay. Tell me what you first see when you come on scene.
I saw Mr. Zimmerman stand on the sidewalk. There may have been somebody out there with him, and I saw Trayvon laying in the grass.
Okay. And when you say sidewalk, there was a walkway that you sort of came down from your car, correct?
Correct. The sidewalk makes a T.
There's a T intersection.
Right.
As you came around that corner, can you sort of orient us to where near the T or how far down that T Mr. Zimmerman was?
If you came around the side of the building to the top of the T, it was approximately 30 feet.
30 feet from the T intersection?
Correct.
Okay. Very close by to where Trayvon Martin's body was, right?
Yes, sir.
Within feet?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what was he doing?
Who?
Mr. Zimmerman.
He was standing on the sidewalk.
Okay. Did he look towards you as you were coming towards him?
Yes.
Do you remember at that point whether or not there was anybody else present?
There may have been, but I'm not 100% certain.
Okay. And flashlight on Mr. Zimmerman at that point?
Yes, sir.
And could you tell that he was wearing the clothes that we've talked about, the orange or red jacket?
Yes, sir.
At that point, could you see the injuries to his nose when you first had the flashlight on him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were they similar as to the picture that we've seen a little while ago?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Even more, were the actual bleeding at that point, wasn't it?
That's correct.
Okay. And his eyes were watered?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Both eyes, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what did you first say to him?
I asked him if he had seen what happened.
And his response?
Yes.
Did that seem like an appropriate response? Anything wrong with the way he answered you?
No, sir.
Next, what did you ask him?
If he had seen, if the young man had been shot, and if he had seen who shot him.
And how did he respond?
That he did, and that he was still armed.
Okay. At that point, what's your response to find out that somebody involved in a shooting is right there in front of you, armed?
At that point is when I unholstered my service weapon.
And take it out?
Correct.
That's protocol, is it not?
Correct.
Again, it's officer safety is your number one
right.
charge, because without that, you can't do anything else.
Correct.
Can't help anyone else.
Correct.
Okay. Pointed at him?
Yes, sir.
And again, that's appropriate, correct?
Yes, sir.
You did not point it at him because of any immediate threat that he posed to you, correct? He didn't challenge you in any way, did he?
No, sir.
Matter of fact, he was completely cooperative, was he not?
Yes, sir.
But protocol is you arm yourself and make sure that you have it on him to take care of the situation.
Yes, sir.
And what did you next ask him?
As he was telling me that he had shot him and he was still armed, was when he kind of leaned over to expose the firearm.
So if I were to do that then for just a moment, tell me, I could either have you do it, I'm going to try, but the gun was on his right hip, I think you testified?
Correct.
So this jacket is longer than the one he was wearing, right?
Yes, sir.
But if we flipped it up sort of a silly way, he went like this.
Yes, sir.
And just by this movement was able to do enough.
The hands going up and the leaning over.
Oh, okay, so sort of like that?
Right.
And in just doing that movement, that was enough of a movement where the gun was exposed, correct?
Correct.
The jacket didn't cover the gun by more than a few inches, right?
I don't believe so.
Okay. So any movement up of the jacket, even that small movement that he did by leaning over, exposed the gun, right?
Correct.
And had the jacket been ridden up in any form or fashion, the gun would have been exposed, right?
I would imagine so, yes.
So, do you remember if he had a cell phone in his hand or not?
I don't recall.
Okay. In any case, he showed you his gun, kept his hands in the air, didn't he?
Correct.
That's what you told him to do?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you do at that point now that you have a flashlight, a gun, and you see another gun?
I asked Mr. Zimmerman to put his hands on top of his head, interlock his fingers.
Okay.
At which point I reholstered, made contact, hands-on contact with Mr. Zimmerman and placed him in handcuffs.
Okay. You lead the gun until you get his hands secured?
Yes, sir.
And that's protocol as well?
That's choice.
Okay. He didn't resist in any way, did he?
No, sir.
And I guess that not resisting is you have him like this, interlocked, correct?
Correct.
Then you would either turn him around or go behind him?
To handcuff him?
Yeah.
I was behind him.
Right. Take one arm, get it back, take
Correct.
the other arm. You've, of course, been in, I would imagine, hundreds of situations having to handcuff people, correct?
Yes, sir.
And most people, I'll let you answer it. What percentage of people at least offer some resistance to you when you're trying to get their arms behind their back?
I object to the relevance of anyone else.
Have you had other people resist getting their arms behind the back?
Same objection, Your Honor, relevance.
At this point, I don't want to speak to you.
Well, then please approach.
I'll rephrase it.
Okay.
Let me rephrase it. Did Mr. Zimmerman offer any response whatsoever to your cuffing him behind his back?
Any response of resistance?
Yeah, did he respond? Did he resist at all? If I
No.
said response, I apologize. Did
No.
he resist at all?
No, sir.
Complied with that command of yours immediately
Yes, sir.
and completely?
Yes, sir.
Once you had him secured then you were able to secure his firearm?
Yes, sir.
And I think a point was made that at that point, your focus, even more so than other people involved, is to secure the firearm, correct?
Correct.
And though in a perfect world you might have been able to put on gloves, you didn't have the time then, you just grabbed the gun, and I think you said you put it between one of your clips and your vest?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was necessitated by the circumstances, wasn't it?
That is correct.
That was, again, primary goal number one at that point?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At that point, as your first contact to Mr. Zimmerman, did he seem angry?
No, sir.
Did he seem frustrated?
No, sir.
Did he seem spiteful of anything that was going on?
No, sir.
Any ill will or hatred at all that you saw him exude as you first saw him literally moments after the event?
No, sir.
Any concern about him at all except for his injuries?
No, sir.
Even though he had that obvious injury to his nose, did you see any injuries to the back of his head yet?
While I was securing him, yes, I was able to see
So
that.
as you got behind him, you could see the blood dripping down the back of his head?
Correct.
So even with those injuries, did he seem agitated?
No, sir.
There has been testimony that he was seemingly calm. Did he come across that way to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Having just gone through what he went through, and now that you know, having just shot somebody, did his behavior to you just seem strange?
No, sir.
Just usual?
I wouldn't say usual.
Okay. Not, well, was it particularly unusual?
No, sir.
Even for those circumstances?
No, sir.
You didn't think that didn't come across to you as being cavalier, did he?
No, sir.
Or just uncaring?
No, sir.
Fairly appropriate for what you now know he had just gone through?
Correct.
So, you secure the gun.
Yes, sir.
And then what's the next thing that you do?
I had Mr. Zimmerman have a seat in the rear of my patrol car.
Okay. Let's talk about sort of the walk over. My understanding, again from other testimony, is that another officer came on scene fairly quickly behind you. Do you recall that?
That's correct.
Do you recall who it was?
Officer Ayala.
Ayala? And you had control of Mr. Zimmerman, and that became your now task, correct?
Correct.
And was it true that Officer Ayala took over the situation of dealing with the other person, now known as Mr. Martin?
That is correct.
Okay. And as you were going, anything else that you recall Mrs. Zimmerman saying to you at the scene before you started walking towards the car?
Not before, no, sir.
Okay. As you were walking towards the car, didn't he utter something to you, sort of voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
And what did he say?
He stated to me that he was yelling for help and that nobody would come help him.
And how long after you first saw him did that happen? Within a minute?
It was a few minutes.
Okay. As long as it took to do what we just talked about?
Correct.
And then, because as soon as you had him cuffed, you secured the gun, all right? Turned him around and walked him towards your car.
Correct.
The car was 30 yards away?
Approximately.
And it was during that walk, actually almost immediately upon walking towards the car, that he uttered that to you, right?
It wasn't very long after, no, sir.
Okay. He actually said that to you twice, didn't he?
Correct.
Second time was after you got to the car?
That's correct.
Tell me how he said that. Was it as... tell me how he said that.
It was almost confusion.
Tell me.
That's basically what it was. Sort of a confused look on his face.
Like he didn't know why, after screaming for help, nobody would come help him?
Correct.
Object to that as common speculation.
I'll rephrase it, Your Honor.
Thank you.
It came across to you as though he was confused?
That's correct.
You had testified a little while ago about Mr. Zimmerman's condition. We've talked about his injuries, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you also said that the back, particularly the back of his jacket, was wet.
Yes, sir.
Of course, it was raining on and off that evening, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
Was the back noticeably more wet than the rest of his body?
Yes, sir.
As though he had been laying in grass on his back?
That's correct.
And he actually also had pieces of grass on his back as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell with blue jeans that the back of his blue jeans were wet as well, or could
It appeared to be a little bit darker.
a little bit darker than the front?
Correct.
Evidencing to you what in the darkness?
That he had been laying on his back.
And that his jeans were wet as well on the back?
Correct.
So you get him to the car, which my understanding is that you stayed with him the entire time?
I did.
Again, that's your charge at that point, correct?
Correct.
So you were there when the medical personnel came and treated him?
I was.
Okay. Did he say anything, well, did he say anything about the facts of the case to the medical personnel?
No, sir.
When you first arrested him, when you first detained him, did he ask for a lawyer?
No, sir.
As far as you know, all the time that you were with him, did he ever ask for a lawyer?
No, sir.
So you have him in the car, medical personnel sort of deal with him and finish with him, correct?
Correct.
Were you waiting for them to finish so that you could continue on with what you had to do, which at that point became transporting him?
Correct.
Okay. So that was mainly your reason for waiting around. Let them finish and then continue on?
Yeah, I have to wait if they decide if they're going to transport or not.
And how was that decision accomplished?
Through the paramedics.
And do you know, were you there? Or listening?
I could overhear bits and pieces. I was
Okay.
kind of pushed back because there was a crowd around the doorway of the car.
Including the paramedics?
It was a crowd of paramedics.
Gotcha. Mrs. Zimmerman's still in the backseat of your car?
Correct.
With his legs out on the ground?
That's correct.
And then the paramedics attending to him?
Correct.
Do you know which one made the decision to transport or not?
Which paramedic? I do not.
Okay. But it seems that the decision to release him back to you was what was done.
Yes.
Correct? Did you have any impact on that? Like, I want to get him to the station. Are we done here? What's going on?
No, sir.
Okay, left that in their hands.
Yes, sir.
So he's then released to you.
Correct.
And put him in the back seat of the car. At some point, did you actually have to help him get up out of the car for the rest of the examination, where you sort of lifted him up? He was still, I'm sorry, let me start. He was still cuffed in the back seat of the car, correct?
Correct.
And as he was being treated by medical personnel, you still had to have him cuffed.
He was still handcuffed, yes.
At that point, all you know is that he's acknowledged having shot somebody.
Correct.
And you're not going to release somebody under those circumstances just yet.
Correct.
Okay. So when the medical personnel wanted him lifted up to check the rest of him, did you help lift him up?
No, sir.
Do you know if another officer did?
I don't recall.
Do you know how it happened with the medical personnel? If you were
It may have
watching?
been two of the paramedics lifted him up.
Okay. Do you remember that happening?
I remember him standing up, but I don't remember who.
Okay.
It wasn't me.
Anyway, that's finished. He's now in the backseat of the car, still cuffed.
Correct.
And you're taking him back to his Sanford Police Department.
That's correct.
And tell me again of the conversation about feeling lightheaded.
He said that he felt lightheaded, had a headache while he was in the backseat of the patrol car.
Did that seem to be consistent with his injuries to you?
Yes, sir.
And did you then call over to Sanford Police Department to figure out what to do with him now that he might have to go to the hospital?
I had called the supervisor that was on scene,
All right, do you recall who that was?
Sergeant McCoy.
And tell me of the conversation with Sergeant McCoy.
I explained to her the comment that he had made about feeling lightheaded. She advised me if he wants to go to the hospital, we'll transport him to the hospital. If not, we'll take him to the station.
Okay. Did you have a discussion with Mr. Zimmerman that though you could transport him to the hospital, the expenses of that would be on his shoulders?
I don't recall that, no, sir.
They would, in fact, though, you would not, SPD doesn't cover expenses if he goes to the hospital, right?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And then we've learned, we've seen the pictures, I'm not going to put them back up right now, but there was one picture after Mrs. Zimmerman had been cleaned up, correct?
Correct.
Those pictures were taken after midnight that night, were they not?
I don't know what time they were taken, but it was after.
After the initial interview with Detective Singleton?
Correct.
Do you know who cleaned him up at SPD?
While at the station, he was given a bottle of water and some tissues.
Oh, to sort of clean himself off?
Correct.
Okay. And is that then how it went from the first picture we saw, the one with him with the blood all over him, to the one where the blood is gone?
He was cleaned up some by the fire department on scene, and then while he was at the station.
Okay. Was there ever a time at Sanford Police Department where there was any other videotaping of him that you know of?
Not that I'm aware of, no, sir.
Was there ever a time where he needed any physical assistance from you or whatever in helping, leaning against a wall or doing anything like that?
No, sir.
And you watched him for about 30, I think you said, 30 or 40 minutes before the investigator came in to talk to him, right?
Correct.
Question him about what had happened?
Yes, sir.
And did you say that you watched that interrogation or interview?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was he cooperative?
He appeared to be so.
Okay. Did he ever ask for a lawyer during that event?
I don't know.
Had he asked for one, the interview would have stopped, correct?
Yes, sir.
I might just have a moment, Your Honor. Thanks very much for the time. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Just briefly, thank you, Judge. Officer Smith, you were asked if when you came into contact with the defendant, he seemed to be angry or frustrated, and you said that he did not.
Correct.
Do you know what was going on in his head when he pulled the trigger for the bullet that killed Trayvon Martin?
Let me interrupt with an objection. I think that's going to be speculation, and I would object to that, Your Honor.
Okay, sustained is the speculation.
Do you know what he was thinking before you arrived?
Your Honor,
Well, that's a yes or no. That would, if the answer is yes, it calls for speculation.
if the answer is no, I would suggest it's not relevant.
Okay, sustained.
You were asked about whether or not his firearm was visible when he exposed it to you like this,
Yes.
and you had a flashlight on him.
Yes, sir.
Do you know if his firearm was visible when he was out at the location where Trayvon Martin's body was in that lighting?
That I don't know.
You said at the station you offered the defendant some tissues, like Kleenex,
Yes, sir.
to clean himself.
Yes, sir.
Did anybody else clean him at the station?
Not that I saw.
Could you help me with one photograph? Judge, I'd like to publish one more photograph, if I could. Officer Smith, I'm showing you states 46. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the way the defendant appeared when he was at the police station after he had been cleaned up?
Yes, sir.
All right, and that was taken on the evening of the 26th, or perhaps just after midnight into the 27th?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. Judge, that's all I have.
A very brief follow-up. I think it was just a mistake, but I want to clear it up. Mr. Guy, when he suggested his maneuvering for the picture, actually lifted up his left arm. You had testified, however, pretty certainly that the gun was on his right side, correct?
Correct.
And that he lifted up his right arm.
Correct.
So you have no question in your mind whatsoever, do you, that the gun was located on his right hip?
No, I don't.
Okay. Mr. Guy's putting it up his left arm was just a mistake as far as you can tell?
Correct.
Thanks, nothing further.
And any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, may Officer Smith be excused?
He may.
Thank you very much. You're excused. Call your next witness, please.
Sir, we call Lindsay Folgate.
Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony presented will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you.
Okay, we'll get you a pad of paper. Just one, or? You may proceed.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Could you state your name for the record, please?
Yes, Lindsay Folgate.
And could you spell both names?
Yes, LINDZEEFOLGATE.
What is your occupation?
I'm a physician assistant
And where are you employed?
at Altamont Family Practice.
Is that located in Altamont Springs, Seminole County, Florida?
Correct.
Can you briefly tell us about your education and training regarding your occupation, ma'am?
Certainly. I am a physician assistant, meaning
I'm sorry, we've had problems with that microphone. You need to lean up a little bit and you may need to
Certainly.
adjust it.
I'm a physician assistant. I underwent 4 years of an undergraduate degree in a bachelor's of health science. And then subsequent to that, I did 2 years at a master's of physician assistant studies program at the University of Florida.
And you mentioned you obtained your master's when, ma'am?
I obtained my master's from June of 2006 to June of 2008.
And your master's was in physician's assistant studies?
Correct.
Are you certified by the state of Florida?
Correct. Yes, I am.
Please explain what you do and how it is different from a nurse and a doctor.
Okay. We can start with the nurse first. As a physician assistant, again, I have my master's degree, which is a different level of training than a nurse. I am taught on a medical model in the physician assistant program, and the purpose after my schooling is to go out and to be able to have direct patient contact with patients and be able to diagnose and treat their illnesses. So that's a little bit different than what a nurse can do.
Okay. And how about a doctor? How are you different than a doctor?
As a physician goes, as a physician, you have 4 years of a medical school degree, and then you go on to do a residency. So we're trained on a similar model, although ours is scaled down to a 2-year program, where for the first year I'm in a didactic school year, which is mainly a group of studies, and then the second year is our clinical year where we do different basic rotations.
And are you able to do everything that a doctor does except what?
I'm able to do most things that a physician can do, except in the state of Florida, I cannot sign off solely by myself on controlled substances.
Okay. And do you have your own patients?
I do.
Okay. How long have you been a physician assistant at Altamont Family Practice?
From April of 2011 to the present time.
Can you tell us how Altamont Family Practice is set up? I'm assuming if you're a patient, you come in, what are the processes that a patient coming in would be treated?
From the beginning, you would like that?
Yeah, just very briefly.
Okay. Briefly, if you were a patient to come into our office, you would enter through the doors. You would greet our front desk staff. They would obtain your insurance and license information. They would give you the paperwork if it had not already been filled out as a new patient. Once that is received, the insurance is verified, then the chart gets put up to be taken back. The medical assistant would come and get the chart. They would take the patient back. They would do vital signs, and then they would get a basic note of why they were being seen in the office that day.
And at that point, then, would you become involved if that's your patient in treating or assessing the injuries or whatever was wrong with the patient?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have a patient by the name of George Zimmerman? Was he a patient of yours at Altamont Family Practice?
He was.
And do you see that person in the courtroom today, ma'am?
I do.
Okay. Is that the person just stood up?
That is.
Right,
Yes.
the record reflect the witnesses identified defendant George Zimmerman.
The record will so reflect.
Ms. Falgate, your first contact with the defendant George Zimmerman, was that on August the 19th of 2011?
Correct.
And in terms of dealing with him the first time, was a history obtained from the defendant, Mr. Zimmerman?
Yes.
Okay. And do you review and personally go over the information that, in this case, Mr. Zimmerman provided to you or to your assistant in making sure that you are documenting everything you need to in order to treat him?
Yes.
Okay. In order to get what medication and what other possible benefit you can provide in assisting him in whatever he has a problem with?
Correct.
Okay. What I want to do is introduce at this time State's Exhibit, make sure I get the right one. State's Exhibit 195, which is the August 19, 2011. If I may approach the witness.
Yes. A matter outside your presence, so if you'll please put your notepads face down and follow Corporal Lapp back to the jury room. Is this a copy? Seated. Down to the witness room for just a moment. Okay, and right now we're discussing State's Exhibit 195, and the objection is to relevance of certain portions.
Yes, Your Honor. I might, if I might suggest, I think that this witness can certainly testify to what she remembers, and she can even use medical records to refresh her recollection. My concern is the idea or the contention that the medical records themselves should be admitted. I think that her testimony, to the extent this court perceives it to be relevant, should be admitted, but not the medical records. And if, in fact, the medical records are going to be allowed, that they would need to be redacted much more severely than they are. I think this court redacted them for discovery purposes initially, but other matters would now need to be further redacted. And the only thing I think that would not be redacted, not to argue the state's case, is that which documents the injuries. And there were some other previous records that talk about some exercising, and I understand the state's position on that. The court can make its own ruling, but short of that, I don't think that any other words or comments, history, would be relevant nor admissible.
I guess we'll take it one at a time, Your Honor, as to the exhibit before you, which I believe is State's Exhibit 195. It's dealing with the August 19, 2011 treatment of this defendant. This would establish, I guess, if I'm to, through the court, asking Mr. O'Mara, he has stated he has no objection to the witness testifying about such matters, but does not want the record itself in, if I understood correctly.
I believe the witness can testify to relevant matters. And I think if we were to look at this first page, I think there's a sentence or two that can be arguably relevant. But everything else, I would argue, as a medical record, quite protected under our statutes, would not be admissible unless there's particular relevance. I could just,
I'll be glad.
You can read as quickly as I can, Your Honor. There are just things in there that are not relevant to this case. And there are two sentences, I think, beginning with started to exercise.
Why don't we come up to the bench and we can go over these page by page.
decir algo.
Let me go ahead and get Ms. Folgate back here in the courtroom. Ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
Let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
Jury is present, Your Honor.
Please be seated. You may continue, Mr. De Leon.
I may proceed, Your Honor. Ms. Folgate, I think we left off with you having Mr. Zimmerman, the defendant, as a prior patient, as a patient back, and your first contact with him would have been August the 19th, 2011. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And as part of your contact with the defendant that day, you obtained a history from the defendant. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And when you obtained a history, you actually spoke to him yourself?
Correct. They come in with a pre-filled out history that they bring with them, so we have some sort of idea of what their history may be, and then we take the rest of it.
All right. I'm going to show you, ma'am, what's been marked, actually introducing the evidence of State's Exhibit 195. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
And do you recognize that exhibit as part of the medical records that are kept at your family practice, Altamont Family Practice?
Yes.
Okay. I've highlighted certain parts that I want to ask you specifically about, so if you can just make reference to those.
Okay.
That record would indicate that he was a patient of yours, and it's got his name, George M. Zimmerman, 27 years old, male, race, white. Is that correct?
Correct.
And it would also have the encounter date, which would have been August 19, 2011 at 1:29 p.m.?
Correct.
Okay. In terms of the highlighted parts only, can you read the first part, the first sentence of the highlighted part?
Of the history of present illness?
Yeah, just the highlighted part only.
Seen in the office to establish care, referred through insurance provider.
In that same paragraph, it also has a highlighted part towards the bottom of that paragraph. Do you see that?
Yes. Difficulty with falling and maintaining sleep. Started to exercise intensely with MMA, but this has not helped.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that last sentence? Started to...
Correct. Difficulty with falling and maintaining sleep. Started to exercise intensely with MMA, but this has not helped.
And were you able to determine MMA as being mixed martial arts?
Yes.
On the notes, I believe there are two sentences that are highlighted. Is that correct, in yellow?
Yes.
And could you read those two sentences?
Patient here to establish care. Patient was referred by his insurance list of providers.
Ma'am, I'm going to now provide to you, if I could, with the court's permission, may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
You saw him subsequent to that, and I want to refer specifically to a date, which is September 23rd of 2012. And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 196.
2012, that's 2011.
I apologize, 2011. Thank you, Your Honor. Do you see that exhibit before you, ma'am?
I do.
Your treatment, I'm sorry, you would have had contact with the defendant again, George Zimmerman, on that day?
Correct.
And when you say contact, you yourself actually had contact with the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. On that day also, when you saw him, you gathered just, it's got that exhibit's got the regular information, George M. Zimmerman, 27 years old, male, white, and the date, September 23rd, 2011 at 1:52 p.m., is that correct?
Correct.
And I believe there's a highlighted part in that page where you've got, in terms of social history, exercise, is that correct?
Correct.
And what did you notate there in terms of social history exercises to the defendant, George Zimmerman?
That he was involved in mixed martial arts 3 days per week.
Let me get that document back from you if I could, and let me show you State's Exhibit 194. You would have seen him on February the 27th of 2012, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that, I believe, is the exhibit in front of you?
Correct.
Okay. I want to make reference to that exhibit, and I believe on page 2 of that exhibit, there are some stuff that's scratched out, so when you read that, don't obviously, I'm not going to ask you about that.
Okay.
Okay? As opposed to the other ones that were highlighted, just to make sure we're on the same page. You dealt with them on that date, February 27th, at what time?
It says 11:02 a.m.
Okay. And do you recall specifically meeting with him that day?
I do remember that day, yes.
And on that date, did you see him in terms of just, besides getting a history, you actually treated him? Is that correct?
Correct.
Time to have a moment, Your Honor. I guess on that date, when you treated him, did you, a history was obtained in terms of what he was there for?
Yes.
Right, Persian complaints of an earache or whatever, would that have been the same?
It would have, it would have been noted on the notes, and then yes, we would have discussed what
Okay.
the concerns that he had.
Okay. So the history that would have been taken, would that have been first by a medical assistant, so you would have an idea of when you talked to him, what he was there for?
Exactly.
Okay. And if you could, let's go over in terms of the way you would have dealt with him in terms of, I know you've got records and they may not be in exact order in the way you treated him, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Because this exhibit is a printout of the combined records.
Yes.
Okay, all right. So if we could, let's start at the very beginning. Your first contact with him, what did you deal with in terms of what you dealt with and what he said he didn't say?
On this exact visit?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
On February the 27th of 2012 at 11:02 a.m.
So what would have happened initially is the patient would have been brought back to the room and had vitals done, and then a brief history would have been taken by the medical assistant. I then will review that brief history so I have an idea of exactly what I'm going in to see. And then while I enter the room, then we discuss his certain complaints that he was there for.
So I guess as it's done, I'm assuming every time somebody goes to the doctor, vital signs would have been taken first?
Yes.
Okay. And then the next part would have been his patient is here for whatever, and patient states something, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if you could, I think that's on page 2 of those records. Patient is here for what? Go ahead and tell us.
Patient is here for a return note for work. Patient was in fight on 2/26/2012. Patient was punched in nose and has 2 lacerations in the back of head. 911 was called and EMT said patient's nose was broken.
I gather when we're talking about right here, notes, this is what Mr. Zimmerman is telling the medical assistant?
Correct.
Okay. So he's telling the medical assistant that he's there for a return note for work.
Correct.
That he was in a fight on February the 26th of 2012, that he was punched in the nose and has 2 lacerations in the back of the head, that 911 was called, and an EMT said his nose was broken.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And then you would have reviewed that and then actually had contact with Mr. Zimmerman?
Correct.
Okay. So I think we now go to I've got it as a front page, I don't know if that's correct. Would that be history of present illness?
That is where I would begin.
Okay,
Yes.
so you actually would have had contact with him at that time?
Correct.
And I gather you talk to him, he tells you what his ailment is, and then you would have treated it.
Correct.
Okay. So if you could, tell us at that time when you're talking to him what he tells you.
When we are talking during that time, basically what I've written in the note is what he is telling me. And that states that he was involved in an altercation. He was assaulted. He was punched in the face and shoved to the ground where his head was hit into the pavement multiple times. He then proceeds to say that during the altercation, he had a weapon, that he was authorized to carry a firearm, and he fired at the attacker, killing him. He goes on to mention that he was evaluated by EMS at the scene, and he states his lacerations were cleaned during that time. He was told that he had a broken nose and denies being taken to the hospital. He then returned to work and was told he needed a police report and medical clearance to return to work. And then I go into my review of systems and asking him certain questions that he would confirm or deny.
So you first get his statement as to what happened or why he's there.
Correct.
Okay. And I think the first part is he states today he's complaining of nasal pain.
Correct.
Okay, nasal pain would be his nose?
Correct.
Okay. And then he tells you the history, and then you then diagnose, what do? You go over all the parts of his body, or what do you do?
After we discuss the history, I ask certain questions which we clarify as our review of systems, which would be on the following page.
Okay.
Once we go over the review of systems, I'm basically asking him to confirm or deny certain symptoms that he may be having at the time. And then I move on to the physical examination, which is where I determine what injuries were noted, and then based off of that, what would need to be treated.
All right, so let's go back a second and then talk about review of symptoms. Go ahead and cover those, please.
Okay. So during the history of present illness, I again asked him if he was having any headaches, change in visual acuity, slurred speech, dizziness, or gait abnormality. And then I also asked him, was he having any nausea or vomiting, and then in associated with that, any abdominal pain. I then go through and look at the review of systems, as well as this is a drop-down box menu in our electronic medical record system, and review any other symptoms that may have been involved.
All right. So let's take those one by one.
Okay.
He in terms of you asking him, he denied HA. What does HA mean?
HA means headache.
Okay, so he denies having any headache.
Correct.
Change in VA, what does that mean?
VA means visual acuity, so no change in vision.
He denies any slurred speech. What does that mean?
That would mean exactly what it says, but any slurred speech, and sometimes I'll rephrase that to patients as, are you talking any more abnormal than what you would have normally?
He denies dizziness. That's an obvious one, but let's make sure for the record what that means.
Clarifying to see if he had any dizziness, meaning he felt off balance for any reason.
Okay. And gait abnormality, meaning he's able to walk fine, no problems walking?
Exactly, and sometimes I'll clarify that on layman's terms, meaning are you walking as if you were drunk or staggering?
Okay. Then I've notated on the history of present illness, he admits to occasional nausea when thinking about the violence last night, but denies abdominal pain. Can you elaborate a little bit about that?
He was telling me that when he was reflecting on what happened that night, that he was having some nauseous feelings, and I would then further ask, are you having abdominal pain, to clarify whether the nausea was coming from an abdominal pain symptom or from a psychological factor.
And what was your determination as to that?
That it was not from his abdominal system, that it was more from a psychological factor.
You notated complaints of left SI joint tenderness since the event. Go ahead and tell us what that means.
The SI joint is the sacroiliac joint, and he has mentioned that he was having some tenderness on the left side since the altercation that night.
And you also notated he denies numbness or tingling or incontinence. Tell us about that.
These are follow-up questions I would ask on anyone who would complain of back pain or SI joint tenderness to make sure that there was nothing more severe going on. So was he having any numbness or tingling into his extremities, or was he having any bowel or bladder incontinence?
Then when you do the drop down on your computer, I guess when you say drop down, or you're going through in terms of constitutional symptoms, right? He denies fevers or chills.
Correct.
His eyes, he doesn't have blurred vision or...
Diplopia means double vision.
Okay. Ears, nose, mouth, and throat. Tell us about that.
He admits to nose pain, but has no hearing loss or tinnitus, which is ringing in the ears.
Why is what's the significance of that? Tell us about that. What are you looking for?
The significance of the tinnitus?
Yeah.
Just making sure with the trauma that he is telling me he sustained, would there be any significant side effects from that, and that one of the results could be hearing loss or ringing in the ears.
So he has no ringing in the ears or hearing loss?
No complaints of that.
I'm sorry, no complaints of that. And that's all you can go on that time, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. But you've got in here admits nose pain, and I think we're going to get to this in a little while.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Cardiovascular, tell us about that.
He denies palpitations, meaning any abnormal or irregular heartbeats, and he denies any chest pain or chest pressure.
Respiratory?
Respiratory denies any shortness of breath.
Okay. Tell us about the next few other ones.
The gastrointestinal denies abdominal pain, nausea, and or vomiting related to the gastrointestinal system.
Okay.
The integumentary, that's the skin, so I put in there admits scalp lacerations because that is one of his concerns. Neurological will be next. Admits to head trauma, as he's telling me that he sustained a head trauma that night based on the story that he's telling me, but denies tingling, numbness, weakness, headache, dizziness, speech difficulty, gait disturbance, or loss of consciousness. And then the last part would be psychiatric. He admits to stress surrounding the event, but denies suicidal thoughts or attempts.
Go back to neurological in terms of admits head trauma. Why are you concerned about whether he has difficulty with speech, or he's got headaches, or whether he's lost consciousness? What's the significance of that?
The significance of those review of systems or symptoms would be more concerning or lead me to down another line of questioning, and that would further potentiate this certain treatment that I would elicit.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. So you have no concerns in terms of he says he's not losing consciousness, he's able to write, able to function fine. He has no problem in terms of concentration or weakness or headaches or anything like that?
Correct.
Okay. If he had complained of those, what steps would you have taken in treating those if those existed?
It would also be based off my physical exam, so I would take those symptoms into consideration while I'm doing the physical exam, and pending some of those were apparent, and you would rank those on certain severity, then you would proceed with possible imaging, meaning a picture of the brain.
So at this point, you had no concern about, I know we're going to get to the physical, but based on just this, you have no concern regarding that at this point?
Based on what he's telling me, there is less concern, correct.
Okay. All right, I guess we then, am I skipping a step, or are you going now to physical exam?
I would go next to the physical exam.
Okay, if you could just cover that, please, thank you.
No problem. So the first part of the physical exam would be his general appearance. It says he's in no acute distress. Most of the time that means, is he any physical shortness of breath or significant pain at the time? He is obese, and that's based off his body mass index, which takes into account his height and weight.
Let me interrupt you. I apologize. Is his height and weight anywhere on here?
His height and weight would be on the first page.
Okay, I neglected to ask you about that, sorry.
In the vital signs, saying he's 5 foot 7.5 inches and weighs 204 pounds.
5'7" and how much?
7.5, 7.5.
Okay. And then what else? What was his weight?
204 pounds.
Okay. I apologize. I interrupted
No
you.
problem.
You stated also he is obese, and is that you based on what now?
That's based off his body mass index, which takes into account your height and weight. A BMI greater than 31 falls into a category of obesity.
What's the next sentence you've got there under general appearance?
He is alert and oriented and appears his stated age.
Anything significant with that?
I would take that into account given the history of the head trauma to make sure that he's alert and is understanding the questions that I'm asking him.
Okay. Go ahead.
Next would be head. He's normocephalic, atraumatic. The face is symmetric. 2 scalp lacerations to the occiput, which is the back part of the head, approximately 2 centimeters and 0.5 centimeters, respectively.
Okay. Tell me the significance of that.
The significance of the measurement itself?
Yes, yeah. Tell me the measurements, and in terms of, you use some big words there. Tell me what you mean by those big words there.
Okay. The significant would be 2 lacerations, meaning 2 cuts to the back of his head. And the occiput, again, is the back part of the head. I measure them, given his concerns and his complaints, to have that documented to make sure that we know, should these not heal appropriately, these were the original size that he came in to be seen for.
And you said 2 centimeters and a 0.5 centimeters. What
Correct.
is that in inches, I guess? Or can you estimate using your finger, I guess, or using your, how small are they?
Okay, 2 centimeters would approximately be about this big, and then 0.5 is much smaller.
And based on your observations and review of those lacerations, did you feel there was anything additional that needed to be done regarding those? Like any kind of stitches or anything like that?
That determination is based on how well the skin edges are what we call approximated, which means how well are they together to begin with, and how deep is the laceration itself. Based off of the approximation of the skin margins and the depth of the lacerations, I did not feel that sutures were necessary.
And a laceration, tell us what that means when you say a laceration versus a cut or something like that.
A laceration is basically a more proper term for a cut.
Okay. And you said it wasn't deep enough to require, in your opinion, any stitches or anything. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you said the skin edges were approximated well, if I've got that right?
Correct.
Okay. Tell me about the eyes.
Eyes, it says PERRLA, which means pupils are equal, round, and reactive to light, and the extraocular movements are intact. So I'm checking his pupils to make sure they're responding to light appropriately, and then we check the extraocular movements, meaning how well are his eyes moving in each direction, and that was normal. And then it says conjunctiva and sclera are clear. The conjunctiva and sclera are, for lack of better words, the white parts of your eyes, so making sure that there's no injection into that part. But I did note that he had bilateral black eyes.
And what does that mean to you?
That would mean skin discoloration to the inferior orbit, meaning the bottom portion of the eyes.
Okay. Going back to the head, to, I guess, the skull, the scalp, whatever, you noticed those lacerations. Did you notice any other trauma to the head at all?
I did not at the time. I don't recall.
Let's talk about the ears, nose, mouth, and throat.
Bruising noted to the nasolabial folds bilateral with swelling. The nasolabial folds would be the folds between the nose and the mouth. And there was some swelling noted there and some bruising, so darkening of the skin. No evidence of septal deviation on visual inspection, meaning the septum, which is the center part of your nose, appeared to be straight and in alignment. No bleeding noted in the nares, which means there was no blood in the nose itself. No hemotympanum to the bilateral ears, which means there's no blood behind the eardrums. And no evidence of tonsillar stones, which was a complaint that he had outside of the current reason that he was there.
So let's talk about the nose itself. No evidence of septal deviation. What does that mean?
So septal deviation, again, would mean, is the alignment of the nose correct?
So his nose is straight, in other words.
Correct.
It is not crooked or in any way damaged to that extent.
Not on visual inspection, no.
Okay. I think you've already covered the chest and his heart, et cetera. Everything else seemed normal?
Correct.
You talked about the tender left SI, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And tell me a little bit about that again.
The SI, again, is the sacroiliac joint, which is the space located, for lack of a better word, in the center of your buttocks.
I think you gave him some medicine for the complaint he had, is that correct?
For the SI joint pain, correct.
Yes. And what did you give him?
We gave him Lodine, which is an anti-inflammatory.
Okay. By the way, when you saw him regarding those lacerations, did he have any Band-Aids or anything covering them?
He did have one large Band-Aid covering them.
Okay, and I'm assuming, or maybe it's an assumption on my part, did you remove the Band-Aid to look at him?
Correct.
Okay. You mentioned that he said, that is, Mr. Zimmerman told you that the EMT had told you that the nose was either broken or possibly broken, is that correct?
That was what I was told, correct.
Okay. Based on your examination of his nose, can you say that his nose was broken?
I would say likely broken. It's hard to say definitively based off of the fact that there were no x-rays to show the break itself. However, most of the time, a broken nose can be made clinically as well, and that's based off of the black eyes that we saw, the nasolabial swelling, the bruising.
So you can say it is or it isn't, or you don't know, or?
I couldn't say definitively one way or the other because I have no direct X-ray saying this is exactly where the fracture occurs. But clinically appearing, it appeared to be, yes.
Okay, all right. But it was still perfectly straight.
It was still straight. There was no septal deviation.
I think you've got, in terms of the plan, decision-making progress, is that what you would move on to next?
After the physical exam, yes, I would move to the plan and the decision-making process.
You talked about the scalp lacerations, that there was no sutures needed. In other words, he didn't need any sewing up at all, right?
No stitches, correct.
Okay. And you stated in terms of broken nose that we discussed it is likely broken, but does not appear to have septal deviation. Swelling and black eyes are typical of this injury, correct?
Correct.
Now, you're there. Did you then recommend something to him in terms of making a definitive determination of whether his nose is broken or whether there would be any problems regarding that?
My recommendation was that he see an ENT, which is an ears, nose, and throat specialist.
And what did he say regarding that?
He told me at the time that he was not going to go to be seen by the ENT.
Regarding the SI joint pain, did you give him some suggestions?
We discussed using the Lodine, which is the anti-inflammatory, to help with the inflammation, and then we discussed heat, ice, and massage.
You had seen him the 3 times we covered here, but you had seen him at other times that he complained on a prior occasion of having some back pain of some type. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay. And had you treated him for that before?
I had. It was related to constipation.
Okay. So it was not related to an injury itself, like a physical injury?
Correct.
Okay. Let me have a moment, Your Honor. Oh, I apologize. In terms of laceration to the heads, you mentioned 2 of them.
Mm-hmm.
I got a bald head, so I know what it is to get cut or have the laceration. How do those bleed and distinguishing that from a cut somewhere else in the body? In terms of, is there something with the head, the fact that it bleeds more profusely, or doesn't it? Tell me about that.
The scalp is very vascular, meaning it has many blood vessels there. So a scalp laceration can bleed quite a significant amount more than perhaps somewhere else on the body, depending on the location.
And how about if the person doesn't have any hair?
It doesn't necessarily mean that it will bleed less, but maybe less noticeable because there would be maybe some hair blocking that area.
In other words, if you have hair, it would be either have more of an impact or cushion, or you just wouldn't notice if there was bleeding.
Possibly both. You may not notice the amount of blood because it could be getting mixed up with the hair itself. And I guess it would depend on the thickness of your hair to depend on the amount of cushion that would be.
I have no further questions at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. O'Mara?
Yes, thank you, if I might. No, but I will need a little assistance. Might be easiest. May I recruit you for a moment? Thank you very much, Ron. Actually, it will be a few minutes before I need this, so, yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi.
I'm going to focus, again, he was a patient of yours for a while before the event where he came to you on February 27th, correct?
Correct.
But just to start with the last question first, he did not have any back pain caused by back injury before this event, correct?
No.
The back injury was actually internal concern that showed itself as a back pain. Right?
Correct. We believed it was likely related to the constipation when he complained
Right.
about that in the past.
So that when he came to you on the 27th, that was the first time he had ever complained of back pain.
Yes, this was unrelated.
Okay, let's focus then on that night.
Okay.
The day, make sure I do this right, so give me a moment. This, oh yes, thank you very much, Joan, I apologize. Is this close to how he presented to you that day?
From what I recall, similar?
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, this was, just to orient you, this was taken the night before.
Okay.
Maybe 12 hours or so before you saw him.
Okay.
And was that pretty similar to the way he presented to you?
Fairly similar.
Okay.
It's a different picture when you're seeing it on a picture rather than up close, but
Certainly, certainly,
Yes.
and I apologize for that, but, sorry, I'm going to bounce back and forth a little bit. May I approach the witness with the exhibit that's already in evidence? You probably have not seen this picture before, have you?
I have not.
If this person presented himself, you know that to be George Zimmerman?
Yes.
Okay, if this person had presented himself to you, looking like this, what would you have done for him?
If he had come to our office looking like that, we would have cleaned the wounds so we could better evaluate what the type of injuries that are, and then go about the same process that we went through, and then order the testing based off of that.
Okay, and if you look at this photograph as compared to the one we just identified, I would
Yes.
like to focus your attention to the nose area.
Okay.
Would you,
Object as to relevance, and also, she didn't see him like that, so I object as to speculation at this point.
my response?
Let me
John?
hear the rest of the
Okay.
question.
Would you agree that the swelling that you saw in that picture has gone down from the way it is here?
It looks like that it's decreased slightly.
Is that normal? Let's say that there's a 12-hour, let's say that there's a 4-hour difference, 5-hour difference between this picture and that picture. Is that a normal sort of receding of swelling?
It depends on what he's using to help keep the swelling down. So maybe if he was using anti-inflammatories or icing the area, then potentially yes, the swelling could be less.
Would we expect an injury of this significance to look like that 5 hours later? Is that normal,
Yes, it could.
once it's cleaned up?
Correct.
But would you agree that in this picture, that the nose is in fact more swollen than it is in that picture?
It does appear to be, yes.
And why is that? What happens to the body that it heals itself like that?
The body naturally tries to take care of itself if it can, and the body responds to trauma in a certain way, and that is why the body produces swelling. And then as the body is recovering, that's how the swelling resolves. Again, it also depends on the certain extraneous things that you're using, like anti-inflammatories or ice to the area.
So while this may look as though it is now a bone protrusion to the right side of the nose, it's not actually a bone protruding out there, is it?
It's unlikely in the sense that it's resolved and looks like that picture later.
Yet the body swells up at point of injury, does it not?
It does, it can,
And
yes.
it does that in response to the trauma of the hit, correct?
It can, yes.
And it does that by swelling. And the swelling, if you would, just sort of tell us what the body, why the body swells or how the body swells up in the area of trauma.
The body itself is reacting to the impact of something that's happened. So certain blood can rush to the area, or more fluid underneath the skin can rush to that area, and that's what produces the effect of the swelling.
Including lymph fluid, doesn't that sort of wander over, and white blood cells?
They can, potentially. That's the purpose of the lymph system, to help with infections or foreign bodies, things like that.
Particularly when we know that there's bleeding happening, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Bleeding, you would agree, sort of indicates broken blood vessels?
It can, yes. Blood
And would
vessels
you-
or capillaries.
And would you agree that there was bleeding inside is it nares or just the nose?
Likely there was bleeding inside the nares if you see it coming down the front of the face.
Okay.
Yes.
Where does that blood go if you're just standing up like I am and my nose is bleeding?
Normally gravity will pull it down.
How about if I'm laying on my back? Where is the blood going to go?
What will happen is you can swallow some of that back down your throat.
Actually, it can go into the sinuses as well, can't it?
It can.
And as it goes back down the sinuses, it goes into the back of your throat?
It can. Correct.
And you actually can be swallowing your own blood, correct?
You can. That what may give you the taste in your mouth. Correct.
The swelling that we've just spoken about is the body's initial reaction to trauma, correct?
It is.
And it only can last maybe just a few hours, correct?
It depends on the level of the trauma and the patient, but yes.
Does that diminish the fact that the body was in fact traumatized, as we see in this picture?
Meaning, does it make it any less plausible that the body
Sure.
was attacked?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. It's a natural reaction for the body to begin its healing process immediately, correct?
Correct.
And of course, this face was cleaned up after the blood was all removed, and can you see? Well, you can barely still see the cut just at the top of the bridge of the nose there, correct?
Correct.
Would you acknowledge that there was in fact a larger laceration or cut on the nose here?
There appears to be, but it appears to have blood surrounding the area as well.
Again, once you clean it up, it looks a little bit better.
Correct.
Have you seen this picture before?
I have not.
Okay. Would the scalp bleed in a fashion like this from those two lacerations?
It can. The scalp, again, is very vascular, meaning there are plenty of blood vessels on the scalp surface that could cause bleeding like that.
Would it bleed down the back that way?
Again, gravity would start to pull that down.
Okay. Let's spend a moment, Your Honor, the lights, if you would. I want to show you some other pictures of Mr. Zimmerman that night. Now, can you see that photograph?
I can.
Okay. Do you note additional areas of swelling on this picture that you may not have noticed on your physical evaluation? I'm sorry, Your Honor, that is State's Exhibit 57. Let me point you, do you see anything in this area of swelling?
There is swelling there that I can see.
Okay.
Yes.
Would that also possibly have resolved itself in the 12 hours between this picture and when you saw him?
It could have, yes.
Okay. Do you see an area up here that seems to be misshapen?
In the photograph, yes, I see that.
Okay. Would that also be an area of swelling?
It's normally an area of swelling. We call those scalp hematomas, where blood can pool under the skin.
Tell me how that occurs. How does a scalp hematoma occur?
A hematoma can occur through trauma, so some sort of trauma to the head that resulted in the collection of blood there, or fluid there.
So in effect, in sort of layman's terms, if I was to smash my head against something, let's say I hit this part, the trauma would cause blood or maybe lymph system fluid to flood that area.
Yes.
Similar to the nose, it would go there, do its job, and then sort of recede.
Correct.
And that's what causes swelling, as we know it?
Correct.
And that's what caused it here? Maybe?
It could, yes.
And that's what caused it up here?
It could, yes.
You see these, right?
Yes.
And those the lacerations that you identified?
Those were the two, correct.
Okay. What is the potential outcome from head trauma like that?
It, again, depends on the physical exam of the patient, and you base a lot of that off the physical exam of the patient. But any sort of head trauma can result in an internal injury, meaning bleeding into the brain, skull fractures.
And an internal hematoma, is that dural hematoma?
It depends on where the blood is actually. You can have an epidural or subdural hematoma.
Okay. That may not have external notice, correct? You can have an internal hematoma, subdural hematoma, epidural hematoma, bleeding on beneath the scalp that will resolve itself, correct?
An epidural or subdural hematoma would be below the skull.
Right.
That's the difference between a hematoma, which is above the skull, between the skin.
Right. Hematoma outside of skull.
Correct.
Resolves itself sort of between the skull and the skin.
Correct.
And then subdural, epidural is you actually have gone below the skull and you're just in that dura, which is what cushions the brain.
Correct.
And you could have injuries like this could certainly cause a epidural or a subdural hematoma, correct?
Not necessarily the lacerations themselves, but if there was head trauma, completely.
I'm sorry. So if I just went up to this head and cut it with a razor blade or a scalpel, that would not, you would imagine, cause a subdural or epidural hematoma.
No.
But if I took that same skull and let's say smashed it on concrete, sufficient enough to cause that injury. So smash might be a term of art, but getting that injury by having your head hit against cement, could that cause a subdural, epidural hematoma?
That could, depending on how hard the impact was.
And that would, in fact, be an injury below the skull in the area where the brain is.
Correct.
Which is one of the reasons why you do what you do in your evaluation to make sure that he can still focus his eyes and still speak, because you're concerned at that point with any head trauma that there may be some brain injury.
Correct.
And your charge then at that point is to rule out that possibility, though you would agree that possibility exists whenever you have an injury like this.
It can, yes.
Okay. Close up of the same thing, you still see the swelling again up on this area and right in here?
Correct.
Tell me, can you see that injury up there or that occurrence up there?
I can see what maybe appears to be an abrasion of the scalp.
Is that, what would you call that? Is that punctate a bruising or?
It can be, or it depends on what the surface was that maybe caused the injury, and it could be an abrasion, which is basically just a thin layer of the skin coming off.
What are punctate injuries? Just explain that.
Punctate injuries would be injuries to the blood vessels themselves causing punctate bleeding or small sort of capillary bursts like that.
Would that occur if you had your head hit against something as irregular but flat as concrete?
It could.
Is that a way to occur to get those little mini bruisings all over the place?
If it was hit on concrete or anything like that, the rough surface of that could have caused that too.
Okay. Consistent with it being hit on concrete, isn't it?
It can be consistent with that, whether or not that is what it was struck on. I'm sure that can happen on multiple other surfaces as well, but it could be consistent.
Okay. If Mr. Zimmerman were to come to you and say he had that injury and that it occurred because his head was hit on concrete, would it be consistent?
Objection is speculation.
I think she's already testified.
Okay, I'll move on then. Your Honor. Did you notice any injury right there?
I don't recall that injury.
Can you tell us what that looks like to you?
It looks like it maybe be a scratch of the skin or an abrasion of the skin as well.
Okay. And now let's look up here at that injury there, what is that? Can you identify what that is?
It looks like there may be some mild swelling there.
Another bruise?
It's
And
hard to tell if there's an actual bruise or discoloration of the skin, but it does appear there's some swelling.
Oh, I'm sorry, but would we just characterize that in layman's terms, that's a bump on the head?
Correct.
How would that come, how would you get something like that?
Again, it can come from hitting your head on any sort of surface, potentially, or being struck by something.
Okay. Can you also see the same type of punctate injury right around here?
I can see that.
As far up as here? You see that?
It appears to be.
And as down low as here?
Correct.
As what you testified before, sort of the same?
It appears to be, yes.
And I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'm not identifying the exhibits. That's number 66 that the witness is testifying concerning. And do you see this area right there of swelling? From this ridge here down to this ridge. Can you see that?
It's hard to tell in this picture from a side view.
Okay. Can you see this injury here? And can you identify what that is?
Objection as to leading from this aspect, in terms of testifying, Mr. O'Mara testifying there's injuries there without this witness saying that there is.
Okay. Sustained as to the word injury.
Okay.
Rephrase your question.
I will. Can you see anything in this area that I'm circling?
There appears to be an abrasion there.
And again, an abrasion consistent with that head being hit on concrete?
It can be consistent with that, yes.
And that was 68, Your Honor, if I didn't identify it. Now looking at State's Exhibit 69, let me ask you to pay attention to this area right here. Is that the abrasion that you were identifying earlier?
It appears to be the same.
And just to the, going back, can you see that as an area of swelling as well?
It does appear to be swelling. Unfortunately, some of that you have to take into account on a physical exam of how that area feels during the time. So it's difficult to get in a picture. You have certain head shapes as well.
Okay. And again, with this may well have resolved itself in the 12 hours or so between when the picture was taken and when you saw him.
It could potentially have, yes.
And do you see similar, what do you see up in this area on the, what would be above his left eye? Can you see that?
Slightly shaded, but possibly another abrasion up there as well.
And can we see then the lacerations in the area around the lacerations on this side?
I can see those, yes.
Can you see, is that the area that we talked about before with the misshapen skull?
It appears to be.
At the top. Now let's look at this side to orient it. This is State's Exhibit 70 and his right side of his skull, correct?
Okay.
What do you see, what is here?
Again, it looks like it could be some swelling with the abrasions that we noted before.
And how about this area up here, additional?
Additional abrasions.
Would that abrasion itself come from its own strike upon something?
That would be hard to determine.
And how about the one up here?
Again, it would be difficult to determine if it was from its own strike.
And the one over here?
Same thing.
Do we get now a better view of the misshapen area on the back of his skull from this perspective?
There appears to be possible swelling there or the misshape of his skull itself.
I think we've testified to, and this is State's Exhibit 71, you've testified to these areas and also this bruising up here, correct?
Correct.
If I might, Exhibit 74, this is a close-up of the area of the lacerations. Can you better describe for me what you see here as far as additional areas of swelling around the lacerations?
There appears to be swelling around the lacerations, which would be consistent with a trauma that elicited the laceration itself.
meaning that whatever caused the laceration was also at the same time the sort of compression injury that we talked about earlier, where you're
It could, and that could cause the swelling, correct?
consistent, all of it, with being hit on concrete, is it not?
It could be consistent, yes.
If the complaint was that that head was hit on concrete, would you consider that consistent with the injuries that you see?
I would.
Thank you very much, Your Honor, for the lights. Thank you. Now let's spend just a minute on the report itself. Mr. De La Rionda had already gone over it, so I'm just going to hit some high points on it, if I might. His vital signs: blood pressure 130/80.
Correct.
A concern for a 28-year-old?
Slightly high on the systolic side, but from what I remember in the past, he's never had a problem with high blood pressure before.
But not a good high blood pressure, right? You'd like to see it lower?
Ideally, we like to see it 120/80 or less, but I wouldn't be a cause of concern at 130.
Pulse at 109.
That is high. Ideally, we see this around 70 to 80.
Evidencing what to you?
That an increased pulse rate can be related to stress or to trauma. It can also be related to multiple other things, something to do with your heart, causing some sort of cardiac condition.
Nonetheless, again, not in top shape, huh?
It's not where we would like it to be.
And how about the BMI?
The BMI is 31.48. And again,
Meaning that he is clinically obese.
correct, based on BMI classification.
And again, not healthy.
Ideally, that's not the healthy range, normally between 19 to 25 or 26.
Not athletic.
It doesn't necessarily mean someone's not athletic with a BMI of 31. It just means it's not at the ideal range of what the standards of health for BMI would be.
Okay. And you've gone through the actual injuries that you identified. We talked for a moment about the SI injury.
Correct.
Is that injury consistent with falling on your back, or I guess in the buttocks area, did you say?
It can be, yes.
Okay. When you get that type of SI pain, SI is
Sacroiliac?
Sacroiliac?
Correct.
And that's basically at the base of your spine.
It's not necessarily right at the base of your spine. Your spine comes down in a straight. It would be where each side of the buttocks are. It would be directly in the center of that. So you have one on each side.
And how does a injury like that occur?
An SI joint injury can occur through trauma or through a fall. Sometimes people have SI joint from an improper stretching technique or through some sort of athletic type of performance.
He had reported to you that he was hit in the nose, correct?
Correct.
By his attacker.
Correct.
Was that consistent with the picture I showed you here of his nose or nasal injuries? Is that consistent with getting punched in the nose?
That would be consistent.
And is the SI injury that he talked to you about consistent with being thrown on the ground on your back?
It would be consistent.
The only way to really identify whether or not a nose is, quote, broken is with an x-ray, correct?
That would be the definitive way to
Okay.
decide if there was a nasal fracture.
It would be a bit easier for you to be conclusive in the determination of broken nose if you actually saw a complete septal deviation, right?
Clinically, if there was more of a septal deviation, then there could possibly be a more definitive answer to that.
So if the whole nose was literally pointed off in one direction or the other, pretty obvious that there's a break, correct?
Correct.
But short of that, then you would need to have an x-ray in order to get that accomplished.
Correct.
And that was the reason why you had referred him to an ENT,
Correct.
to document what you could not document in your office.
Correct.
You don't do nose or nasal or face head x-rays in the office,
We do
correct?
not. It's not in our scope of practice.
And did he tell you that he wasn't going to go to the ENT because of the high deductible on his insurance policy?
I don't recall there being a discussion over cost or deductible.
Do you remember him talking to you about what it would cost for that type of evaluation?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Is that something that you would have noted or just a conversation with him?
He may have had that in a conversation that I don't recall. It also wouldn't change my opinion of where to send him or to not send him.
And you were firm in your opinion of a couple of things. One, that he needed to see an ENT for
Correct.
the nose injury.
Correct.
Even though it was reduced to the better than the cleaned up picture we looked at, right?
Correct.
Because that went from this picture to that picture in 4 hours, and you had another 12 hours of the swelling to go down.
Correct.
But even still, you wanted an ENT consult.
Yes, because there can be residual effects of a nasal fracture if it's not taken care of.
And you also suggested, based upon the conversation that you had with him, that he should get a psychological consult, correct?
Correct.
Why is that?
He was already seeing a psychologist, and in my professional opinion, if someone is to go through the sort of ordeal that he went through the night before of what he's telling me, then I would recommend that anybody go see a psychologist.
Did he come across to you as though he was trying to make certain that you would document his injuries consistent with being attacked?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Was he just reporting the symptoms as they seem to exist?
Yes.
He wasn't, from your perspective, he wasn't trying to use you as some shill to come up with an excuse or a reason or a medical reason for his injuries, was he?
It did not appear that way.
Okay. Was, in fact, all of his complaints documented by your evaluation?
They were.
And those injuries actually did exist, correct?
They did.
And in addition, the psychological concern that you had, in your professional opinion, that existed as well, didn't it?
It did, and that would have existed for anybody who came in with what he was concerned about or what had taken place that night.
Particularly as documented or supported by the injuries that he showed or exhibited to you.
Supported by that.
What we didn't note in the cleaned up picture, you know the one I'm talking about when I say that?
Yes.
We didn't note any black eyes on that picture, did you?
I didn't notice them from the picture, no.
So tell me, as the body begins to heal itself, we know that it rushes to the area of trauma, as you said, right?
Correct.
And then it sort of recedes.
Correct.
Well, what's the timeline on those eyes to go black?
Sometimes the black eyes can become more apparent at a later date. That's not necessarily an initial event that happens. Most of the time swelling comes to the area, then the swelling may recede, and then something like the black eyes can occur after that.
Because the black eyes are actually residual blood that has escaped the capillaries and just sort of pools in the soft pockets of the under the eyes, right?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
So you don't expect to see a black eye a moment or 10 minutes or an hour even after a punch in the nose, do you?
Not necessarily that quickly.
But is it consistent that if he had gotten punched in the nose, let's say 7/16 the night before, that when you saw him 11 a.m. in the morning, that his eyes would be blackened?
They could be, yeah. It was consistent with what I saw in my physical exam.
And they were, in fact, two black eyes, correct?
They were.
I mentioned a moment ago, was he trying to sort of somehow make up or document significant injuries? And I think you said he wasn't.
Not from the impression that I had.
On the other side, was he trying to even minimize his injuries and get it behind him? Did you get any of that feel with him telling you he wasn't going to an ENT and he just wanted a note to get back to work?
I don't recall that per se, him having that certain effect.
Okay. And Mr. De Leonda asked you about the bandage. Obviously, you were taking that off. Did that seem to be an appropriate bandaging to do for that injury?
That was fine, given that the skin edges were well approximated and the scalp lacerations were not that deep. I didn't feel like any, if you're referring to something like a butterfly bandage or a butterfly stitch, was necessary at the time.
Right. It wasn't, you didn't look at that bandage like when we're kids or something and just have a little cut and a 4-inch by 4-inch bandage. You didn't look at that and wonder why would someone put a bandage that size on 2 injuries of that size, did you?
No.
Did it seem appropriate that it be bandaged?
Yeah, it was appropriate to keep the lacerations covered.
And particularly, let's say if it was a nursing student who was looking at that injury, would it make sense as a nursing student to cover an open wound?
Yes.
It's speculation.
I'll rephrase it.
Thank you.
If you saw those wounds on the back of the head, you know the ones we're talking about, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you saw those wounds, would you clean them off and put bandages over them?
I would likely have them cleaned, and if the patient desired, I would put a bandage over them. It doesn't necessarily have to be bandaged, but there would be no problem with doing that to keep certain debris out of the area.
Right. And we talked a bit about what happens when you fall down, and Mr. Deliano used himself as a model, and I might use myself as a model, that I may not get as injured because I have hair than someone who doesn't have hair. Is that?
I don't know if that would necessarily be true. I guess it would depend on the thickness of your hair.
Okay.
But I don't think that you would be any less injured based off having hair or not having hair.
Okay. It would be more apparent with somebody who back then didn't have hair to cover the injuries, but the injuries are what they are, correct?
They are what they are, yes.
And certainly, whoever may have inflicted those injuries knew how much hair was on the body that they were inflicting the injuries upon, correct?
It's just speculation.
Did you ask Mr. Zimmerman if he had cut his hair in the past 14 hours?
I had not asked that question.
I'm going to have a moment, Your Honor. Thank you very much for your time, Your Honor. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
You mentioned something that I was curious about. We were talking about the shape of the head.
Yes.
I guess we all think the head is perfectly shaped, our skull. Is that always true?
It's not necessarily always
Tell
true.
me a little bit about that if you could.
Everybody's head shape is completely different. Obviously, most people you don't notice because they have hair on their head, so it depends on what that may look like. But everybody can have certain abnormalities of the skull.
So in other words, people may have a bump there just pre-existing and it may not be caused by trauma.
It could be, correct.
All right. So you had an opportunity, you were showing a lot of photographs. Can you pull those up again? Sorry.
It's still like.
Oh, it is? Okay. Just go back? Okay. You were showing a lot of photographs. I'm going to go through them real quickly. You're not saying that those were all stuff that occurred the day before or the night before, all that, are you?
It would be hard to determine that based off just a photo. Most of that
Okay.
will be based off physical exam as well.
Thank you. I think I'm through with the photographs, Your Honor. And my point is, you actually saw him as a live person. In other words, you actually looked at his head.
Correct.
Right? You looked at his head, and he had less hair than Mr. Guy here, but you looked, and I'm assuming you didn't just kind of glance. You actually looked at his head.
Correct.
Right? To examine.
Correct.
And all you saw in your examination was 2 lacerations, correct?
That was all I noted.
I'm saying you didn't see it, you didn't document any other stuff that we've been talking about, all this trauma. You didn't notice that at all.
At the time, that wasn't documented. I don't recall if there was some swelling that I didn't possibly put in my note.
Okay. At this time, do you recall, or at that time, did you notate any other swelling other than the lacerations?
Those were the only 2 things that I noted.
Okay. So, and by the way, you mentioned if it could, let's speculate and say that those were all trauma-caused hematomas or whatever. Those were apparently cleaned up by the time they saw you, right? By the time he saw you the next day?
The swelling was minimized, yes.
Okay. So what that took away basically was what, maybe an aspirin or two, or Tylenol or two, or what, or it just did naturally?
Depends, the body will help to react naturally, and then also it depends on what sort of, again, exogenous things you may be using.
So you're not saying that that is severe trauma in any way?
I don't know if I would say it's not severe or not. I mean, he does have 2 scalp lacerations, and I'm basing that off what his complaints are when he comes in.
His
So-
history, in other words?
Exactly.
But you only notated 2 lacerations in the whole thing?
Those are the only things that I documented, yes.
And I apologize, you notated also his nose, but I'm talking about the back of his head, all his skull. You only noticed 2 actually lacerations.
Those were the things I was looking for the most, because those were the things that we discussed personally.
Okay. And when you did the whole exam in terms of nausea, or I'm sorry, about dizziness, being able to be whether he's conscious or not, you ruled all of those out, no trauma to the head, correct?
I'm ruling those out based on what he's telling me, and then I base that off my physical exam, depending on his neurological exam, to make sure all of that seems appropriate.
And so you ruled all that out?
It seemed like he was neurologically intact, yes.
Okay. So he didn't have any brain injury is what I'm going to.
There doesn't mean that you can't have a brain injury, meaning a concussion from a trauma, but it did not appear to be anything that would require imaging because he wasn't complaining of those specific symptoms.
And you also did not notice any, correct? You didn't?
Sorry, can you rephrase the
No.
question?
He gave you a history in terms of he wasn't complaining of trauma to his head, correct?
Exactly. He did complain of trauma to his head, meaning he had the lacerations.
I apologize,
Yeah.
other than that.
And again, the story that he told me of his head being struck against the ground. So he did complain of head trauma, but from what I'm looking at based on my physical exam and doing his neurological testing, everything appeared to be intact, and because of that, I didn't order the additional testing.
Because if you had noted something, you would have ordered additional testing.
At the time, exactly, additional testing.
Because if you had noted something, you would have ordered additional testing.
At the time, exactly.
Right.
I also mentioned that what are the signs to look for should something like that occur? And if that were to occur, then additional testing would be ordered.
And you never required any, is that correct?
I was never notified of anything as a change.
Okay. So did any of the injuries require anything for treatment other than minor cleaning, et cetera?
For the most part, they required cleaning to the area. And then again, we don't know the definitive diagnosis of the nasal fracture, which may have required additional treatment, but that was not completed.
And you recommended that he go to an ENT, and he told you he wasn't going?
At the time, from what I recall, yes, he was not going to go.
And Mr. O'Mara asked you about that he said, or possibly said, that he didn't have insurance. You don't recall that, him ever saying that, do you?
I don't recall that discussion.
And I think you notated already, but you did note in your records as to, I'm sorry, February 27th, that he came in because he needed a note for work. Is that correct?
Correct.
He didn't come into your office and say, God, I've got all these head injuries. I can't think. I can't walk. I can't function. He didn't come in complaining about that, did he?
The major concern that was taken by the medical assistant was that he needed, of what happened, and then that he needed the return for work, yes.
You mentioned also that in terms of psychological that you suggested, but that he was also already seeing a psychologist, is that correct?
He was already established with a psychologist, yes.
Okay. I'm sorry, Your Honor, may I have a moment? Going back to August 19th, 2011, I don't know if I removed that document. That was the first time you would have had contact with him.
Correct.
Mr. Zimmerman talked about his exercise routine, that he was taking mixed martial arts classes, right?
Correct.
Object, Your Honor, that would be outside the scope of cross-examination, and this is redirect.
Sustained.
Your Honor, I'll be glad to approach the bench regarding something that I want to show her.
Well, that wasn't brought up in cross-examination, so it's outside the scope.
Yes, Your Honor, but may we approach the bench
Yes,
on
you
another
may.
matter? Folgate, when Mr. Zimmerman talked about in terms of the exercise routine, in terms of MMA, et cetera, he talked about doing it 3 days a week and 3 hours a day. Is that correct?
Correct.
And finally, ma'am, what kind of symptoms would you expect from a gunshot wound to the heart? What kind of symptoms would that
Check,
cause?
Your Honor, that would be outside, actually outside his direction, outside my car.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Just a
Any
couple, because if what we're going, might just see the last page that you referenced to her. I have mine, but yours is. Actually, what Mrs. Zimmerman said to you, not that he had done MMA 3 times a week, or what he said was aerobics, right?
That is what is written on the sheet, correct?
Okay.
But then I go ahead and go in more detail with the patient when they're back in the office.
But when he talked about doing this type, we're talking about aerobic exercise, are we not?
When I would ask him what type of aerobic exercise, then mixed martial arts would have been mentioned.
And medically speaking, would you agree that whatever he did to stop the attack allowed him to survive it?
It could have potentially, yeah, it depends on the amount of trauma he was sustaining at the time.
So stopping the attack is what allowed him to survive it. Would you agree?
It could have, yes.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Any redirect?
Would you agree that's pure speculation on your part?
I wasn't there at the time of the event, so I don't know the exact trauma that took place.
Thank you very much.
Okay, may Ms. Folgate be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. You are excused. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to recess for the evening and for the weekend. So while we're in recess until Monday morning at 9 a.m., I want to advise you again that you're not to discuss the case amongst yourselves nor with anybody else. You're not to read or listen to any radio, television, or newspaper reports about the case. You're not to use any type of an electronic device to get on the internet to do independent research about the case, people, places, things, or terminology. And finally, you're not to read or create any emails, text messages, Twitters, tweets, blogs, or social networking pages about the case. Do I have your assurance that you will abide by these instructions? Okay, with that, have a great weekend. Put your notepads face down and follow Deputy Jarvis. Please be seated. Is there anything that we need to take up before we recess till Monday morning at 9 a.m.?
No, Your Honor, we, well,
No, for Lisa, those exhibits that were numbers. Mr. De La Ronda? No, I needed to make sure that exhibits 194, 195, and 197 will be handed to the clerk Monday morning. Excuse me. 194, 195, and 197 will be handed to the clerk Monday morning.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
194, 195. The court said 194, 195, and 196.
Oh, not 196, yeah.
I think we withdrew 197, I think. No? No?
Okay, thank you. Is there anything else the court needs to take up before we recess till Monday morning at 9 a.m.?
No, the only very minor point is we're getting a lot of progress done on the statements. If we hit a loggerhead, we might need court intervention for a couple minutes. We could probably delay that until just Monday morning at 9 o'clock. We'll give the alternatives and come back to you at 9, but that's the only thing.
Well, do you want to say that we'll come back at 8:30 Monday morning, and then if you don't need court rulings on it, you'll have an extra half hour to set up, or if you.
Yes, Your
Okay. The jury's coming back at 9 a.m. We'll be back at 8:30 in case you need court rulings. With that, court is in recess. Thank you.